Counter-Rev Audio. May 2021. Selected writings by Thomas Carlyle. This edition published by Penguin Classics. Edited and with an introduction and notes by Alan Shelston. Chartism. Chartism was written in 1839, at a time when there had been considerable public agitation in support of the various aims of the Charter, the most important of which was the principle of universal suffrage. Carlyle's decision to write on the topic was his own. He first offered his projected essay to Mill, then editor of the Westminster Review, but when Mill turned it down, he began negotiations with Lockhart's Quarterly Review, the leading Tory journal. Carlyle predicted at the time that such an article, equally astonishing to Girondins, radicals, do-nothing aristocrats, conservatives, and unbelieving dilettante Whigs, can hope for no harbour in any review, and he was proved right when Lockhart, having seen the finished essay, also rejected it. Chartism eventually appeared as a work in its own right in December 1839, dated 1840. Even by Carlyle's standard, Chartism is a very uneven work. Deeply felt sympathy for the condition of working men is mixed with a detestation of utilitarian theory and an incipient authoritarianism. The quality of the essay itself falls away very noticeably as it moves from analysis to suggested remedies. Since it shows so clearly the credit and debit side of Carlyle's emotive response to the problems of his time, Chartism is reprinted here complete, in spite of its occasional longes. 1. Condition of England question. It never smokes but there is fire. Old proverb. A feeling very generally exists that the condition and disposition of the working classes is a rather ominous matter at present, that something ought to be said, something ought to be done in regard to it. And surely at an epoch of history when the national petition carts itself in wagons along the streets, and is presented, bound with iron hoops, for men bearing it, to a reformed House of Commons, and Chartism numbered by the 1.5 million, taking nothing by its iron-hooped petition, breaks out into brickbats, cheap pikes, and even into sputterings of conflagration, such very general feeling cannot be considered unnatural. To us individually this matter appears, and has for many years appeared, to be the most ominous of all practical matters whatever, a matter in regard to which if something be not done, something will do itself one day, and in a fashion that will please nobody. The time is verily come for acting in it, how much more for consultation about acting in it, for speech and articulate inquiry about it. We are aware that, according to the newspapers, Chartism is extinct, that a reform ministry has put down the chimera of Chartism in the most felicitous effectual manner. So say the newspapers, and yet, alas, most readers of newspapers know withal that it is indeed the chimera of Chartism, not the reality, which has been put down. The distracted incoherent embodiment of Chartism, whereby in late months it took shape and became visible, this has been put down, or rather has fallen down and gone asunder by gravitation and law of nature, but the living essence of Chartism has not been put down. Chartism means the bitter discontent grown fierce and mad, the wrong condition therefore or the wrong disposition, of the working classes of England. It is a new name for a thing which has had many names which will yet have many. The matter of Chartism is weighty, deep-rooted, far-extending, did not begin yesterday, will by no means end this day or tomorrow. Reform Ministry, Constabulary, Rural Police, new levy of soldiers, grants of money to Birmingham, all this is well, or is not well, all this will put down only the embodiment or chimera of Chartism. The essence continuing, new and ever new embodiments, chimeras madder or less mad, have to continue. The melancholy fact remains, that this thing known at present by the name Chartism does exist, has existed, and either put down into secret treason, with rusty pistols, vitriol bottle and match box, or openly brandishing pike and torch, one knows not in which case more fatal looking, is like to exist till quite other methods have been tried with it. What means this bitter discontent of the working classes? Whence comes it, whither goes it? Above all, at what price, on what terms, will it probably consent to depart from us and die into rest? These are questions. To say that it is mad, incendiary, nefarious, is no answer. To say all this in never so many dialects, is saying little. Glasgow thuggery, Glasgow thugs, it is a witty nickname, the practice of number 60 entering his dark room to contract for and settle the price of blood with operative assassins in a Christian city, once distinguished by its rigorous Christianism, is doubtless a fact worthy of all horror, but what will horror do for it? What will execration, nay at bottom, what will condemnation and banishment to Botany Bay do for it? Glasgow thuggery, Chartist torch meetings, Birmingham riots, swing conflagrations, are so many symptoms on the surface, you abolish the symptom to no purpose if the disease is left untouched. Boils on the surface are curable or incurable, small matter which, while the virulent humour festers deep within, poisoning the sources of life, and certain enough to find for itself ever new boils and sore issues, ways of announcing that it continues there, that it would fain not continue there. Delirious Chartism will not have raged entirely to no purpose, as indeed no earthly thing does so, if it have forced all thinking men of the community to think of this vital matter, too apt to be overlooked otherwise. Is the condition of the English working people wrong, so wrong that rational working men cannot, will not, and even should not rest quiet under it? A most grave case, complex beyond all others in the world, a case wherein Botany Bay, constabulary, rural police, and suchlike, will avail but little. Or is the discontent itself mad, like the shape it took? Not the condition of the working people that is wrong, but their disposition, their own thoughts, beliefs and feelings that are wrong. This too were a most grave case, little less alarming, little less complex than the former one. In this case too, where constabulary police and mere rigour of coercion seems more at home, coercion will by no means do all, coercion by itself will not even do much. If there do exist general madness of discontent, then sanity and some measure of content must be brought about again, not by constabulary police alone. When the thoughts of a people, in the great mass of it, have grown mad, the combined issue of that people's workings will be a madness, an incoherency and ruin. Sanity will have to be recovered for the general mass, coercion itself will otherwise cease to be able to coerce. We have heard it asked, why Parliament throws no light on this question of the working classes, and the condition or disposition they are in. Truly to a remote observer of parliamentary procedure it seems surprising, especially in late Reform times, to see what space this question occupies in the debates of the nation. Can any other business whatsoever be so pressing on legislators? A Reformed Parliament, one would think, should inquire into popular discontents before they get the length of pikes and torches. For what end at all are men, honourable members and Reform members, sent to St. Stephen's, with clamour and effort, kept talking, struggling, motioning and counter-motioning? The condition of the great body of people in a country is the condition of the country itself. This you would say is a truism in all times, a truism rather pressing to get recognized as a truth now and be acted upon in these times. Yet read Hansard's debates, or the morning papers, if you have nothing to do. The old grand question whether is to be in office or be, with the innumerable subsidiary questions growing out of that, courting paragraphs and suffrages for a blessed solution of that, Canada question, Irish appropriation question, West India question, Queen's bedchamber question, game laws, usury laws, African blacks, hill coolies, Smithfield cattle, and dog carts, all manner of questions and subjects, except simply this the alpha and omega of all. Surely honourable members ought to speak of the condition of England question too. Radical members above all, friends of the people, chosen with effort, by the people, to interpret and articulate the dumb deep want of the people. To a remote observer they seem oblivious of their duty. Are they not there by trade, mission and express appointment of themselves and others, to speak for the good of the British nation? Whatsoever great British interest can the least speak for itself, for that beyond all they are called to speak. They are either speakers for that great dumb toiling class which cannot speak, or they are nothing that one can well specify. Alas, the remote observer knows not the nature of parliaments, how parliaments, extant there for the British nation's sake, find that they are extant withal for their own sake, how parliaments travel so naturally in their deep-rutted routine, commonplace worn into ruts axle-deep, from which only strength, insight and courageous generous exertion can lift any parliament or vehicle, how in parliaments, reformed or unreformed, there may chance to be a strong man, an original, clear-sighted, great hearted, patient and valiant man, or to be none such, how, on the whole, parliaments, lumbering along in their deep ruts of commonplace, find, as so many of us otherwise do, that the ruts are axle-deep, and the travelling very toilsome of itself, and for the day the evil thereof sufficient. What parliaments ought to have done in this business, what they will, can or cannot yet do, and where the limits of their faculty and culpability may lie in regard to it, were a long investigation, into which we need not enter at this moment. What they have done is unhappily plain enough. Hitherto, on this most national of questions, the collective wisdom of the nation has availed us as good as nothing whatever. And yet, as we say, it is a question which cannot be left to the collective folly of the nation. In or out of Parliament, darkness, neglect, hallucination must contrive to cease in regard to it, true insight into it must be had. How inexpressibly useful were true insight into it, a genuine understanding by the upper classes of society what it is that the under classes intrinsically mean, a clear interpretation of the thought which at heart torments these wild inarticulate souls struggling there with inarticulate uproar, like dumb creatures in pain, unable to speak what is in them. Something they do mean, some true thing withal in the centre of their confused hearts, for they are hearts created by heaven too, to the heaven it is clear what thing, to us not clear. Would that it were! Perfect clearness on it were equivalent to remedy of it. For as is well said, all battle is misunderstanding, did the parties know one another the battle would cease. No man at bottom means injustice, it is always for some obscure distorted image of a right that he contends, an obscure image diffracted, exaggerated, in the wonderfulest way, by natural dimness and selfishness, getting tenfold more diffracted by exasperation of contest, till at length it become all but irrecognizable, yet still the image of a right. Could a man own to himself that the thing he fought for was wrong, contrary to fairness and the law of reason, he would own also that it thereby stood condemned and hopeless, he could fight for it no longer. Nay, independently of right, could the contending parties get but accurately to discern one another's might and strength to contend, the one would peaceably yield to the other and to necessity, the contest in this case too were over. No African expedition now, as in the days of Herodotus, is fitted out against the south wind. One expedition was satisfactory in that department. The south wind simoom continues blowing occasionally, hateful as ever, maddening as ever, but one expedition was enough. Do we not all submit to death? The highest sentence of the law, sentence of death, is passed on all of us by the fact of birth, yet we live patiently under it, patiently undergo it when the hour comes. Clear undeniable right, clear undeniable might, either of these once ascertained puts an end to battle. All battle is a confused experiment to ascertain one and both of these. What are the rights, what are the mights of the discontented working classes in England at this epoch? He were an Oedipus and deliverer from sad social pestilence, who could resolve us fully. For we may say beforehand the struggle that divides the upper and lower in society over Europe, and more painfully and notably in England than elsewhere, this too is a struggle which will end and adjust itself as all other struggles do and have done, by making the right clear and the might clear, not otherwise than by that. Meantime the questions, why are the working classes discontented, what is their condition, economical, moral, in their houses and their hearts, as it is in reality and as they figure it to themselves to be, what do they complain of, what ought they, and ought they not to complain of? These are measurable questions, on some of these any common mortal, did he but turn his eyes to them, might throw some light. Certain researches and considerations of ours on the matter, since no one else will undertake it, are now to be made public. The researches have yielded us little, almost nothing, but the considerations are of old date, and press to have utterance. We are not without hope that our general notion of the business, if we can get it uttered at all, will meet some assent from many candid men. 2. Statistics. A witty statesman said, you might prove anything by figures. We have looked into various statistic works, statistic society reports, poor law reports, reports and pamphlets, not a few, with a sedulous eye to this question of the working classes and their general condition in England, we grieve to say, with as good as no result whatever. Assertion swallows assertion, according to the old proverb, as the statist thinks, the bell clinks. Tables are like cobwebs, like the sieve of the Danaids, beautifully reticulated, orderly to look upon, but which will hold no conclusion. Tables are abstractions, and the object a most concrete one, so difficult to read the essence of. There are innumerable circumstances, and one circumstance left out may be the vital one on which all turned. Statistics is a science which ought to be honorable, the basis of many most important sciences, but it is not to be carried on by steam. This science, any more than others are, a wise head is requisite for carrying it on. Conclusive facts are inseparable from inconclusive except by a head that already understands and knows. Vain to send the purblind and blind to the shore of a Pactolus never so golden, these find only gravel, the seer and finder alone picks up gold grains there. And now the purblind offering you with asseveration and protrusive importunity his basket of gravel as gold, what steps are to be taken with him? Statistics, one may hope, will improve gradually, and become good for something. Meanwhile it is to be feared the crabbed satirist was partly right. As things go, a judicious man, says he, looks at statistics, not to get knowledge, but to save himself from having ignorance foisted on him. With what serene conclusiveness a member of some useful knowledge society stops your mouth with a figure of arithmetic. To him it seems he has there extracted the elixir of the matter, on which now nothing more can be said. It is needful that you look into his said extracted elixir, and ascertain, alas, too probably, not without a sigh, that it is wash and vapidity, good only for the gutters. Twice or three times have we heard the lamentations and prophecies of a humane Jeremiah, mourner for the poor, cut short by a statistic fact of the most decisive nature. How can the condition of the poor be other than good, be other than better? Has not the average duration of life in England, and therefore among the most numerous class in England, been proved to have increased? Our Jeremiah had to admit that, if so, it was an astounding fact, whereby all that ever he, for his part, had observed on other sides of the matter was overset without remedy. If life lasts longer, life must be less worn upon by outward suffering, by inward discontent, by hardship of any kind. The general condition of the poor must be bettering instead of worsening. So was our Jeremiah cut short. And now for the proof. Readers who are curious in statistic proofs may see it drawn out with all solemnity in a pamphlet published by Charles Knight and Company, and perhaps himself draw inferences from it. Northampton Tables compiled by Dr. Price from registers of the parish of All Saints from 1735 to 1780, Carlyle Tables collected by Dr. Haysham from observation of Carlisle City for 8 years, the calculations founded on them conducted by another doctor, incredible document considered satisfactory by men of science in France. Alas, is it not as if some zealous scientific son of Adam had proved the deepening of the ocean, by survey, accurate or cursory, of 2 mud splashes on the coast of the Isle of Dogs? Not to get knowledge, but to save yourself from having ignorance foisted on you. The condition of the working man in this country, what it is and has been, whether it is improving or retrograding, is a question to which from statistics hitherto no solution can be got. Hitherto, after many tables and statements, one is still left mainly to what he can ascertain by his own eyes, looking at the concrete phenomenon for himself. There is no other method, and yet it is a most imperfect method. Each man expands his own handbreadth of observation to the limits of the general whole, more or less. Each man must take what he himself has seen and ascertained for a sample of all that is seeable and ascertainable. Hence discrepancies, controversies, widespread, long continued, which there is at present no means or hope of satisfactorily ending. When Parliament takes up the condition of England question, as it will have to do one day, then indeed much may be amended. Inquiries wisely gone into, even on this most complex matter, will yield results worth something, not nothing. But it is a most complex matter on which, whether for the past or the present, statistic inquiry, with its limited means, with its short vision and headlong extensive dogmatism, as yet too often throws not light, but error worse than darkness. What constitutes the well-being of a man? Many things of which the wages he gets, and the bread he buys with them, are but one preliminary item. Grant, however, that the wages were the whole, that once knowing the wages and the price of bread, we know all, then what are the wages? Statistic inquiry, in its present unguided condition, cannot tell. The average rate of days' wages is not correctly ascertained for any portion of this country, not only not for half-centuries, it is not even ascertained anywhere for decades or years. Far from instituting comparisons with the past, the present itself is unknown to us. And then, given the average of wages, what is the constancy of employment, what is the difficulty of finding employment, the fluctuation from season to season, from year to year? Is it constant, calculable wages, or fluctuating, incalculable, more or less of the nature of gambling? This secondary circumstance of quality in wages is perhaps even more important than the primary one of quantity. Farther we ask, can the laborer, by thrift and industry, hope to rise to mastership, or is such hope cut off from him? How is he related to his employer, by bonds of friendliness and mutual help, or by hostility, opposition, and chains of mutual necessity alone? In a word, what degree of contentment can a human creature be supposed to enjoy in that position? With hunger preying on him, his contentment is likely to be small. But even with abundance, his discontent, his real misery may be great. The laborer's feelings, his notion of being justly dealt with or unjustly, his wholesome composure, frugality, prosperity in the one case, his acrid unrest, recklessness, gin drinking, and gradual ruin in the other, how shall figures of arithmetic represent all this? So much is still to be ascertained, much of it by no means easy to ascertain. Till, among the hill coolie and dog-cart questions, there arise in Parliament and extensively out of it a condition of England question, and quite a new set of inquirers and methods, little of it is likely to be ascertained. One fact on this subject, a fact which arithmetic is capable of representing, we have often considered would be worth all the rest, whether the laborer, whatever his wages are, is saving money. Laying up money, he proves that his condition, painful as it may be without and within, is not yet desperate, that he looks forward to a better day coming, and is still resolutely steering towards the same, that all the lights and darknesses of his lot are united under a blessed radiance of hope, the last, first, nay one may say the sole blessedness of man. Is the habit of saving increased and increasing, or the contrary? Where the present writer has been able to look with his own eyes, it is decreasing, and in many quarters all but disappearing. Statistic science turns up her savings bank accounts, and answers, increasing rapidly. Would that one could believe it! But the Danoid sieve character of such statistic reticulated documents is too manifest. A few years ago, in regions where thrift, to one's own knowledge, still was, savings banks were not, the labourer lent his money to some farmer of capital, or supposed to be of capital, and has too often lost it since, or he bought a cow with it, bought a cottage with it, nay hid it under his thatch. The savings bank's books then exhibited mere blank and zero. That they swell yearly now, if such be the fact, indicates that what thrift exists does gradually resort more and more thither rather than elsewhither. But the question, is thrift increasing? Runs through the reticulation, and is as water spilt on the ground, not to be gathered here. These are inquiries on which, had there been a proper condition of England question, some light would have been thrown before torch meetings arose to illustrate them. Far as they lie out of the course of parliamentary routine, they should have been gone into, should have been glanced at, in one or the other fashion. A legislature making laws for the working classes in total uncertainty as to these things is legislating in the dark, not wisely, nor to good issues. The simple fundamental question, can the labouring man in this England of ours, who is willing to labour, find work, and subsistence by his work? Is matter of mere conjecture and assertion hitherto, not ascertainable by authentic evidence. The legislature, satisfied to legislate in the dark, has not yet sought any evidence on it. They pass their new Poor Law Bill without evidence as to all this. Perhaps their new Poor Law Bill is itself only intended as an experimentum crucis to ascertain all this. Chartism is an answer seemingly not in the affirmative. 3. New Poor Law. To read the reports of the Poor Law Commissioners, if one had faith enough, would be a pleasure to the friend of humanity. One sole recipe seems to have been needful for the woes of England: refusal of outdoor relief. England lay in sick discontent, writhing powerless on its fever-bed, dark, nigh desperate, in wastefulness, want, improvidence, and eating care, till like Hyperion down the eastern steeps, the Poor Law Commissioners arose and said, let there be workhouses and bread of affliction and water of affliction there. It was a simple invention, as all truly great inventions are. And see in any quarter, instantly as the walls of the workhouse arise, misery and necessity fly away, out of sight, out of being, as is fondly hoped, and dissolve into the inane, industry, frugality, fertility, rise of wages, peace on earth and goodwill towards men do, in the Poor Law Commissioners' reports, infallibly, rapidly or not so rapidly, to the joy of all parties, supervene. It was a consummation devoutly to be wished. We have looked over these 4 annual Poor Law reports with a variety of reflections, with no thought that our Poor Law Commissioners are the inhuman men their enemies accuse them of being, with a feeling of thankfulness rather that there do exist men of that structure too, with a persuasion deeper and deeper that nature, who makes nothing to no purpose, has not made either them or their Poor Law amendment act in vain. We hope to prove that they and it were an indispensable element, harsh but salutary, in the progress of things. That this Poor Law Amendment Act meanwhile should be, as we sometimes hear it named, the chief glory of a Reform Cabinet, betokens, one would imagine, rather a scarcity of glory there. To say to the poor, ye shall eat the bread of affliction and drink the water of affliction, and be very miserable while here, required not so much a stretch of heroic faculty in any sense, as due toughness of bowels. If paupers are made miserable, paupers will needs decline in multitude. It is a secret known to all rat-catchers: stop up the granary crevices, afflict with continual mewing, alarm, and going off of traps, your chargeable labourers disappear and cease from the establishment. A still briefer method is that of arsenic, perhaps even a milder, where otherwise permissible. Rats and paupers can be abolished. The human faculty was from of old adequate to grind them down, slowly or at once, and needed no ghost or reform ministry to teach it. Furthermore, when one hears of all the labour of the country being absorbed into employment by this new system of affliction, when labour complaining of want can find no audience, one cannot but pause. That misery and unemployed labour should disappear in that case is natural enough, should go out of sight, but out of existence. What we do know is that the rates are diminished, as they cannot well help being, that no statistic tables as yet report much increase of death by starvation. This we do know, and not very conclusively anything more than this. If this be absorption of all the labour of the country, then all the labour of the country is absorbed. To believe practically that the poor and luckless are here only as a nuisance to be abraded and abated, and in some permissible manner made away with, and swept out of sight, is not an amiable faith. That the arrangements of good and ill success in this perplexed scramble of a world, which a blind goddess was always thought to preside over, are in fact the work of a seeing goddess or god, and require only not to be meddled with, what stretch of heroic faculty or inspiration of genius was needed to teach one that? To button your pockets and stand still is no complex recipe. Laissez-faire, laissez-passer. Whatever goes on, ought it not to go on? The widow picking nettles for her children's dinner, and the perfumed seigneur delicately lounging in the Oeil du Boeuf, who has an alchemy whereby he will extract from her the third nettle, and name it rent and law. What is written and enacted, has it not black on white to show for itself? Justice is justice, but all attorneys' parchment is of the nature of targum or sacred parchment. In brief, ours is a world requiring only to be well let alone. Scramble along, thou insane scramble of a world, with thy popes' tiaras, kings' mantles and beggars' gabardines, chivalry ribbons and plebeian gallows ropes, where a Paul shall die on the gibbet and a Nero sit fiddling as imperial Caesar, thou art all right, and shalt scramble even so, and whoever in the press is trodden down has only to lie there and be trampled broad. Such a bottom seems to be the chief social principle, if principle it have, which the Paul or Amendment Act has the merit of courageously asserting in opposition to many things. A chief social principle which this present writer, for one, will by no manner of means believe in, but pronounce at all fit times to be false, heretical and damnable, if ever aught was. And yet, as we said, nature makes nothing in vain, not even a Paul or Amendment Act. For withal we are far from joining in the outcry raised against these poor Paul or commissioners, as if they were tigers in men's shape, as if their Amendment Act were a mere monstrosity and horror, deserving instant abrogation. They are not tigers, they are men filled with an idea of a theory. Their Amendment Act, heretical and damnable as a whole truth, is orthodox and laudable as a half-truth, and was imperatively required to be put in practice. To create men filled with a theory that refusal of outdoor relief was the one thing needful, nature had no readier way of getting outdoor relief refused. In fact, if we look at the old Paul law in its assertion of the opposite social principle, that fortune's awards are not those of justice, we shall find it to have become still more unsupportable, demanding, if England was not destined for speedy anarchy, to be done away with. Any law, however well meant as a law, which has become a bounty on unthrift, idleness, bastardy and beer drinking, must be put an end to. In all ways it needs, especially in these times, to be proclaimed aloud that for the idle man there is no place in this England of ours. He that will not work, and save according to his means, let him go elsewhither. Let him know that for him the law has made no soft provision, but a hard and stern one, that by the law of nature, which the law of England would vainly contend against in the long run, he is doomed either to quit these habits, or miserably be extruded from this earth, which is made on principles different from these. He that will not work according to his faculty, let him perish according to his necessity. There is no law juster than that. Would to heaven one could preach it abroad into the hearts of all sons and daughters of Adam, for it is a law applicable to all, and bring it to bear, with practical obligation strict as the Paul or Bastille, on all. We had then in good truth a perfect constitution of society, and God's fair earth and task garden, where whosoever is not working must be begging or stealing, were then actually what always, through so many changes and struggles, it is endeavoring to become. That this law of no work no recompense should first of all be enforced on the manual worker, and brought stringently home to him and his numerous class, while so many other classes and persons still go loose from it, was natural to the case. Let it be enforced there and rigidly made good. It behoves to be enforced everywhere and rigidly made good, alas, not by such simple methods as refusal of outdoor relief, but by far other and costlier ones, which too, however, a bountiful providence is not unfurnished with, nor, in these latter generations, if we will understand their convulsions and confusions, sparing to apply. Work is the mission of man in this earth. A day is ever struggling forward, a day will arrive in some approximate degree, when he who has no work to do, by whatever name he may be named, will not find it good to show himself in our quarter of the solar system, but may go and look out elsewhere if there be any idle planet discoverable. Let the honest working man rejoice that such law, the first of nature, has been made good on him, and hope that, by and by, all else will be made good. It is the beginning of all. We define the harsh new Paul law to be withal a protection of the thrifty laborer against the thriftless and dissolute, a thing inexpressibly important, a half result, detestable, if you will, when looked upon as the whole result, yet without which the whole result is forever unattainable. Let wastefulness, idleness, drunkenness, improvidence take the fate which God has appointed them, that their opposites may also have a chance for their fate. Let the Paul law administrators be considered as useful laborers whom nature has furnished with a whole theory of the universe, that they might accomplish an indispensable fractional practice there and prosper in it in spite of much contradiction. We will praise the new Paul law farther as the probable preliminary of some general charge to be taken of the lowest classes by the higher. Any general charge whatsoever, rather than a conflict of charges, varying from parish to parish, the emblem of darkness, of unreadable confusion. Supervisal by the central government, in what spirit soever executed, is supervisal from a centre. By degrees the object will become clearer as it is at once made thereby universally conspicuous. By degrees true vision of it will become attainable, will be universally attained, whatsoever order regarding it is just and wise as grounded on the truth of it, will then be capable of being taken. Let us welcome the new poor law as the harsh beginning of much, the harsh ending of much. Most harsh and barren lies the new plougher's fallow field, the crude subsoil all turned up, which never saw the sun, which as yet grows no herb, which has outdoor relief for no one. Yet patience, innumerable weeds and corruptions lie safely turned down and extinguished under it. This same crude subsoil is the first step of all true husbandry. By heaven's blessing and the skyey influences, fruits that are good and blessed will yet come of it. For in truth, the claim of the poor labourer is something quite other than that statute of the 43rd of Elizabeth will ever fulfil for him. Not to be supported by roundsman systems, by never so liberal parish doles, or lodged in free and easy workhouses when distress overtakes him, not for this, however in words he may clamour for it, not for this, but for something far different does the heart of him struggle. It is for justice that he struggles, for just wages, not in money alone. An ever-toiling inferior he would fain, though as yet he knows it not, find for himself a superior that should lovingly and wisely govern, is not that too the just wages of his service done? It is for a manlike place and relation in this world where he sees himself a man that he struggles. At bottom, may we not say it is even for this, that guidance and government, which he cannot give himself, which in our so complex world he can no longer do without, might be afforded him. The thing he struggles for is one which no 43rd of Elizabeth is in any condition to furnish him, to put him on the road towards getting. Let him quit the 43rd of Elizabeth altogether, and rejoice that the Poor Law Amendment Act has, even by harsh methods and against his own will, forced him away from it. That was a broken reed to lean on if there ever was one, and did but run into his lamed right hand. Let him cast it far from him, that broken reed, and look to quite the opposite point of the heavens for help. His unlamed right hand, with the cunning industry that lies in it, is not this defined to be the sceptre of our planet. He that can work is a born king of something, is in communion with nature, is master of a thing or things, is a priest and king of nature so far. He that can work at nothing is but a usurping king, be his trappings what they may, he is the born slave of all things. Let a man honour his craftsmanship, his can-do, and know that his rights of man have no concern at all with the 43rd of Elizabeth. For finest peasantry in the world. The new poor law is an announcement, sufficiently distinct, that whosoever will not work ought not to live. Can the poor man that is willing to work, always find work, and live by his work? Statistic inquiry, as we saw, has no answer to give. Legislation presupposes the answer to be in the affirmative. A large postulate, which should have been made a proposition of, which should have been demonstrated, made indubitable to all persons. A man willing to work, and unable to find work, is perhaps the saddest sight that fortune's inequality exhibits under this Sunday. Burns expresses feelingly what thoughts it gave him, a poor man seeking work, seeking leave to toil that he might be fed and sheltered. That he might but be put on a level with the four-footed workers of the planet which is his. There is not a horse willing to work but can get food and shelter in requital, a thing this two-footed worker has to seek for, to solicit occasionally in vain. He is nobody's two-footed worker, he is not even anybody's slave. And yet he is a two-footed worker. It is currently reported there is an immortal soul in him, sent down out of heaven into the earth, and one beholds him seeking for this. Nay, what will a wise legislature say if it turn out that he cannot find it, that the answer to their postulate proposition is not affirmative but negative? There is one fact which statistic science has communicated, and a most astonishing one, the inference from which is pregnant as to this matter. Ireland has near 7 millions of working people, the third unit of whom, it appears by statistic science, has not for 30 weeks each year as many third-rate potatoes as will suffice him. It is a fact perhaps the most eloquent that was ever written down in any language, at any date of the world's history. Was change and reformation needed in Ireland? Has Ireland been governed and guided in a wise and loving manner? A government and guidance of white European men which has issued in perennial hunger of potatoes to the third man extant, ought to drop a veil over its face, and walk out of court under conduct of proper officers, saying no word, expecting now of a shorty sentence either to change or die. All men, we must repeat, were made by God, and have immortal souls in them. The sans potato is of the selfsame stuff as the superfinest Lord Lieutenant. Not an individual sans potato human scarecrow but had a life given him out of heaven, with eternities depending on it, for once and no second time. With immensities in him, over him and round him, with feelings which a Shakespeare's speech would not utter, with desires illimitable as the autocrats of all the Russias. Him various thrice-honored persons, things and institutions have long been teaching, long been guiding, governing, and it is to perpetual scarcity of third-rate potatoes, and to what depends thereon, that he has been taught and guided. Figure thyself, O high-minded, clear-headed, clean-burnished reader, clapped by enchantment into the torn coat and waste-hunger lair of that same root-devouring brother man. Social anomalies are things to be defended, things to be amended, and in all places and things, short of the pit itself, there is some admixture of worth and good. Room for extenuation, for pity, for patience. And yet when the general result has come to the length of perennial starvation, argument, extenuating logic, pity and patience on that subject may be considered as drawing to a close. It may be considered that such arrangement of things will have to terminate. That it has all just men for its natural enemies. That all just men, of what outward colour soever in politics or otherwise, will say, this cannot last, heaven disowns it, earth is against it, Ireland will be burnt into a black unpeopled field of ashes rather than this should last. The woes of Ireland, or justice to Ireland, is not the chapter we have to write at present. It is a deep matter, an abysmal one, which no plummet of ours will sound. For the oppression has gone far farther than into the economics of Ireland, inwards to her very heart and soul. The Irish national character is degraded, disordered, till this recover itself, nothing is yet recovered. Immethodic, headlong, violent, mendacious, what can you make of the wretched Irishman? A finer people never lived, as the Irish lady said to us, only they have two faults, they do generally lie and steal, barring these. A people that knows not to speak the truth, and to act the truth, such people has departed from even the possibility of well-being. Such people works no longer on nature and reality, works now on phantasm, simulation, nonentity, the result it arrives at is naturally not a thing but no thing, defect even of potatoes. Scarcity, futility, confusion, distraction must be perennial there. Such a people circulates not order but disorder, through every vein of it, and the cure, if it is to be a cure, must begin at the heart, not in his condition only but in himself must the patient be all changed. Poor Ireland! And yet let no true Irishman, who believes and sees all this, despair by reason of it. Cannot he too do something to withstand the unproductive falsehood, there as it lies accursed around him, and change it into truth, which is fruitful and blessed? Every mortal can and shall himself be a true man, it is a great thing, and the parent of great things, as from a single acorn the whole earth might in the end be peopled with oaks. Every mortal can do something, this let him faithfully do, and leave with assured heart the issue to a higher power. We English pay even now the bitter smart of long centuries of injustice to our neighbour Ireland. Injustice, doubt it not, abounds, or Ireland would not be miserable. The earth is good, bountifully sends food and increase, if man's unwisdom did not intervene and forbid. It was an evil day when Strigel first meddled with that people. He could not extirpate them, could they but have agreed together, and extirpated him. Violent men there have been, and merciful, unjust rulers, and just, conflicting in a great element of violence, these 5 wild centuries now, and the violent and unjust have carried it, and we are come to this. England is guilty towards Ireland, and reaps at last, in full measure, the fruit of 15 generations of wrongdoing. But the thing we had to state here was our inference from that mournful fact of the third sans potato, coupled with this other well-known fact that the Irish speak a partially intelligible dialect of English, and their fare across by steam is 4 pence sterling. Crowds of miserable Irish darken all our towns. The wild Milesian features, looking false ingenuity, restlessness, unreason, misery and mockery, salute you on all highways and byways. The English coachman, as he whirls past, lashes the Milesian with his whip, curses him with his tongue. The Milesian is holding out his hat to beg. He is the sorest evil this country has to strive with. In his rags and laughing savagery, he is there to undertake all work that can be done by mere strength of hand and back, for wages that will purchase him potatoes. He needs only salt for condiment, he lodges to his mind in any pig hutch or doe hutch, roosts in outhouses, and wears a suit of tatters, the getting off and on of which is said to be a difficult operation, transacted only in festivals and the high tides of the calendar. The Saxon man, if he cannot work on these terms, finds no work. He too may be ignorant, but he has not sunk from decent manhood to squalid apehood, he cannot continue there. American forests lie until across the ocean, the uncivilized Irishman, not by his strength, but by the opposite of strength, drives out the Saxon native, takes possession in his room. There abides he in his squalor and unreason, in his falsity and drunken violence, as the ready-made nucleus of degradation and disorder. Whosoever struggles swimming with difficulty, may now find an example how the human being can exist not swimming but sunk. Let him sink, he is not the worst of men, not worse than this man. We have quarantines against pestilence, but there is no pestilence like that, and against it what quarantine is possible? It is lamentable to look upon. This soil of Britain, these Saxon men have cleared it, made it arable, fertile and a home for them, they and their fathers have done that. Under the sky there exists no force of men who with arms in their hands could drive them out of it, all force of men with arms these Saxons would seize in their grim way, and fling, heaven's justice and their own Saxon humour aiding them, swiftly into the sea. But behold a force of men armed only with rags, ignorance and nakedness, and the Saxon owners, paralysed by invisible magic of paper formula, have to fly far and hide themselves in transatlantic forests. Irish repeal. Would to God, as Dutch William said, you were king of Ireland, and could take yourself and it 3,000 miles off, there to repeal it. And yet these poor Celtiberian Irish brothers, what can they help it? They cannot stay at home and starve. It is just and natural that they come hither as a curse to us. Alas for them too, it is not a luxury. It is not a straight or joyful way of avenging their sore wrongs this, but a most sad circuitous one. Yet a way it is, and an effectual way. The time has come when the Irish population must either be improved a little, or else exterminated. Plausible management, adapted to this hollow outcry or to that, will no longer do. It must be management grounded on sincerity and fact, to which the truth of things will respond by an actual beginning of improvement to these wretched brother men. In a state of perennial ultra-savage famine, in the midst of civilization, they cannot continue. For that the Saxon British will ever submit to sink along with them to such a state, we assume as impossible. There is in these latter, thank God, an ingenuity which is not false, a methodic spirit, of insight, of perseverant well-doing, a rationality and veracity which nature with her truth does not disown. Withal there is a berserker rage in the heart of them which will prefer all things including destruction and self-destruction to that. Let no man awaken it, this same berserker rage. Deep hidden it lies, far down in the center, like genial central fire, with stratum after stratum of arrangement, traditionary method, composed productiveness, all built above it, vivified and rendered fertile by it, justice, clearness, silence, perseverance, unhasting unresting diligence, hatred of disorder, hatred of injustice, which is the worst disorder, characterize this people. Their inward fire, we say, as all such fire should be, is hidden at the center, deep hidden, but awakenable, but immeasurable. Let no man awaken it. With this strong silent people have the noisy vehement Irish now at length got common cause made. Ireland, now for the first time, in such strange circuitous way, does find itself embarked in the same boat with England, to sail together, or to sink together. The wretchedness of Ireland, slowly but inevitably, has crept over to us, and become our own wretchedness. The Irish population must get itself redressed and saved, for the sake of the English if for nothing else. Alas that it should, on both sides, be poor toiling men that pay the smart for unruly Striggles, Henrys, Macdermots, and O'Donohues. The strong have eaten sour grapes, and the teeth of the weak are set on edge. Curses, says the proverb, are like chickens, they return always home. But now on the whole it seems to us English statistic science, with floods of the finest peasantry in the world streaming in on us daily, may fold up her Danaid's reticulations on this matter of the working classes, and conclude, what every man who will take the statistic spectacles off his nose and look, may discern in town or country, that the condition of the lower multitude of English labourers approximates more and more to that of the Irish competing with them in all markets, that whatsoever labour to which mere strength with little skill will suffice is to be done will be done not at the English price, but at an approximation to the Irish price, at a price superior as yet to the Irish, that is, superior to scarcity of third-rate potatoes for 30 weeks yearly, superior, yet hourly, with the arrival of every new steamboat, sinking nearer to an equality with that. 500,000 handloom weavers, working 15 hours a day, in perpetual inability to procure thereby enough of the coarsest food, English farm labourers at 9 shillings and at 7 shillings a week, Scotch farm labourers who, in districts the half of whose husbandry is that of cows, taste no milk, can procure no milk. All these things are credible to us, several of them are known to us by the best evidence, by eyesight. With all this it is consistent that the wages of skilled labour, as it is called, should in many cases be higher than they ever were. The giant steam engine in a giant English nation will here create violent demand for labour, and will there annihilate demand. But, alas, the great portion of labour is not skilled, the millions are and must be skilless, where strength alone is wanted, ploughers, delvers, borers, hewers of wood and drawers of water, menials of the steam engine, only the chief menials and immediate body servants of which require skill. English commerce stretches its fibres over the whole earth, sensitive literally, nay quivering in convulsion, to the farthest influences of the earth. The huge demon of mechanism smokes and thunders, panting at his great task, in all sections of English land, changing his shape like a very proteus, and infallibly, at every change of shape, oversetting whole multitudes of workmen, and as if with the waving of his shadow from afar, hurling them asunder this way and that, in their crowded march and course of work or traffic, so that the wisest no longer knows his whereabout. With an Ireland pouring daily in on us in these circumstances, deluging us down to its own waste confusion, outward and inward, it seems a cruel mockery to tell poor drudges that their condition is improving. New poor law. Laissez-faire, laissez-passer. The master of horses, when the summer labor is done, has to feed his horses through the winter. If he said to his horses, quadrupeds, I have no longer work for you, but work exists abundantly over the world, are you ignorant, or must I read you political economy lectures, that the steam engine always in the long run creates additional work? Railways are forming in one quarter of this earth, canals in another, much cartage is wanted, somewhere in Europe, Asia, Africa or America, doubt it not, you will find cartage, go and seek cartage, and good go with you. They, with protrusive upper lip, snort dubious, signifying that Europe, Asia, Africa and America lie somewhat out of their beat, that what cartage may be wanted there is not too well known to them. They can find no cartage. They gallop distracted along highways, all fenced in to the right and to the left, finally, under pains of hunger, they take to leaping fences, eating foreign property, and we know the rest. Ah, it is not a joyful mirth, it is sadder than tears, the laugh humanity is forced to, at laissez-faire applied to poor peasants, in a world like our Europe of the year 1839. So much can observation altogether unstatistic, looking only at a Drogheda or Dublin steamboat, ascertain for itself. Another thing, likewise ascertainable on this vast obscure matter, excites a superficial surprise, but only a superficial one, that it is the best paid workmen who, by strikes, trades unions, Chartism, and the like, complain the most. No doubt of it. The best paid workmen are they alone that can so complain. How shall he, the handloom weaver, who in the day that is passing over him has to find food for the day, strike work? If he strike work, he starves within the week. He is past complaint. The fact itself, however, is one which, if we consider it, leads us into still deeper regions of the malady. Wages, it would appear, are no index of well-being to the working man. Without proper wages there can be no well-being, but with them also there may be none. Wages of working men differ greatly in different quarters of this country. According to the researches or the guess of Mr. Symonds, an intelligent humane inquirer, they vary in the ratio of not less than 3 to 1. Cotton spinners, as we learn, are generally well paid, while employed. Their wages, one week with another, wives and children all working, amount to sums which, if well laid out, were fully adequate to comfortable living. And yet, alas, there seems little question that comfort or reasonable well-being is as much a stranger in these households as in any. At the cold hearth of the ever-toiling, ever-hungering weaver, dwells at least some equability, fixation as if in perennial ice, hope never comes, but also regular impatience is absent. Of outward things these others have or might have enough, but of all inward things there is the fatalest lack. Economy does not exist among them, their trade now in plethoric prosperity, anon extenuated into inanition and short time, is of the nature of gambling, they live by it like gamblers, now in luxurious superfluity, now in starvation. Black mutinous discontent devours them, simply the miserablest feeling that can inhabit the heart of man. English commerce with its worldwide convulsive fluctuations, with its immeasurable proter steam demon, makes all paths uncertain for them, all life a bewilderment. Sobriety, steadfastness, peaceable continuance, the first blessings of man, are not theirs. It is in Glasgow among that class of operatives that, number 60, in his dark room, pays down the price of blood. Be it with reason or with unreason, too surely they do in verity find the time all out of joint, this world for them no home, but a dingy prison house of reckless unthrift, rebellion, rancor, indignation against themselves and against all men. Is it a green flowery world, with azure everlasting sky stretched over it, the work and government of a god, or a murky simmering Tophet, of copper's fumes, cotton fuzz, gin riot, wrath and toil, created by a demon, governed by a demon? The sum of their wretchedness merited and unmerited welters, huge, dark and baleful, like a Dantean hell, visible there in the statistics of gin justly named the most authentic incarnation of the infernal principle in our times, too indisputable an incarnation, gin the black throat into which wretchedness of every sort, consummating itself by calling on delirium to help it, whirls down, abdication of the power to think or resolve as too painful now, on the part of men whose lot of all others would require thought and resolution, liquid madness sold at 10 pence the quartern, all the products of which are and must be, like its origin, mad, miserable, ruinous, and that only. If from this black unluminous unheeded inferno and prison house of souls in pain there do flash up from time to time some dismal widespread glare of Chartism or the like, notable to all, claiming remedy from all, are we to regard it as more baleful than the quiet state, or rather as not so baleful? Ireland is in chronic atrophy these 5 centuries, the disease of nobler England, identified now with that of Ireland, becomes acute, has crises, and will be cured or kill. 5. Rights and mights. It is not what a man outwardly has or wants that constitutes the happiness or misery of him. Nakedness, hunger, distress of all kinds, death itself have been cheerfully suffered, when the heart was right. It is the feeling of injustice that is insupportable to all men. The brutalist black African cannot bear that he should be used unjustly. No man can bear it, or ought to bear it. A deeper law than any parchment law whatsoever, a law written direct by the hand of God in the inmost being of man, incessantly protests against it. What is injustice? Another name for disorder, for unveracity, unreality, a thing which voracious created nature, even because it is not chaos and a waste-whirling baseless phantasm, rejects and disowns. It is not the outward pain of injustice, that, were it even the flaying of the back with knotted scourges, the severing of the head with guillotines, is comparatively a small matter. The real smart is the soul's pain and stigma, the hurt inflicted on the moral self. The rudest clown must draw himself up into attitude of battle and resistance to the death, if such be offered him. He cannot live under it, his own soul aloud, and all the universe with silent continual beckonings, says, it cannot be. He must revenge himself, revanture himself, make himself good again, that so meum may be mine, tume thine, and each party standing clear on his own basis, order be restored. There is something infinitely respectable in this, and we may say universally respected. It is the common stamp of manhood vindicating itself in all of us, the basis of whatever is worthy in all of us, and through superficial diversities, the same in all. As disorder, insane by the nature of it, is the hatefulest of things to man, who lives by sanity and order, so injustice is the worst evil, some call it the only evil, in this world. All men submit to toil, to disappointment, to unhappiness, it is their lot here, but in all hearts, inextinguishable by skeptic logic, by sorrow, perversion or despair itself, there is a small still voice intimating that it is not the final lot, that wild, waste, incoherent as it looks, a God presides over it, that it is not an injustice but a justice. Force itself, the hopelessness of resistance, has doubtless a composing effect, against inanimate simoons and much other infliction of the like sort, we have found it suffice to produce complete composure. Yet, one would say, a permanent injustice even from an infinite power would prove unendurable by men. If men had lost belief in a God, their only resource against a blind no-God, of necessity and mechanism, that held them like a hideous world steam engine, like a hideous Phalaris bull, imprisoned in its own iron belly, would be, with or without hope, revolt. They could, as Novalis says, by a simultaneous universal act of suicide, depart out of the world steam engine, and end, if not in victory, yet in invincibility, and unsubduable protest that such world steam engine was a failure and a stupidity. Conquest, indeed, is a fact often witnessed. Conquest, which seems mere wrong and force, everywhere asserts itself as a right among men. Yet if we examine, we shall find that, in this world, no conquest could ever become permanent, which did not withal show itself beneficial to the conquered as well as to conquerors. Mithridates, king of Pontus, come now to extremity, appealed to the patriotism of his people, but, says the history, he had squeezed them, and fleeced and plundered them for long years. His requisitions, flying irregular, devastative, like the whirlwind, were less supportable than Roman strictness and method, regular though never so rigorous. He therefore appealed to their patriotism in vain. The Romans conquered Mithridates. The Romans, having conquered the world, held it conquered, because they could best govern the world. The mass of men found it nowise pressing to revolt. Their fancy might be afflicted more or less, but in their solid interests they were better off than before. So too in this England long ago the old Saxon nobles, disunited among themselves, and in power too nearly equal, could not have governed the country well. Harold being slain, their last chance of governing it, except in anarchy and civil war, was over. A new class of strong Norman nobles entering with a strong man, with a succession of strong men at the head of them, and not disunited, but united by many ties, by their very community of language and interest, had there been no other, were in a condition to govern it, and did govern it, we can believe, in some rather tolerable manner, or they would not have continued there. They acted, little conscious of such function on their part, as an immense volunteer police force, stationed everywhere, united, disciplined, feudally regimented, ready for action, strong Teutonic men, who, on the whole, proved effective men, and drilled this wild Teutonic people into unity and peaceable cooperation better than others could have done. How can do, if we will well interpret it, unites itself with shall do among mortals, how strength acts ever as the right arm of justice, how might and right, so frightfully discrepant at first, are ever in the long run one and the same, is a cheering consideration which always in the black tempestuous vortices of this world's history will shine out on us like an everlasting polar star. Of conquest we may say that it never yet went by brute force and compulsion. Conquest of that kind does not endure. Conquest, along with power of compulsion, an essential universally in human society, must bring benefit along with it, or men of the ordinary strength of men will fling it out. The strong man, what is he if we will consider? The wise man, the man with the gift of method, of faithfulness and valor, all of which are of the basis of wisdom, who has insight into what is what, into what will follow out of what, the eye to see and the hand to do, who is fit to administer, to direct, and guidingly command, he is the strong man. His muscles and bones are no stronger than ours, but his soul is stronger, his soul is wiser, clearer, is better and nobler, for that is, has been and ever will be the root of all clearness worthy of such a name. Beautiful it is and a gleam from the same eternal polestar visible amid the destinies of men, that all talent, all intellect is in the first place moral. What a world were this otherwise! But it is the heart always that sees before the head can see. Let us know that, and know therefore that the good alone is deathless and victorious, that hope is sure and steadfast in all phases of this place of hope. Shiftiness, quirk, attorney cunning is a kind of thing that fancies itself, and is often fancied, to be talent, but it is luckily mistaken in that. Succeed truly it does what is called succeeding, and even must in general succeed, if the dispensers of success be of due stupidity. Men of due stupidity will needs say to it, Thou art wisdom, rule thou. Whereupon it rules. But nature answers, No, this ruling of thine is not according to my laws, thy wisdom was not wise enough. Dost thou take me too for a quackery? For a conventionality and attorneyism? This chaff that thou sowest into my bosom, though it pass at the poll booth and elsewhere for seed corn, I will not grow wheat out of it, for it is chaff. But to return. Injustice, infidelity to truth and fact and nature's order, being properly the one evil under the sun, and the feeling of injustice the one intolerable pain under the sun, our grand question as to the condition of these working men would be, is it just? And first of all, what belief have they themselves formed about the justice of it? The words they promulgate are notable by way of answer, their actions are still more notable. Chartism with its pikes, swing with his tinder box, speak a most loud though inarticulate language. Glasgow thuggery speaks aloud too, in a language we may well call infernal. What kind of wild justice must it be in the hearts of these men that prompts them, with cold deliberation, in conclave assembled, to doom their brother workman as the deserter of his order and his order's cause, to die as a traitor and deserter, and have him executed, since not by any public judge and hangman, then by a private one, like your old chivalry femgricht, and secret tribunal, suddenly in this strange guise become new, suddenly rising once more on the astonished eye, dressed now not in mail shirts but in fustian jackets, meeting not in Westphalian forests but in the paved Gallowgate of Glasgow. Not loyal loving obedience to those placed over them, but a far other temper, must animate these men. It is frightful enough. Such temper must be widespread, virulent among the many, when even in its worst acme it can take such a form in a few. But indeed decay of loyalty in all senses, disobedience, decay of religious faith, has long been noticeable and lamentable in this largest class, as in other smaller ones. Revolt, sullen revengeful humor of revolt against the upper classes, decreasing respect for what their temporal superiors command, decreasing faith for what their spiritual superiors teach, is more and more the universal spirit of the lower classes. Such spirit may be blamed, may be vindicated, but all men must recognize it as extant there, all may know that it is mournful, that unless altered it will be fatal. Of lower classes so related to upper, happy nations are not made. To whatever other griefs the lower classes labor under, this bitterest and sorest grief now superadds itself, the unendurable conviction that they are unfairly dealt with, that their lot in this world is not founded on right, not even on necessity and might, and is neither what it should be, nor what it shall be. Or why do we ask of Chartism, Glasgow trades unions, and such like? Has not broad Europe heard the question put, and answered, on the great scale, has not a French Revolution been? Since the year 1789 there is now half a century complete, and a French Revolution not yet complete. Whosoever will look at that enormous phenomenon may find many meanings in it, but this meaning as the ground of all, that it was a revolt of the oppressed lower classes against the oppressing or neglecting upper classes, not a French revolt only, no, a European one, full of stern monition to all countries of Europe. These Chartisms, radicalisms, reform bill, tide bill, and infinite other discrepancy, and acrid argument and jargon that there is yet to be, are our French Revolution. God grant that we, with our better methods, may be able to transact it by argument alone. The French Revolution, now that we have sufficiently execrated its horrors and crimes, is found to have had withal a great meaning in it. As indeed, what great thing ever happened in this world, a world understood always to be made and governed by a providence and wisdom, not by an unwisdom, without meaning somewhat. It was a tolerably audible voice of proclamation, and universal oh yes. To all people this of 23 years close fighting, sieging, conflagrating, with 1 million or 2 of men shot dead, the world ought to know by this time that it was verily meant in earnest, that same phenomenon, and had its own reasons for appearing there. Which accordingly the world begins now to do. The French Revolution is seen, or begins everywhere to be seen, as the crowning phenomenon of our modern time, the inevitable stern end of much, the fearful, but also wonderful, indispensable and sternly beneficent beginning of much. He who would understand the struggling convulsive unrest of European society, in any and every country, at this day, may read it in broad glaring lines there in that the most convulsive phenomenon of the last 1,000 years. Europe lay pining, obstructed, moribund, quack-ridden, hag-ridden. Is there a hag, or spectre of the pit, so baleful, hideous as your accredited quack, were he never so close-shaven, mild-spoken, plausible to himself and others? Quack-ridden, in that one word lies all misery whatsoever. Speciosity in all departments usurps the place of reality, thrusts reality away. Instead of performance, there is appearance of performance. The quack is a falsehood incarnate, and speaks, and makes and does mere falsehoods, which nature with her veracity has to disown. As chief priest, as chief governor, he stands there entrusted with much. The husbandman of time's seed field, he is the world's hired sower, hired and solemnly appointed to sow the kind true earth with wheat this year, that next year all men may have bread. He, miserable mortal, deceiving and self-deceiving, sows it, as we said, not with corn but with chaff, the world nothing doubting, harrows it in, pays him his wages, dismisses him with blessing, and next year there has no corn sprung. Nature has disowned the chaff, declined growing chaff, and behold now there is no bread. It becomes necessary, in such case, to do several things, not soft things some of them, but hard. Nay, we will add that the very circumstance of quacks in unusual quantity getting domination indicates that the heart of the world is already wrong. The impostor is false, but neither are his dupes altogether true. Is not his first grand dupe the falsest of all, himself namely? Sincere men of never so limited intellect have an instinct for discriminating sincerity. The cunningest Mephistopheles cannot deceive a simple Margaret of honest heart, it stands written on his brow. Masses of people capable of being led away by quacks are themselves of partially untrue spirit. Alas, in such times it grows to be the universal belief, sole accredited knowingness, and the contrary of it accounted puerile enthusiasm, this sorrowful is disbelief that there is properly speaking any truth in the world, that the world was, has been or ever can be guided, except by simulation, dissimulation, and the sufficiently dexterous practice of pretense. The faith of men is dead, in what has guineas in its pocket, beefeaters riding behind it, and cannons trundling before it, they can believe, in what has none of these things they cannot believe. Sense for the true and false is lost, there is properly no longer any true or false. It is the heyday of imposture, of semblance recognizing itself, and getting itself recognized, for substance. Gaping multitudes listen, unlistening multitudes see not but that it is all right, and in the order of nature. Earnest men, 1 of 1 million, shut their lips, suppressing thoughts, which there are no words to utter. To them it is too visible that spiritual life has departed, that material life, in whatsoever figure of it, cannot long remain behind. To them it seems as if our Europe of the 18th century, long hag-ridden, vexed with foul enchanters, to the length now of gorgeous Dom Daniel Puck's auxiliary serfs and peasants living on meal husks and boiled grass, had verily sunk down to die and dissolve, and were now, with its French philosophisms, Hume skepticisms, Diderot atheisms, maundering in the final deliration, writhing, with its 7-year Silesian robber wars in the final agony. Glory to God, our Europe was not to die but to live. Our Europe rose like a frenzied giant, shook all that poisonous magician trumpery to right and left, trampling it stormfully underfoot, and declared aloud that there was strength in him, not for life only, but for new and infinitely wider life. Antaeus like the giant had struck his foot once more upon reality and the earth, there only, if in this universe at all, lay strength and healing for him. Heaven knows it was not a gentle process, no wonder that it was a fearful process, this same phoenix fire consummation. But the alternative was it or death, the merciful heavens, merciful in their severity, sent us it rather. And so the rights of man were to be written down on paper, and experimentally wrought upon towards elaboration, in huge battle and wrestle, element conflicting with element, from side to side of this earth, for 23 years. Rights of man, wrongs of man. It is a question which has swallowed whole nations and generations, a question on which we will not enter here. Far be it from us. Logic has small business with this question at present, logic has no plummet that will sound it at any time. But indeed the rights of man, as has been not unaptly remarked, are little worth ascertaining in comparison to the mights of man, to what portion of his rights he has any chance of being able to make good. The accurate final rights of man lie in the far deeps of the ideal, where the ideal weds itself to the possible, as the philosophers say. The ascertainable temporary rights of man vary not a little, according to place and time. They are known to depend much on what a man's convictions of them are. The Highland wife, with her husband at the foot of the gallows, patted him on the shoulder, if there be historical truth in Joseph Miller, and said amid her tears, "Go up, Donald, my man, the laird bids ye." To her it seemed the rights of lairds were great, the rights of men small, and she acquiesced. Deputy Lepoole in the Salle des Menus at Versailles on the 4th of August 1789 demanded, he did actually demand, and by unanimous vote obtain, that the obsolete law authorizing a seigneur on his return from the chase or other needful fatigue to slaughter not above 2 of his vassals and refresh his feet in their warm blood and bowels should be abrogated. From such obsolete law, or mad tradition and phantasm of an obsolete law, down to any corn law, game law, Rottenborough law, or other law or practice clamoured of in this time of ours, the distance travelled over is great. What are the rights of men? All men are justified in demanding and searching for their rights, moreover, justified or not, they will do it, by Chartisms, radicalisms, French revolutions, or whatsoever methods they have. Rights surely are right. On the other hand, this other saying is most true, use every man according to his rights, and who shall escape whipping? These two things, we say, are both true, and both are essential to make up the whole truth. All good men know always and feel, each for himself, that the one is not less true than the other, and act accordingly. The contradiction is of the surface only, as in opposite sides of the same fact, universal in this dualism of a life we have. Between these two extremes society and all human things must fluctuatingly adjust themselves the best they can. And yet that there is verily a rights of man, let no mortal doubt. An ideal of right does dwell in all men, in all arrangements, pactions and procedures of men. It is to this ideal of right, more and more developing itself as it is more and more approximated to, that human society forever tends and struggles. We say also that any given thing either is unjust or else just, however obscure the arguings and strugglings on it be, the thing in itself there as it lies infallibly enough, is the one or the other. To which let us add only this, the first, last article of faith, the alpha and omega of all faith among men, that nothing which is unjust can hope to continue in this world. A faith true in all times, more or less forgotten in most, but altogether frightfully brought to remembrance again in ours. Lions fusilladings, Nauntnoyadings, reigns of terror, and such other universal battle thunder and explosion, these, if we will understand them, were but a new irrefragable preaching abroad of that. It would appear that speciosities which are not realities cannot any longer inhabit this world. It would appear that the unjust thing has no friend in the heaven, and a majority against it on the earth, nay that it has at bottom all men for its enemies, that it may take shelter in this fallacy and then in that, but will be hunted from fallacy to fallacy till it find no fallacy to shelter in any more, but must march and go elsewhither, that, in a word, it ought to prepare incessantly for decent departure before indecent departure, ignominious drumming out, nay savage smiting out and burning out, overtake it. Alas, was that such new tidings? Is it not from of old indubitable, that untruth, injustice which is but acted untruth, has no power to continue in this true universe of ours? The tidings was world old, or older, as old as the fall of Lucifer, and yet in that epoch unhappily it was new tidings, unexpected, incredible, and there had to be such earthquakes and shakings of the nations before it could be listened to and laid to heart even slightly. Let us lay it to heart, let us know it well, that new shakings be not needed. Known and laid to heart it must everywhere be, before peace can pretend to come. This seems to us the secret of our convulsed era, this which is so easily written, which is and has been and will be so hard to bring to pass. All true men, high and low, each in his sphere, are consciously or unconsciously bringing it to pass, all false and half-true men are fruitlessly spending themselves to hinder it from coming to pass. 6. Laissez-faire. From all which enormous events, with truths old and new embodied in them, what innumerable practical inferences are to be drawn. Events are written lessons, glaring in huge hieroglyphic picture writing, that all may read and know them. The terror and horror they inspire is but the note of preparation for the truth they are to teach, a mere waste of terror if that be not learned. Inference is enough, most didactic, practically applicable in all departments of English things. One inference, but one inclusive of all, shall content us here, this namely, that laissez-faire has as good as done its part in a great many provinces, that in the province of the working classes, laissez-faire having passed its new poor law has reached the suicidal point, and now, as Felo de say, lies dying there in torchlight meetings and suchlike, that, in brief, a government of the under classes by the upper on a principle of let alone is no longer possible in England in these days. This is the one inference inclusive of all. For there can be no acting or doing of any kind, till it be recognized that there is a thing to be done. The thing once recognized, doing in 1,000 shapes becomes possible. The working classes cannot any longer go on without government, without being actually guided and governed. England cannot subsist in peace till, by some means or other, some guidance and government for them is found. For, alas, on us too the rude truth has come home. Rapages and speciosities all worn off, the haggard naked fact speaks to us. Are these millions taught? Are these millions guided? We have a church, the venerable embodiment of an idea which may well call itself divine, which our fathers for long ages, feeling it to be divine, have been embodying as we see. It is a church well furnished with equipments and appurtenances, educated in universities, rich in money, set on high places that it may be conspicuous to all, honored of all. We have an aristocracy of landed wealth and commercial wealth, in whose hands lie the law-making and the law-administering, an aristocracy rich, powerful, long secure in its place, an aristocracy with more faculty put free into its hands than was ever before, in any country or time, put into the hands of any class of men. This church answers, yes, the people are taught. This aristocracy, astonishment in every feature, answers, yes, surely the people are guided. Do we not pass what acts of Parliament are needful, as many as 39 for the shooting of the partridges alone? Are there not treadmills, gibbets, even hospitals, poor rates, new poor law? So answers church, so answers aristocracy, astonishment in every feature. Fact in the meanwhile takes his lucifer box, sets fire to wheat stacks, sheds an all too dismal light on several things. Fact searches for his third-rate potato, not in the meekest humour, 36 weeks each year, and does not find it. Fact passionately joins Messiah Tom of Canterbury, and has himself shot for a new fifth monarchy brought in by Bedlam. Fact holds his fustian jacket fembricked in Glasgow City. Fact carts his petition over London streets, begging that you would simply have the goodness to grant him universal suffrage and the 5 points, by way of remedy. These are not symptoms of teaching and guiding. Nay, at bottom, is it not a singular thing this of laissez-faire from the first origin of it? As good as an abdication on the part of governors, an admission that they are henceforth incompetent to govern, that they are not there to govern at all, but to do one knows not what. The universal demand of laissez-faire by a people from its governors or upper classes is a soft-sounding demand, but it is only one step removed from the fatalist. Laissez-faire, exclaims a sardonic German writer, what is this universal cry for laissez-faire? Does it mean that human affairs require no guidance, that wisdom and forethought cannot guide them better than folly and accident? Alas, does it not mean, such guidance is worse than none? Leave us alone of your guidance, eat your wages, and sleep. And now if guidance have grown indispensable, and the sleep continue, what becomes of the sleep and its wages? In those entirely surprising circumstances to which the 18th century had brought us, in the time of Adam Smith, laissez-faire was a reasonable cry, as indeed, in all circumstances, for a wise governor there will be meaning in the principle of it. To wise governors you will cry, see what you will, and will not, let alone. To unwise governors, to hungry Greeks throttling down hungry Greeks on the floor of a St. Stephen's, you will cry, let all things alone, for heaven's sake, meddle ye with nothing. How laissez-faire may adjust itself in other provinces we say not, but we do venture to say, and ask whether events everywhere, in world history and parish history, in all manner of dialects are not saying it, that in regard to the lower orders of society, and their governance and guidance, the principle of laissez-faire has terminated, and is no longer applicable at all in this Europe of ours, still less in this England of ours. Not misgovernment, nor yet no government, only government will now serve. What is the meaning of the 5 points, if we will understand them? What are all popular commotions and maddest bellowings, from Peterloo to the Place de Grève itself? Bellowings, inarticulate cries as of a dumb creature in rage and pain, to the ear of wisdom they are inarticulate prayers, guide me, govern me. I am mad and miserable, and cannot guide myself. Surely of all rights of man, this right of the ignorant man to be guided by the wiser, to be, gently or forcibly, held in the true course by him, is the indisputablest. Nature herself ordains it from the first. Society struggles towards perfection by enforcing and accomplishing it more and more. If freedom have any meaning, it means enjoyment of this right, wherein all other rights are enjoyed. It is a sacred right and duty, on both sides, and the summary of all social duties whatsoever between the two. Why does the one toil with his hands if the other be not to toil, still more unweariedly, with heart and head? The brawny craftsman finds it no child's play to mould his unpliant rugged masses, neither is guidance of men a dilettantism. What it becomes when treated as a dilettantism, we may see. The wild horse bounds homeless through the wilderness, is not led to stall and manager, but neither does he toil for you, but for himself only. Democracy, we are well aware, what is called a self-government of the multitude by the multitude, is in words the thing everywhere passionately clamoured for at present. Democracy makes rapid progress in these latter times, and ever more rapid, in a perilous accelerative ratio, towards democracy, and that only, the progress of things is everywhere tending as to the final goal and winning post. So think, so clamour the multitudes everywhere. And yet all men may see, whose sight is good for much, that in democracy can lie no finality, that with the completest winning of democracy there is nothing yet won, except emptiness, and the free chance to win. Democracy is by the nature of it, a self-cancelling business, and gives in the long run a net result of zero. Where no government is wanted, save that of the parish constable, as in America with its boundless soil, every man being able to find work and recompense for himself, democracy may subsist, not elsewhere except briefly, as a swift transition towards something other and farther. Democracy never yet, that we heard of, was able to accomplish much work, beyond that same cancelling of itself. Rome and Athens are themes for the schools, unexceptionable for that purpose. In Rome and Athens, as elsewhere, if we look practically, we shall find that it was not by loud voting and debating of many, but by wise insight and ordering of a few that the work was done. So is it ever, so will it ever be. The French Convention was a parliament elected by the 5 points, with ballot boxes, universal suffrages, and what not, as perfectly as parliament can hope to be in this world, and had indeed a pretty spell of work to do, and did it. The French Convention had to cease from being a free parliament, and become more arbitrary than any Sultan Bajazet, before it could so much as subsist. It had to purge out its argumentative Girondins, elect its Supreme Committee of Salut, guillotine into silence and extinction all that gainsaid it, and rule and work literally by the sternest despotism ever seen in Europe, before it could rule at all. Napoleon was not president of a republic. Cromwell tried hard to rule in that way, but found that he could not. These, the armed soldiers of democracy, had to chain democracy under their feet, and become despots over it, before they could work out the earnest obscure purpose of democracy itself. Democracy, take it where you will in our Europe, is found but as a regulated method of rebellion and abrogation. It abrogates the old arrangement of things, and leaves, as we say, zero and vacuity for the institution of a new arrangement. It is the consummation of no government and laissez-faire. It may be natural for our Europe at present, but cannot be the ultimatum of it. Not towards the impossibility, self-government of a multitude by a multitude, but towards some possibility, government by the wisest, does bewildered Europe struggle. The blessedest possibility, not misgovernment, not laissez-faire, but veritable government. Cannot one discern too, across all democratic turbulence, clattering of ballot boxes and infinite sorrowful jangle, needful or not, that this at bottom is the wish and prayer of all human hearts, everywhere and at all times, give me a leader, a true leader, not a false sham leader, a true leader, that he may guide me on the true way, that I may be loyal to him, that I may swear fealty to him and follow him, and feel that it is well with me. The relation of the taught to their teacher, of the loyal subject to his guiding king, is, under one shape or another, the vital element of human society, indispensable to it, perennial in it, without which, as a body reft of its soul, it falls down into death, and with horrid noisome dissolution passes away and disappears. But verily in these times, with their new stern evangel, that speciosities which are not realities can no longer be, all aristocracies, priesthoods, persons in authority, are called upon to consider. What is an aristocracy? A corporation of the best, of the bravest. To this joyfully, with heart loyalty, do men pay the half of their substance, to equip and decorate their best, to lodge them in palaces, set them high over all. For it is of the nature of men, in every time, to honor and love their best, to know no limits in honoring them. Whatsoever aristocracy is still a corporation of the best, is safe from all peril, and the land it rules is a safe and blessed land. Whatsoever aristocracy does not even attempt to be that, but only to wear the clothes of that, is not safe, neither is the land it rules in safe. For this now is our sad lot, that we must find a real aristocracy, that an apparent aristocracy, how plausible soever, has become inadequate for us. One way or other the world will absolutely need to be governed, if not by this class of men then by that. One can predict, without gift of prophecy, that the era of routine is nearly ended. Wisdom and faculty alone, faithful, valiant, ever zealous, not pleasant but painful, continual effort will suffice. Cost what it may, by one means or another, the toiling multitudes of this perplexed, overcrowded Europe must and will find governors. Laissez-faire leave them to do. The thing they will do, if so left, is too frightful to think of. It has been done once in sight of the whole earth, in these generations, can it need to be done a second time? For a priesthood, in like manner, whatsoever its titles, possessions, professions, there is but one question: does it teach and spiritually guide this people, yea or no? If yea, then is all well. But if no, then let it strive earnestly to alter, for as yet there is nothing well. Nothing, we say, and indeed is not this that we call spiritual guidance properly the soul of the whole, the life and eyesight of the whole. The world asks of its church in these times more passionately than of any other institution any question: canst thou teach us or not? A priesthood in France, when the world asked, what canst thou do for us, answered only, aloud and ever louder, are we not of God, invested with all power? Till at length France cut short this controversy too, in what frightful way we know. To all men who believed in the Church, to all men who believed in God and the soul of man, there was no issue of the French Revolution half so sorrowful as that. France cast out its benighted blind priesthood into destruction, yet with what a loss to France also. A solution of continuity, what we may well call such, and this where continuity is so momentous, the new, whatever it may be, cannot now grow out of the old, but is severed sheer asunder from the old. How much lies wasted in that gap? That one whole generation of thinkers should be without a religion to believe, or even to contradict, that Christianity, in thinking France, should as it were fade away so long into a remote extraneous tradition, was one of the saddest facts connected with the future of that country. Look at such political and moral philosophies, St. Simonisms, Robert Macarisms, and the literature of desperation. Kingship was perhaps but a cheap waste, compared with this of the priestship, under which France still, all but unconsciously, labours, and may long labour, remediless the while. Let others consider it, and take warning by it. France is a pregnant example in all ways. Aristocracies that do not govern, priesthoods that do not teach, the misery of that, and the misery of altering that, are written in Belshazzar fire letters on the history of France. Or does the British reader, safe in the assurance that England is not France, call all this unpleasant doctrine of ours ideology, perfectibility, and a vacant dream? Does the British reader, resting on the faith that what has been these 2 generations was from the beginning, and will be to the end, assert to himself that things are already as they can be, as they must be, that on the whole, no upper classes did ever govern the lower in this sense of governing? Believe it not, O British reader. Man is man everywhere, dislikes to have a sensible species and ghosts of defunct bodies foisted on him, in England even as in France. How much the upper classes did actually, in any the most perfect feudal time, return to the under by way of recompense, in government, guidance, protection, we will not undertake to specify here. In charity balls, soup kitchens, in quarter sessions, prison discipline and treadmills, we can well believe the old feudal aristocracy not to have surpassed the new. Yet we do say that the old aristocracy were the governors of the lower classes, the guides of the lower classes, and even, at bottom, that they existed as an aristocracy because they were found adequate for that. Not by charity balls and soup kitchens, not so, far otherwise. But it was their happiness that, in struggling for their own objects, they had to govern the lower classes, even in this sense of governing. For, in one word, cash payment had not then grown to be the universal sole nexus of man to man, it was something other than money that the high then expected from the low, and could not live without getting from the low. Not as buyer and seller alone of land or what else it might be, but in many senses still as soldier and captain, as clansman and head, as loyal subject and guiding king, was the low related to the high. With the supreme triumph of cash, a changed time has entered, there must a changed aristocracy enter. We invite the British reader to meditate earnestly on these things. Another thing which the British reader often reads and hears in this time is worth his meditating for a moment, that society exists for the protection of property. To which it is added that the poor man also has property, namely, his labour, and the 15 pence or 3 and 6 a day he can get for that. True enough, O friends, for protecting property, most true, and indeed, if you will once sufficiently enforce that 8th commandment, the whole rights of man are well cared for, I know no better definition of the rights of man. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not be stolen from. What a society were that, Plato's Republic, More's Utopia, mere emblems of it. Give every man what is his, the accurate price of what he has done and been. No man shall any more complain, neither shall the earth suffer any more. For the protection of property, in very truth, and for that alone. And now what is thy property? That parchment title deed, that purse thou buttonest in thy breeches pocket. Is that thy valuable property? Unhappy brother, most poor insolvent brother, I without parchment at all, with purse oftenest in the flaccid state, imponderous, which will not fling against the wind, have quite other property than that. I have the miraculous breath of life in me, breathed into my nostrils by Almighty God. I have affections, thoughts, a God-given capability to be and do, rights, therefore, the right for instance to thy love if I love thee, to thy guidance if I obey thee, the strangest rights, whereof in church pulpits one still hears something, though almost unintelligible now, rights stretching high into immensity, far into eternity. 15 pence a day, 3 and 6 a day, £800 and odd a day, dost thou call that my property? I value that little, little all I could purchase with that. For truly, as is said, what matters it? In torn boots, in soft-hung carriages and for, a man gets always to his journey's end. Socrates walked barefoot, or in wooden shoes, and yet arrived happily. They never asked him, what shoes or conveyance? Never, what wages hadst thou? But simply, what work didst thou? Property, O brother! Of my very body I have but a life rent. As for this flaccid purse of mine, 'tis something, nothing, has been the slave of pickpockets, cutthroats, Jew brokers, gold dust robbers. 'Twas his, 'tis mine, 'tis thine, if thou care much to steal it. But my soul, breathed into me by God, my me, and what capability is there, that is mine, and I will resist the stealing of it. I call that mine and not thine, I will keep that, and do what work I can with it. God has given it me, the devil shall not take it away. Alas, my friends, society exists and has existed for a great many purposes, not so easy to specify. Society, it is understood, does not in any age prevent a man from being what he can be. A sooty African can become a Toussaint L'Ouverture, a murderous three-fingered Jack, let the yellow West Indies say to it what they will. A Scottish poet, proud of his name and country, can apply fervently to gentlemen of the Caledonian hunt, and become a gauger of beer barrels, and tragical immortal broken-hearted singer, the stifled echo of his melody audible through long centuries, one other note in that sacred miserere that rises up to heaven, out of all times and lands. What I can be thou decidedly will not hinder me from being. Nay, even for being what I could be, I have the strangest claims on thee, not convenient to adjust at present. Protection of breeches pocket property. O reader, to what shifts is poor society reduced, struggling to give still some account of herself, in epochs when cash payment has become the sole nexus of man to man. On the whole, we will advise society not to talk at all about what she exists for, but rather with her whole industry to exist, to try how she can keep existing. That is her best plan. She may depend upon it, if she ever, by cruel chance, did come to exist only for protection of breeches pocket property, she would lose very soon the gift of protecting even that, and find her career in our lower world on the point of terminating. For the rest, that in the most perfect feudal ages, the ideal of aristocracy nowhere lived in vacant serene purity as an ideal, but always as a poor imperfect actual, little heeding or not knowing at all that an ideal lay in it, this too we will cheerfully admit. Imperfection, it is known, cleaves to human things, far is the ideal departed from, in most times, very far. And yet so long as an ideal, any soul of truth, does, in never so confused a manner, exist and work within the actual, it is a tolerable business. Not so when the ideal has entirely departed, and the actual owns to itself that it has no idea, no soul of truth any longer. At that degree of imperfection human things cannot continue living, they are obliged to alter or expire when they attain to that. Blotches and diseases exist on the skin and deeper, the heart continuing whole, but it is another matter when the heart itself becomes diseased, when there is no heart, but a monstrous gangrene pretending to exist there as heart. On the whole, O reader, thou wilt find everywhere that things which had had an existence among men have first of all had to have a truth and worth in them, and were not semblances but realities. Nothing not a reality ever yet got men to pay bed and board to it for long. Look at Mahometanism itself. Dalai Lamaism, even Dalai Lamaism, one rejoices to discover, may be worth its victuals in this world, not a quackery but a sincerity, not a nothing but a something. The mistake of those who believe that fraud, force, injustice, whatsoever untrue thing, howsoever cloaked and decorated, was ever or can ever be the principle of man's relations to man, is great and the greatest. It is the error of the infidel, in whom the truth as yet is not. It is an error pregnant with mere errors and miseries, an error fatal, lamentable, to be abandoned by all men. 7. Not laissez-faire. How an aristocracy in these present times and circumstances could, if never so well disposed, set about governing the underclass. What they should do, endeavor or attempt to do. That is even the question of questions, the question which they have to solve, which it is our utmost function at present to tell them, lies there for solving, and must and will be solved. Insoluble we cannot fancy it. One select class society has furnished with wealth, intelligence, leisure, means outward and inward for governing, another huge class, furnished by society with none of those things, declares that it must be governed. Negative stands fronting positive. If negative and positive cannot unite, it will be worse for both. Let the faculty and earnest constant effort of England combine round this matter, let it once be recognized as a vital matter. Innumerable things our upper classes and lawgivers might do, but the preliminary of all things, we must repeat, is to know that a thing must needs be done. We lead them here to the shore of a boundless continent, ask them whether they do not with their own eyes see it, the strange symptoms of it, lying huge, dark, unexplored, inevitable, full of hope, but also full of difficulty, savagery, almost of despair. Let them enter, they must enter, time and necessity have brought them hither, where they are is no continuing. Let them enter, the first step once taken, the next will have become clearer, all future steps will become possible. It is a great problem for all of us, but for themselves, we may say, more than for any. On them chiefly, as the expected solvers of it, will the failure of a solution first fall. One way or other there must and will be a solution. True, these matters lie far, very far indeed, from the usual habits of Parliament, in late times, from the routine course of any legislative or administrative body of men that exists among us. Too true. And that is even the thing we complain of. Had the mischief been looked into as it gradually rose, it would not have attained this magnitude. That self-cancelling donathingism and laissez-faire should have got so ingrained into our practice, is the source of all these miseries. It is too true that Parliament, for the matter of near a century now, has been able to undertake the adjustment of almost one thing alone, of itself and its own interests, leaving other interests to rub along very much as they could and would. True, this was the practice of the whole 18th century, and struggles still to prolong itself into the 19th, which, however, is no longer the time for it. Those 18th century parliaments, one may hope, will become a curious object one day. Are not these same memoirs of Horace Walpole, to an unparliamentary eye, already a curious object? One of the clearest sighted men of the 18th century writes down his parliamentary observation of it there, a determined despiser and merciless dissector of cant, a liberal withal, one who will go all lengths for the glorious revolution, and resist Tory principles to the death. He writes, with an indignant elegiac feeling, how Mr. This, who had voted so and then voted so, and was the son of this and the brother of that, and had such claims to the fat appointment, was nevertheless scandalously postponed to Mr. That, whereupon are not the affairs of this nation in a bad way? How hungry Greek meets hungry Greek on the floor of St. Stephen's, and wrestles him and throttles him till he has to cry, hold. The office is thine. Of this does Horace write. One must say the destinies of nations do not always rest entirely on Parliament. One must say it is a wonderful affair that science of government, as practiced in the 18th century of the Christian era and still struggling to practice itself. One must say it was a lucky century that could get it so practiced, a century which had inherited richly from its predecessors, and also which did, not unnaturally, bequeath to its successors a French Revolution, general overturn, and reign of terror, intimating, in most audible thunder, conflagration, guillotinement, cannonading, and universal war and earthquake, that such century with its practices had ended. Ended, for decidedly that course of procedure will no longer serve. Parliament will absolutely, with whatever effort, have to lift itself out of those deep ruts of donathing routine, and learn to say, on all sides, something more edifying than laissez-faire. If Parliament cannot learn it, what is to become of Parliament? The toiling millions of England ask of their English Parliament foremost of all, canst thou govern us or not? Parliament with its privileges is strong, but necessity and the laws of nature are stronger than it. If Parliament cannot do this thing, Parliament we prophesy will do some other thing, and things which, in the strangest and not the happiest way, will forward its being done, not much to the advantage of Parliament probably. Done one way or other, the thing must be. In these complicated times, with cash payment as the sole nexus between man and man, the toiling classes of mankind declare in their confused but most emphatic way to the untoiling that they will be governed, that they must, under penalty of Chartisms, thuggeries, rick burnings, and even blacker things than those. Vain also is it to think that the misery of one class, of the great universal underclass, can be isolated, and kept apart and peculiar, down in that class. By infallible contagion, evident enough to reflection, evident even to political economy, that will reflect, the misery of the lowest spreads upwards and upwards till it reaches the very highest, till all has grown miserable, palpably false and wrong, and poor drudges hungering on meal husks and boiled grass do, by circuitous but sure methods, bring kings' heads to the block. Cash payment the sole nexus, and there are so many things which cash will not pay. Cash is a great miracle, yet it has not all power in heaven, nor even on earth. Supply and demand we will honor also, and yet how many demands are there entirely indispensable which have to go elsewhere than to the shops, and produce quite other than cash, before they can get their supply. On the whole, what astonishing payments does cash make in this world? Of your Samuel Johnson, furnished with 4pence halfpenny a day, and solid lodging at nights on the paved streets, as his payment, we do not speak, not in the way of complaint. It is a world-old business for the like of him, that same arrangement, or a worse. Perhaps the man, for his own uses, had need even of that, and of no better. Nay, is not society, busy with its Talfourd copyright bill and the like, struggling to do something effectual for that man, enacting with all industry that his own creation be accounted his own manufacture, and continue unstolen, on his own market stand, for so long as 60 years? Perhaps society is right there, for discrepancies on that side too may become excessive. All men are not patient docile Johnsons, some of them are half-mad inflammable Rousseaus. Such, in peculiar times, you may drive too far. Society in France, for example, was not destitute of cash. Society contrived to pay Philippe d'Orléans not yet egalite 300,000 a year and odd, for driving cabriolets through the streets of Paris and other work done, but in cash, encouragement, arrangement, recompense or recognition of any kind, it had nothing to give this same half-mad Rousseau for his work done, whose brain in consequence, too much enforced, for a weak brain uttered hasty sparks, contrat social and the like, which proved not so quenchable again. In regard to that species of men too, who knows whether laissez-faire itself, which is Sergeant Talfourd's copyright bill continued to eternity instead of 60 years, will not turn out insufficient, and have to cease, one day. Alas, in regard to so very many things, laissez-faire ought partly to endeavor to cease. But in regard to poor sans potato peasants, trades union craftsmen, Chartist cotton spinners, the time has come when it must either cease or a worse thing straightway begin. A thing of tinderboxes, vitriol bottles, second-hand pistols, a visibly insupportable thing in the eyes of all. 8. New eras. For in very truth it is a new era, a new practice has become indispensable in it. One has heard so often of new eras, new and newest eras, that the word has grown rather empty of late. Yet new eras do come, there is no fact surer than that they have come more than once. And always with a change of era, with a change of intrinsic conditions, there had to be a change of practice and outward relations brought about, if not peaceably, then by violence, for brought about it had to be, there could no rest come till then. How many eras and epochs, not noted at the moment, which indeed is the blessedest condition of epochs, that they come quietly, making no proclamation of themselves, and are only visible long after, a Cromwell rebellion, a French revolution, striking on the horologe of time, to tell all mortals what o'clock it has become, are too expensive if one could help it. In a strange rhapsodic history of the Teuton kindred, Geschichte der Teutschen Sippschaft, not yet translated into our language, we have found a chapter on the eras of England, which, were there room for it, would be instructive in this place. We shall crave leave to excerpt some pages, partly as a relief from the too near vexations of our own rather sorrowful era, partly as calculated to throw, more or less obliquely, some degree of light on the meanings of that. The author is anonymous, but we have heard him called the Herr Professor Sauerteig, and indeed think we know him under that name. Who shall say what work and works this England has yet to do? For what purpose this land of Britain was created, set like a jewel in the encircling blue of ocean, and this tribe of Saxons, fashioned in the depths of time, on the shores of the Black Sea, or elsewhere, out of Harzgeberg rock, or whatever other material was sent travelling hitherward. No man can say it was for a work, and for works incapable of announcement in words. Thou sayest them there, part of them stand done, and visible to the eye, even these thou canst not name, how much less the others still matter of prophecy only. They live and labor there, these 20 million Saxon men, they have been born into this mystery of life out of the darkness of past time, how changed now since the first father and first mother of them set forth, quitting the tribe of Theuth, with passionate farewell under questionable auspices, on scanty bullock cart, if they had even bullocks and a cart, with axe and hunting spear to subdue a portion of our common planet. This nation now has cities and seed fields, has spring vans, dray wagons, long-acre carriages, nay railway trains, has coined money, exchange bills, laws, books, war fleets, spinning jennies, warehouses and West India docks. See what it has built and done, what it can and will yet build and do. These umbrageous pleasure woods, green meadows, shaven stubble fields, smooth sweeping roads, these high-domed cities, and what they hold and bear, this mild good morrow which the stranger bids thee, equitable, nay forbearant if need were, judicially calm and law-observing towards thee a stranger, what work has it not cost? How many brawny arms, generation after generation, sank down wearied, how many noble hearts, toiling while life lasted, and wise heads wore themselves dim with scanning and discerning, before this waste white cliff, Albion so-called, with its other Cassiterides tin islands, became a British Empire. The stream of world history has altered its complexion, Romans are dead out, English are come in. The red broad mark of Romanhood, stamped ineffaceably on that chart of time, has disappeared from the present, and belongs only to the past. England plays its part, England too has a mark to leave, and we will hope none of the least significant. Of a truth, whosoever had, with the bodily eye, seen Hengst and Horsa mooring on the mud beach of Thanet, on that spring morning of the year 449, and then, with the spiritual eye, looked forward to New York, Calcutta, Sydney Cove, across the ages and the oceans, and thought what Wellingtons, Washingtons, Shakespeares, Miltons, Watts, Arkwrights, William Pitts and Davy Crockett's had to issue from that business, and do their several task works so, he would have said, those leather boats of Hengst had a kind of cargo in them. A genealogic mythos superior to any in the Old Greek, to almost any in the Old Hebrew itself, and not a mythos either, but every fibre of it fact. An epic poem was there and all manner of poems, except that the poet has not yet made his appearance. 6 centuries of obscure endeavour, continues Sauerteig, which to read historians, you would incline to call mere obscure slaughter, discord, and misendeavour, of which all that the human memory, after 1,000 readings, can remember, is that it resembled, what Milton names it, the flocking and fighting of kites and crows. This, in brief, is the history of the Heptarchy or 7 kingdoms. 6 centuries a stormy springtime, if there ever was one, for a nation. Obscure fighting of kites and crows, however, was not the history of it, but was only what the dim historians of it saw good to record. Were not forests felled, bogs drained, fields made arable, towns built, laws made, and the thought and practice of men in many ways perfected? Venerable Bede had got a language which he could now not only speak, but spell and put on paper. Think what lies in that. Bemurmured by the German sea flood swinging slow with sullen roar against those hoarse Northumbrian rocks, the venerable man set down several things in a legible manner. Or was the smith idle, hammering only war tools? He had learned metallurgy, stithy work in general, and made ploughshares withal, and adzes and mason hammers. Castra, caistas or chesters, dons, tons, zorns, enclosures or towns, not a few, did they not stand there of burnt brick, of timber, of lath and clay, sending up the peaceable smoke of hearths? England had a history then too, though no historian to write it. Those flockings and fightings, sad inevitable necessities, were the expensive tentative steps towards some capability of living and working in concert. Experiments they were, not always conclusive, to ascertain who had the might over whom, the right over whom. Mr. Thierry has written an ingenious book, celebrating with considerable pathos the fate of the Saxons fallen under that fierce-hearted conquestor, acquirer or conqueror, as he is named. M. Thierry professes to have a turn for looking at that side of things. The fate of the Welsh too moves him, of the Celts generally, whom a fiercer race swept before them into the mountainous nooks of the west, whither they were not worth following. Noble deeds, according to M. Thierry, were done by these unsuccessful men, heroic sufferings undergone, which it is a pious duty to rescue from forgetfulness. True, surely. A tear at least is due to the unhappy. It is right and fit that there should be a man to assert that lost cause too, and see what can still be made of it. Most right, and yet, on the whole, taking matters on that great scale, what can we say but that the cause which pleased the gods has in the end to please Cato also? Cato cannot alter it, Cato will find that he cannot at bottom wish to alter it. Might and right do differ frightfully from hour to hour, but give them centuries to try it in, they are found to be identical. Whose land was this of Britain? God's who made it, his and no other's it was and is. Who of God's creatures had right to live in it? The wolves and bisons. Yes they, till one with a better right showed himself. The Celt, aboriginal savage of Europe, as a snarling antiquary names him, arrived, pretending to have a better right, and did accordingly, not without pain to the bisons, make good the same. He had a better right to that piece of God's land, namely a better might to turn it to use, a might to settle himself there at least, and try what use he could turn it to. The bisons disappeared, the Celts took possession, and tilled. Forever was it to be. Alas, forever is not a category that can establish itself in this world of time. A world of time, by the very definition of it, is a world of mortality and mutability, of beginning and ending. No property is eternal but God the Maker's, whom heaven permits to take possession, his is the right, heaven's sanction is such permission, while it lasts, nothing more can be said. Why does that hyssop grow there in the chink of the wall? Because the whole universe, sufficiently occupied otherwise, could not hitherto prevent its growing. It has the might and the right. By the same great law do Roman empires establish themselves, Christian religions promulgate themselves, and all extant powers bear rule. The strong thing is the just thing, this thou wilt find throughout in our world, as indeed was God and truth the maker of our world, or was Satan and falsehood. One proposition widely current as to this Norman conquest is of a physiologic sort, that the conquerors and conquered here were of different races, nay that the nobility of England is still, to this hour, of a somewhat different blood from the commonalty, their fine Norman features contrasting so pleasantly with the coarse Saxon ones of the others. God knows there are coarse enough features to be seen among the commonalty of that country, but if the nobilities be finer, it is not their Normanhood that can be the reason. Does the above physiologist reflect who those same Normans, Northmen, originally were? Baltic Saxons, and what other miscellany of Lurdanes, Jutes and Deutsch pirates from the East Sea marshes would join them in plunder of France? If living 3 centuries longer in heathenism, sea robbery, and the unlucrative fishing of amber could ennoble them beyond the others, then were they ennobled. The Normans were Saxons who had learned to speak French. No, by Thor and Woden the Saxons were all as noble as needful, shaped, says the mythus, from the rock of the Harzgebirge, brother tribes being made of clay, wood, water, or what other material might be going. A stubborn, taciturn, sulky, indomitable rock-made race of men, as the figure they cut in all quarters, in the canebrake of Arkansas, in the gorts of the Himalaya, no less than in London City, in Warwick or Lancaster County, does still abundantly manifest. To this English people in world history, there have been, shall I prophesy, 2 grand tasks assigned. Huge looming through the dim tumult of the always incommensurable present time, outlines of 2 tasks disclose themselves, the grand industrial task of conquering some half or more of this terraqueous planet for the use of man, then secondly, the grand constitutional task of sharing, in some pacific endurable manner, the fruit of said conquest, and showing all people how it might be done. These I will call their 2 tasks, discernible hitherto in world history. In both of these they have made respectable though unequal progress. Steam engines, ploughshares, pickaxes, what is meant by conquering this planet, they partly know. Elective franchise, ballot box, representative assembly, how to accomplish sharing of that conquest, they do not so well know. Europe knows not, Europe vehemently asks in these days, but receives no answer, no credible answer. For as to the partial de Lolmish, Benthamy, or other French or English answers, current in the proper quarters, and highly beneficial and indispensable there, thy belief in them as final answers, I take it, is complete. Succession of rebellions. Successive clippings away of the supreme authority, class after class rising in revolt to say, we will no more be governed so. That is not the history of the English Constitution, not altogether that. Rebellion is the means, but it is not the motive cause. The motive cause and true secret of the matter were always this, the necessity there was for rebelling. Rights I will permit thee to call everywhere correctly articulated mights. A dreadful business to articulate correctly. Consider those barons of Runnymede, consider all manner of successfully revolting men. Your great charter has to be experimented on, by battle and debate, for 150 years, is then found to be correct, and stands as true Magna Charta, nigh cut in pieces by a tailor, short of measures, in later generations. Mights, I say, are a dreadful business to articulate correctly. Yet articulated they have to be, the time comes for it, the need comes for it, and with enormous difficulty and experimenting it is got done. Call it not succession of rebellions, call it rather succession of expansions, of enlightenment, gift of articulate utterance descending ever lower. Class after class acquires faculty of utterance. Necessity teaching and compelling, as the dumb man, seeing the knife at his father's throat, suddenly acquired speech. Consider too how class after class not only acquires faculty of articulating what its might is, but likewise grows in might, acquires might or loses might, so that always, after a space, there is not only new gift of articulating, but there is something new to articulate. Constitutional epochs will never cease among men. And so now the barons all settled and satisfied, a new class hitherto silent had begun to speak, the middle class, namely. In the time of James I, not only knights of the shire but parliamentary burgesses assemble, to assert, to complain and propose, a Real House of Commons has come decisively into play, much to the astonishment of James I. We call it a growth of mights, if also of necessities, a growth of power to articulate mights, and make rights of them. In those past silent centuries among those silent classes, much had been going on. Not only had red deer in the New and other forests been got preserved and shot, and treacheries of Simon de Montfort, wars of red and white roses, battles of Crecy, battles of Bosworth, and many other battles been got transacted and adjusted, but England wholly, not without sore toil and aching bones to the millions of sires and the millions of sons these 18 generations, had been got drained and tilled, covered with yellow harvests, beautiful and rich possessions, the mud-wooden Caestus and Chesters had become steepled tile-roofed compact towns. Sheffield had taken to the manufacture of Sheffield whittles, Worsted could from wool spin yarn, and knit or weave the same into stockings or breeches for men. England had property valuable to the auctioneer, but the accumulate manufacturing, commercial, economic skill which lay impalpably warehoused in English hands and heads, what auctioneer could estimate? Hardly an Englishman to be met with but could do something, some cunninger thing than break his fellow creature's head with battle-axes. The 7 incorporated trades, with their million guild brethren, with their hammers, their shuttles and tools, what an army, fit to conquer that land of England, as we say, and to hold it conquered. Nay, strangest of all, the English people had acquired the faculty and habit of thinking, even of believing, individual conscience had unfolded itself among them, conscience, and intelligence its handmaid. Ideas of innumerable kinds were circulating among these men, witness one Shakespeare, a woolcomber, poacher, or whatever else at Stratford in Warwickshire, who happened to write books. The finest human figure, as I apprehend, that nature has hitherto seen fit to make of our widely diffused Teutonic clay. Saxon, Norman, Celt or Sarmat, I find no human soul so beautiful, these 1500 known years, our supreme modern European man. Him England had contrived to realize, were there not ideas? Ideas poetic and also puritanic, that had to seek utterance in the notablest way. England had got her Shakespeare, but was now about to get her Milton and Oliver Cromwell. This too we will call a new expansion, hard as it might be to articulate and adjust, this, that a man could actually have a conscience for his own behoof, and not for his priest's only, that his priest, be who he might, would henceforth have to take that fact along with him. One of the hardest things to adjust. It is not adjusted down to this hour. It lasts onwards to the time they call glorious revolution, before so much as a reasonable truce can be made, and the war proceed by logic mainly. And still it is war, and no peace, unless we call waste vacancy peace. But it needed to be adjusted, as the others had done, as still others will do. Nobility at Runnymede cannot endure foul play grown palpable, no more can gentry in Long Parliament, no more can commonalty in Parliament they name reformed. Prin's bloody ears were as a testimony and question to all England, Englishmen, is this fair? England, no longer continent of herself, answered, bellowing as with the voice of lions, no, it is not fair. But now on the industrial side, while this great constitutional controversy, and revolt of the middle class had not ended, had yet but begun, what a shoot was that England, carelessly, in quest of other objects, struck out across the ocean into the wasteland which it named New England. Hail to thee, poor little ship Mayflower of Delft Haven, poor common-looking ship, hired by common charter party for coined dollars, corked with mere oakum and tar, provisioned with vulgaris biscuit and bacon, yet what ship Argo, or miraculous epic ship built by the sea gods, was other than a foolish bumbarge in comparison? Golden fleeces or the like these sailed for, with or without effect, thou little Mayflower hadst in thee a veritable Promethean spark, the life spark of the largest nation on our earth, so we may already name the transatlantic Saxon nation. They went seeking leave to hear sermon in their own method, these Mayflower Puritans, a most honest indispensable search, and yet, like Saul the son of Kish, seeking a small thing, they found this unexpected great thing. Honor to the brave and true, they verily, we say, carry fire from heaven, and have a power that themselves dream not of. Let all men honor Puritanism, since God has so honored it. Islam itself, with its wild heartfelt, Allah Akbar, God is great, was it not honored? There is but one thing without honor, smitten with eternal barrenness, inability to do or be, insincerity, unbelief. He who believes no thing, who believes only the shows of things, is not in relation with nature and fact at all. Nature denies him, orders him at his earliest convenience to disappear. Let him disappear from her domains into those of chaos, hypothesis and simulacrum, or wherever else his parish may be. As to the third constitutional controversy, that of the working classes, which now debates itself everywhere these 50 years, in France specifically since 1789, in England too since 1831, it is doubtless the hardest of all to get articulated. Fineness of peace, or even reasonable truce on this, is a thing I have little prospect of for several generations. Dark, wild, weltering, dreary, boundless, nothing heard on it yet but ballot boxes, parliamentary arguing, not to speak of much far worse arguing, by steel and lead, from Valmy to Waterloo to Peterloo. And yet of representative assemblies may not this good be said, that contending parties in a country do thereby ascertain one another's strength. They fight there since fight they must, by petition, parliamentary eloquence, not by sword, bayonet and bursts of military cannon. Why do men fight at all, if it be not that they are yet unacquainted with one another's strength, and must fight and ascertain it? Knowing that thou art stronger than I, that thou canst compel me, I will submit to thee, unless I chance to prefer extermination, and slightly circuitous suicide, there is no other course for me. That in England, by public meetings, by petitions, by elections, leading articles, and other jangling hubbub and tongue-fence which perpetually goes on everywhere in that country, people ascertain one another's strength, and the most obdurate House of Lords has to yield and give in before it come to cannonading and guillotinement. This is a saving characteristic of England. Nay, at bottom, is not this the celebrated English Constitution itself? This unspoken constitution, whereof privilege of Parliament, munibil, mutinibil, and all that could be spoken and enacted hitherto, is not the essence and body, but only the shape and skin. Such constitution is, in our times, verily invaluable. Long stormy springtime were contentious April, winter chilling the lap of very May, but at length the season of summer does come. So long the tree stood naked, angry wiry naked boughs moaning and creaking in the wind, you would say, cut it down, why cumbereth it the ground? Not so, we must wait, all things will have their time. Of the man Shakespeare and his Elizabethan era with its Sidneys, Raleighs, Bacons, what could we say? That it was a spiritual flower time. Suddenly, as with the breath of June, your rude naked tree is touched, bursts into leaves and flowers, such leaves and flowers. The past long ages of nakedness and wintry fermentation and elaboration have done their part, though seeming to do nothing. The past silence has got a voice, all the more significant the longer it had continued silent. In trees, men, institutions, creeds, nations, in all things extant and growing in this universe, we may note such vicissitudes and budding times. Moreover, there are spiritual budding times, and then also there are physical, appointed to nations. Thus in the middle of that poor calumniated 18th century, see once more. Long winter again past, the dead-seeming tree proves to be living, to have been always living. After motionless times, every bough shoots forth on the sudden. Very strangely, it now turns out that this favoured England was not only to have had her Shakespeares, Bacons, Sidneys, but to have her Watts, Arkwrights, Brindleys. We will honour greatness in all kinds. The Prospero evoked the singing of Ariel, and took captive the world with those melodies. The same Prospero can send his fire demons panting across all oceans, shooting with the speed of meteors on cunning highways from end to end of kingdoms, and make iron his missionary, preaching its evangel to the brute primeval powers which listen and obey. Neither is this small. Manchester with its cotton fuzz, its smoke and dust, its tumult and contentious squalor, is hideous to thee. Think not so, a precious substance, beautiful as magic dreams, and yet no dream but a reality, lies hidden in that noisome rapage, a rapage struggling indeed, look at Chartisms and suchlike, to cast itself off, and leave the beauty free and visible there. Hast thou heard, with sound ears, the awakening of a Manchester, on Monday morning, at 5:30 by the clock, the rushing off of its 1,000 mills, like the boom of an Atlantic tide, 10,000 times 10,000 spools and spindles all set humming there? It is perhaps, if thou knew it well, sublime as a Niagara, or more so. Cotton spinning is the clothing of the naked in its result, the triumph of man over matter in its means. Soot and despair are not the essence of it, they are divisible from it. At this hour, are they not crying fiercely to be divided? The great Goethe, looking at cotton Switzerland, declared it, I am told, to be of all things that he had seen in this world the most poetical. Whereat friend Kanzler von Müller, in search of the palpable picturesque, could not but stare wide-eyed. Nevertheless our world poet knew well what he was saying. Richard Arkwright, it would seem, was not a beautiful man, no romance hero with haughty eyes, Apollo lip, and gesture like the herald Mercury, a plain almost gross, back-cheeked, pot-bellied Lancashire man with an air of painful reflection, yet also of copious free digestion, a man stationed by the community to shave certain dusty beards in the northern parts of England, at a halfpenny each. To such end, we say, by forethought, oversight, accident and arrangement, had Richard Arkwright been, by the community of England and his own consent, set apart. Nevertheless, in strapping of razors, in lathering of dusty beards, and the contradictions and confusions attendant thereon, the man had notions in that rough head of his, spindles, shuttles, wheels and contrivances plying ideally within the same, rather hopeless looking, which, however, he did at last bring to bear. Not without difficulty. His townsfolk rose in mob round him for threatening to shorten labour, to shorten wages, so that he had to fly with broken washpots, scattered household, and seek refuge elsewhere. Nay, his wife too, as I learn, rebelled, burnt his wooden model of his spinning wheel, resolute that he should stick to his razors rather, for which, however, he decisively, as thou wilt rejoice to understand, packed her out of doors. O reader, what a historical phenomenon is that bag-cheeked, pot-bellied, much-enduring, much-inventing barber! French revolutions were a-brewing, to resist the same in any measure, imperial Kaisers were impotent without the cotton and cloth of England, and it was this man that had to give England the power of cotton. Neither had what of the steam engine a heroic origin, any kindred with the princes of this world. The princes of this world were shooting their partridges, noisily, in Parliament or elsewhere, solving the question, head or tail. While this man with blackened fingers, with grim brow, was searching out, in his workshop, the fire secret, or, having found it, was painfully wending to and fro in quest of a moneyed man, as indispensable man midwife of the same. Reader, thou shalt admire what is admirable, not what is dressed in admirable. Learn to know the British lion even when he is not throne supporter, and also the British jackass in lion's skin even when he is. Ah, couldst thou always, what a world were it! But has the Berlin Royal Academy or any English Useful Knowledge Society discovered, for instance, who it was that first scratched earth with a stick, and threw corns, the biggest he could find, into it, seed grains of a certain grass, which he named white or wheat? Again, what is the whole Teeswater and other breeding world to him who stole home from the forests the first bison calf, and bred it up to be a tame bison, a milk cow? No machine of all they showed me in Birmingham can be put in comparison for ingenuity with that figure of the wedge named knife, of the wedges named saw, of the lever called hammer. Nay, is it not with the hammer knife, named sword, that men fight, and maintain any semblance of constituted authority that yet survives among us? The steam engine I call fire demon and great, but it is nothing to the invention of fire. Prometheus, Tubal Cain, Triptolemus. Are not our greatest men as good as lost? The men that walk daily among us, clothing us, warming us, feeding us, walk shrouded in darkness, mere mythic men. It is said, ideas produce revolutions, and truly so they do, not spiritual ideas only, but even mechanical. In this clanging clashing universal sword dance that the European world now dances for the last half-century, Voltaire is but one Courageous, where Richard Arkwright is another. Let it dance itself out. When Arkwright shall have become mythic like a ration, we shall still spin in peaceable profit by him, and the sword dance, with all its sorrowful shufflings, Waterloo waltzes, Moscow gallopades, how forgotten will that be? On the whole, were not all these things most unexpected, unforeseen? As indeed what thing is foreseen, especially what man, the parent of things? Robert Clive in that same time went out, with a developed gift of penmanship, as writer or superior bookkeeper to a trading factory established in the distant East. With gift of penmanship developed, with other gifts not yet developed, which the calls of the case did by and by develop. Not fit for bookkeeping alone, the man was found fit for conquering nawabs, founding kingdoms, Indian empires. In a questionable manner. Indian empire from the other hemisphere took up its abode in Leadenhall Street, in the city of London. Accidental all these things and persons look, unexpected every one of them to man. Yet inevitable every one of them, foreseen, not unexpected, by supreme power, prepared, appointed from afar. Advancing always through all centuries, in the middle of the 18th they arrived. The Saxon kindred burst forth into cotton spinning, cloth cropping, iron forging, steam engineering, railwaying, commercing and careering towards all the winds of heaven, in this inexplicable noisy manner, the noise of which, in power mills in progress of the species magazines, still deafens us somewhat. Most noisy, sudden. The Staffordshire coal stratum and coal strata lay side by side with iron strata, quiet since the creation of the world. Water flowed in Lancashire and Lanarkshire, bituminous fire lay bedded in rocks there too, over which how many fighting Stanleys, Black Douglases, and other the like contentious persons, had fought out their bickerings and broils, not without result, we will hope. But God said, let the iron missionaries be, and they were. Coal and iron, so long close unregardful neighbours, are wedded together, Birmingham and Wolverhampton, and the 100 Stygian forges, with their fire throats and never-resting sledge-hammers, rose into day. Wet Manconium stretched out her hand towards Carolina and the torrid zone, and plucked cotton there who could forbid her, that had the skill to weave it. Fish fled thereupon from the Mersey River, vexed with innumerable keels. England, I say, dug out her bitumen fire and bade it work, towns rose, and steeple chimneys, Chartisms also, and parliaments they name reformed. Such, figuratively given, are some prominent points, chief mountain summits, of our English history past and present, according to the author of this strange untranslate work, whom we think we recognize to be an old acquaintance. 9. Parliamentary radicalism. To us looking at these matters somewhat in the same light, reform bills, French revolutions, Louis Philippe's, Chartisms, revolts of 3 days, and what not, are no longer inexplicable. Where the great mass of men is tolerably right, all is right; where they are not right, all is wrong. The speaking classes speak and debate, each for itself; the great dumb, deep-buried class lies like an Enceladus, who in his pain, if he will complain of it, has to produce earthquakes. Everywhere in these countries in these times, the central fact worthy of all consideration forces itself on us in this shape: the claim of the free working man to be raised to a level, we may say, with the working slave, his anger and cureless discontent till that be done. Food, shelter, due guidance in return for his labor, candidly interpreted, Chartism and all such isms mean that, and the madder they are, do they not the more emphatically mean, see what guidance you have given us. What delirium we are brought to talk and project, guided by nobody, laissez-faire on the part of the governing classes, we repeat again and again, will, with whatever difficulty, have to cease; pacific mutual division of the spoil, and a world well let alone, will no longer suffice. A do-nothing guidance, and it is a do-something world. Would to God our ducal duces would become leaders indeed, our aristocracies and priesthoods discover in some suitable degree what the world expected of them, what the world could no longer do without getting of them. Nameless unmeasured confusions, misery to themselves and us, might so be spared. But that too will be as God has appointed. If they learn, it will be well and happy; if not they, then others instead of them will and must, and once more, though after a long sad circuit, it will be well and happy. Neither is the history of Chartism mysterious in these times, especially if that of radicalism be looked at. All along for the last 25 years, it was curious to note how the internal discontent of England struggled to find vent for itself through any orifice. The poor patient, all sick from centre to surface, complains now of this member, now of that, corn laws, currency laws, free trade, protection, want of free trade; the poor patient tossing from side to side, seeking a sound side to lie on, finds none. This doctor says it is the liver, that other, it is the lungs, the head, the heart, defective transpiration in the skin. A thoroughgoing doctor of eminence said, it was rotten boroughs, the want of extended suffrage to destroy rotten boroughs. From of old the English patient himself had a continually recurring notion that this was it. The English people are used to suffrage, it is their panacea for all that goes wrong with them; they have a fixed idea of suffrage. Singular enough, one's right to vote for a member of Parliament, to send one's 20,000th part of a master of tongue fence to national palaver, the doctors asserted that this was freedom, this and no other. It seemed credible to many men of high degree and of low. The persuasion of remedy grew, the evil was pressing, swings ricks were on fire. Some 9 years ago a state surgeon rose and in peculiar circumstances said, let there be extension of the suffrage, let the great doctor's nostrum, the patient's old passionate prayer, be fulfilled. Parliamentary radicalism, while it gave articulate utterance to the discontent of the English people, could not by its worst enemy be said to be without a function. If it is in the natural order of things that there must be discontent, no less so is it that such discontent should have an outlet, a parliamentary voice. Here the matter is debated of, demonstrated, contradicted, qualified, reduced to feasibility, can at least solace itself with hope, and die gently, convinced of unfeasibility. The new and tried ascertains how it will fit itself into the arrangements of the old, whether the old can be compelled to admit it, how in that case it may, with the minimum of violence, be admitted. Nor let us count it an easy one, this function of radicalism; it was one of the most difficult. The pain-stricken patient does indeed, without effort groan and complain, but not without effort does the physician ascertain what it is that has gone wrong with him, how some remedy may be devised for him. And above all, if your patient is not one sick man, but a whole sick nation. Dingy dumb millions, grimed with dust and sweat, with darkness, rage and sorrow, stood round these men, saying, or struggling as they could to say, behold, our lot is unfair, our life is not whole but sick, we cannot live under injustice, go ye and get us justice. For whether the poor operative clamoured for time bill, factor bill, corn bill, for or against whatever bill, this was what he meant. All bills plausibly presented might have some look of hope in them, might get some clamour of approval from him, as, for the man wholly sick, there is no disease in the nosology but he can trace in himself some symptoms of it. Such was the mission of parliamentary radicalism. How parliamentary radicalism has fulfilled this mission, entrusted to its management these 8 years now, is known to all men. The expectant millions have sat at a feast of the Barmecide, been bidden fill themselves with the imagination of meat. What thing has radicalism obtained for them, what other than shadows of things has it so much as asked for them? Cheap justice, justice to Ireland, Irish appropriation clause, rate-paying clause, poor rate, church rate, household suffrage, ballot question open or shut, not things but shadows of things, Benthamy formulas, barren as the east wind. An ultra-radical, not seemingly of the Benthamy species, is forced to exclaim, the people are at last wearied. They say, why should we be ruined in our shops, thrown out of our farms, voting for these men? Ministerial majorities decline, this ministry has become impotent, had it even the will to do good. They have called long to us, we are a reform ministry, will ye not support us? We have supported them, borne them forward indignantly on our shoulders, time after time, fall after fall, when they had been hurled out into the street, and lay prostrate, helpless, like dead luggage. It is the fact of a reform ministry, not the name of one that we would support. Languor, sickness of hope deferred pervades the public mind says at last, why all this struggle for the name of a reform ministry? Let the Tories be ministry if they will, let at least some living reality be ministry. A rearing horse that will only run backward, he is not the horse one would choose to travel on, yet of all conceivable horses the worst is the dead horse. Mounted on a rearing horse you may back him, spur him, check him, make a little way even backwards, but seated astride of your dead horse, what chance is there for you in the chapter of possibilities? You sit motionless, hopeless, a spectacle to gods and men. There is a class of revolutionists named Girondins, whose fate in history is remarkable enough. Men who rebel and urge the lower classes to rebel ought to have other than formulas to go upon. Men who discern in the misery of the toiling complaining millions not misery, but only a raw material which can be wrought upon and traded in for one's own poor hidebound theories and egoisms, to whom millions of living fellow creatures with beating hearts in their bosoms, beating, suffering, hoping, are masses, mere explosive masses for blowing down Bastilles with, for voting at hustings for us, such men are of the questionable species. No man is justified in resisting by word or deed the authority he lives under, for a like cause, be such authority what it may. Obedience, little as many may consider that side of the matter, is the primary duty of man. No man but is bound indefeasibly, with all force of obligation, to obey. Parents, teachers, superiors, leaders, these all creatures recognize as deserving obedience. Recognized or not recognized, a man has his superiors, a regular hierarchy above him, extending up, degree above degree, to heaven itself and God the Maker, who made his world not for anarchy but for rule and order. It is not a light matter when the just man can recognize in the powers set over him no longer anything that is divine, when resistance against such becomes a deeper law of order than obedience to them, when the just man sees himself in the tragical position of a stir-up of strife. Rebel without due and most due cause is the ugliest of words, the first rebel was Satan. But now in these circumstances shall we blame the unvoting disappointed millions that they turn away with horror from this name of a reform ministry, name of a parliamentary radicalism, and demand a fact and reality thereof? That they too, having still faith in what so many had faith in, still count extension of the suffrage the one thing needful, and say, in such manner as they can, let the suffrage be still extended, then all will be well. It is the ancient British faith, promulgated in these ages by prophets and evangelists, preached forth from barrel heads by all manner of men. He who is free and blessed has his 20,000th part of a master of tongue fence in national palaver, whosoever is not blessed but unhappy, the ailment of him is that he has it not. Ought he not to have it, then? By the law of God and of men, yea, and will have it withal. Chartism, with its 5 points, borne aloft on pikeheads and torchlight meetings, is there. Chartism is one of the most natural phenomena in England. Not that Chartism now exists should provoke wonder, but that the invited hungry people should have sat 8 years at such table of the Barmecide, patiently expecting somewhat from the name of a reform ministry, and not till after 8 years have grown hopeless, this is the respectable side of the miracle. 10. Impossible. But what are we to do, exclaims the practical man, impatiently on every side, descend from speculation and the safe pulpit, down into the rough marketplace, and say what can be done. O practical man, there seem very many things which practice and true manlike effort, in Parliament and out of it, might actually avail to do. But the first of all things, as already said, is to gird thyself up for actual doing, to know that thou actually either must do, or, as the Irish say, come out of that. It is not a lucky word this same impossible, no good comes of those that have it so often in their mouth. Who is he that says always, there is a lion in the way? Sluggard, thou must slay the lion, then the way has to be travelled. In art, in practice, innumerable critics will demonstrate that most things are henceforth impossible, that we are got, once for all, into the region of perennial commonplace, and must contentedly continue there. Let such critics demonstrate, it is the nature of them, what harm is in it? Poetry once well demonstrated to be impossible, arises the Burns, arises the Goethe. Unheroic commonplace being now clearly all we have to look for, comes the Napoleon, comes the conquest of the world. It was proved by fluxionary calculus that steamships could never get across from the farthest point of Ireland to the nearest of Newfoundland, impelling force, resisting force, maximum here, minimum there, by law of nature and geometric demonstration. What could be done? The Great Western could weigh anchor from Bristol port, that could be done. The Great Western, bounding safe through the gullets of the Hudson, threw her cable out on the capstan of New York, and left our still moist paper demonstration to dry itself at leisure. Impossible, cried Mirabeau to his secretary, "Ene me dites jamais ce better mot, never name to me that blockhead of a word." There is a phenomenon which one might call paralytic radicalism, in these days, which gauges with statistic measuring read, sounds with philosophic politico-economic plummet the deep dark sea of troubles, and having taught us rightly what an infinite sea of troubles it is, sums up with the practical inference, and use of consolation, that nothing whatever can be done in it by man who has simply to sit still, and look wistfully to time and general laws, and thereupon, without so much as recommending suicide, coldly takes its leave of us. Most paralytic, uninstructive, unproductive of any comfort to one. They are an unreasonable class who cry, peace, peace, when there is no peace. But what kind of class are they who cry, peace, peace? Have I not told you that there is no peace? Paralytic radicalism, frequent among those statistic friends of ours, is one of the most afflictive phenomena the mind of man can be called to contemplate. One prays that it at least might cease. Let paralysis retire into secret places and dormitories proper for it. The public highways ought not to be occupied by people demonstrating that motion is impossible. Paralytic, and also, thank heaven, entirely false. Listen to a thinker of another sort. All evil, and this evil too, is as a nightmare. The instant you begin to stir under it, the evil is, properly speaking, gone. Consider, O reader, whether it be not actually so. Evil, once manfully fronted, ceases to be evil. There is generous battle hope in place of dead passive misery. The evil itself has become a kind of good. To the practical man, therefore, we will repeat that he has, as the first thing he can do, to gird himself up for actual doing, to know well that he is either there to do, or not there at all. Once rightly girded up, how many things will present themselves as doable which now are not attemptable? Two things, great things, dwell for the last 10 years in all thinking heads in England, and are hovering, of late, even on the tongues of not a few. With a word on each of these we will dismiss the practical man, and right gladly take ourselves into obscurity and silence again. Universal education is the first great thing we mean, general emigration is the second. Who would suppose that education were a thing which had to be advocated on the ground of local expediency, or indeed on any ground? As if it stood not on the basis of everlasting duty, as a prime necessity of man. It is a thing that should need no advocating, much as it does actually need. To impart the gift of thinking to those who cannot think, and yet who could in that case think, this, one would imagine, was the first function a government had to set about discharging. Were it not a cruel thing to see, in any province of an empire, the inhabitants living all mutilated in their limbs, each strong man with his right arm lamed? How much crueler to find the strong soul with its eyes still sealed, its eyes extinct so that it sees not. Light has come into the world, but to this poor peasant it has come in vain. For 6,000 years the sons of Adam, in sleepless effort, have been devising, doing, discovering, in mysterious infinite indissoluble communion, warring, a little band of brothers, against the great black empire of necessity and night. They have accomplished such a conquest and conquests, and to this man it is all as if it had not been. The 24 letters of the alphabet are still runic enigmas to him. He passes by on the other side, and that great spiritual kingdom, the toil-won conquest of his own brothers, all that his brothers have conquered, is a thing non-extant for him. An invisible empire, he knows it not, suspects it not. And is it not his withal, the conquest of his own brothers, the lawfully acquired possession of all men? Baleful enchantment lies over him, from generation to generation. He knows not that such an empire is his, that such an empire is at all. Oh, what are bills of rights, emancipations of black slaves into black apprentices, lawsuits in chancery for some short usufruct of a bit of land. The grand seed field of time is this man's, and you give it him not. Time's seed field, which includes the earth and all her seed fields and pearl oceans, nay her sowers too and pearl divers, all that was wise and heroic and victorious here below, of which the earth's centuries are but as furrows, for it stretches forth from the beginning onward even into this day. My inheritance, how lordly wide and fair! Time is my fair seed field, to time I'm heir. Heavier wrong is not done under the Sunday. It lasts from year to year, from century to century. The blinded sire slaves himself out, and leaves a blinded son, and men, made in the image of God, continue as two-legged beasts of labor, and in the largest empire of the world it is a debate whether a small fraction of the revenue of one day, 30,000 L, is but that shall, after 13 centuries, be laid out on it, or not laid out on it. Have we governors, have we teachers, have we had a church these 1300 years? What is an overseer of souls, an archoverseer, archiepiscopus? Is he something? If so, let him lay his hand on his heart, and say what thing. But quitting all that, of which the human soul cannot well speak in terms of civility, let us observe now that education is not only an eternal duty, but has at length become even a temporary and ephemeral one, which the necessities of the hour will oblige us to look after. These 24 million laboring men, if their affairs remain unregulated, chaotic, will burn ricks and mills, reduce us, themselves and the world into ashes and ruin. Simply their affairs cannot remain unregulated, chaotic, but must be regulated, brought into some kind of order. What intellect were able to regulate them? The intellect of a Bacon, the energy of a Luther, if left to their own strength, might pause in dismay before such a task. A Bacon and Luther added together to be perpetual prime minister over us could not do it. No one great and greatest intellect can do it. What can? Only 24 million ordinary intellects, once awakened into action, these, well presided over, may. Intellect, insight, is the discernment of order in disorder. It is the discovery of the will of nature, of God's will, the beginning of the capability to walk according to that. With perfect intellect, were such possible without perfect morality, the world would be perfect, its efforts unerringly correct, its results continually successful, its condition faultless. Intellect is like light, the chaos becomes a world under it, fiat lux. These 24 million intellects are but common intellects, but they are intellects, in earnest about the matter, instructed each about his own province of it, laboring each perpetually with what partial light can be attained, to bring such province into rationality. From the partial determinations and their conflict springs the universal. Precisely what quantity of intellect was in the 24 millions will be exhibited by the result they arrive at, that quantity and no more. According as there was intellect or no intellect in the individuals, will the general conclusion they make out embody itself as a world-healing truth and wisdom, or as a baseless fateful hallucination, a chimera breathing not fabulous fire. Dissenters call for one scheme of education, the church objects, this party objects, and that, there is endless objection, by him and by her and by it, a subject encumbered with difficulties on every side. Pity that difficulties exist, that religion, of all things, should occasion difficulties. We do not extenuate them, in their reality they are considerable, in their appearance and pretension, they are insuperable, heart-appalling to all secretaries of the Home Department. For, in very truth, how can religion be divorced from education? An irreverent knowledge is no knowledge, may be a development of the logical or other handicraft faculty inward or outward, but is no culture of the soul of a man. A knowledge that ends in barren self-worship, comparative indifference or contempt for all God's universe except one insignificant item thereof, what is it? Handicraft development, and even shallow as handicraft. Nevertheless is handicraft itself, and the habit of the merest logic, nothing. It is already something, it is the indispensable beginning of everything. Wise men know it to be an indispensable something, not yet much, and would so gladly superadd to it the element whereby it may become all. Wise men would not quarrel in attempting this, they would lovingly cooperate in attempting it. And now how teach religion, so asks the indignant ultra-radical, cited above, an ultra-radical seemingly not of the Benthamy species, with whom, though his dialect is far different, there are sound churchmen, we hope, who have some fellow feeling. How teach religion? By plying with liturgies, catechisms, credos, droning 39 or other articles incessantly into the infant ear. Friends! In that case, why not apply to Birmingham, and have machines made, and set up at all street corners, in highways and byways, to repeat and vociferate the same, not ceasing night or day? The genius of Birmingham is adequate to that. Albertus Magnus had a leather man that could articulate, not to speak of Martin a scriblerous Nuremberg man that could reason as well as we know who. Depend upon it, Birmingham can make machines to repeat liturgies and articles, to do whatsoever feat is mechanical. And what were all schoolmasters, nay all priests and churches, compared with this Birmingham iron church? Votes of 2 millions in aid of the church were then something. You order at so many pounds a head, so many thousand iron parsons as your grant covers, and fix them by satisfactory masonry in all quarters wheresoever wanted, to preach there independent of the world. In loud thoroughfares, still more in unawakened districts, troubled with argumentative infidelity, you make the windpipes wider, strengthen the main steam cylinder, your parson preaches, to the due pitch, while you give him coal, and fears no man or thing. Here were a church extension, to which I, with my last penny, did I believe in it, would subscribe. Ye blind leaders of the blind! Are we Kalmucks, that pray by turning of a rotatory calabash with written prayers in it? Is mammon and machinery the means of converting human souls as of spinning cotton? Is God, as Jean Paul predicted it would be, become verily a force, the ether too a gas? Alas, that atheism should have got the length of putting on priest's vestments, and penetrating into the sanctuary itself. Condronings of articles, repetitions of liturgies, and all the cash and contrivance of Birmingham and the Bank of England united bring ethereal fire into a human soul, quicken it out of earthly darkness into heavenly wisdom. Soul is kindled only by soul. To teach religion, the first thing needful, and also the last and the only thing, is finding of a man who has religion. All else follows from this: church building, church extension, whatever else is needful follows, without this nothing will follow. From which we for our part conclude that the method of teaching religion to the English people is still far behindhand, that the wise and pious may well ask themselves in silence wistfully, how is that last priceless element, by which education becomes perfect, to be superadded, and the unwise who think themselves pious, answering aloud, by this method, by that method, long argue of it to small purpose. But now in the meantime, could not, by some fit official person, some fit announcement be made, in words well weighed, in plan well schemed, adequately representing the facts of the thing, that after 13 centuries of waiting, he the official person, and England with him, was minded now to have the mystery of the alphabetic letters imparted to all human souls in this realm? Teaching of religion was a thing he could not undertake to settle this day, it would be work for a day after this. The work of this day was teaching of the alphabet to all people. The miraculous art of reading and writing, such seemed to him the needful preliminary of all teaching, the first cornerstone of what foundation soever could be laid for what edifice soever, in the teaching kind. Let pious Chartism make haste, let pious Dissenterism make haste, let all pious preachers and missionaries make haste, bestir themselves according to their zeal and skill. He the official person stood up for the alphabet, and was even impatient for it, having waited 13 centuries now. He insisted, and would take no denial, postponement, promise, excuse or subterfuge, that all English persons should be taught to read. He appealed to all rational Englishmen of all creeds, classes and colours, whether this was not a fair demand, nay whether it was not an indispensable one in these days, swing and Chartism having risen. For a choice of inoffensive hornbooks, and schoolmasters able to teach reading, he trusted the mere secular sagacity of a national collective wisdom, in proper committee, might be found sufficient. He purposed to appoint such schoolmasters, to venture on the choice of such hornbooks, to send a schoolmaster and hornbook into every township, parish and hamlet of England, so that, in 10 years hence, an Englishman who could not read might be acknowledged as the monster which he really is. This official person's plan we do not give. The thing lies there with the facts of it, and with the appearances or sham facts of it. A plan adequately representing the facts of the thing could by human energy be struck out, does lie there for discovery and striking out. It is his, the official person's duty, not ours, to mature a plan. We can believe that Chartism and Dissenterism would clamour aloud, but yet that in the mere secular wisdom of Parliament a perspicacity equal to the choice of hornbooks might, in very deed, be found to reside. England we believe would, if consulted, resolve to that effect. Alas, grants of a half-day's revenue once in the 13 centuries for such an object, do not call out the voice of England, only the superficial clamour of England. Hornbooks unexceptionable to the candid portion of England, we will believe, might be selected. Nay, we can conceive that schoolmasters fit to teach reading might, by a board of rational men, whether from Oxford or Hoxton, or from both or neither of these places, be pitched upon. We can conceive even, as in Prussia, that a penalty, civil disabilities, that penalties and disabilities till they were found effectual, might be by law inflicted on every parent who did not teach his children to read, on every man who had not been taught to read. We can conceive, in fine, such is the vigour of our imagination, there might be found in England, at a deadlift, strength enough to perform this miracle, and produce it henceforth as a miracle done, the teaching of England to read. Harder things, we do know, have been performed by nations before now, not abler looking than England. Ah me! If, by some beneficent chance, there should be an official man found in England who could and would, with deliberate courage, after ripe counsel, with candid insight, with patience, practical sense, knowing realities to be real, knowing clamours to be clamorous and to seem real, propose this thing, and the innumerable things springing from it, woe to any Chartism or any Dissenterism that cast itself athwart the path of that man. Avaunt, ye gainsayers! Is darkness and ignorance of the alphabet necessary for you? Reconcile yourselves to the alphabet, or depart elsewhither. Would not all that has genuineness in England gradually rally round such a man, all that has strength in England? For realities alone have strength, windbags are wind, cant is cant, leave it alone there. Nor are all clamours momentous. Among living creatures, we find, the loudest is the longest-eared, among lifeless things the loudest is the drum, the emptiest. Alas that official persons, and all of us, had not eyes to see what was real, what was merely chimerical, and thought or called itself real. How many dread minatory castle spectres should we leave there with their admonishing right hand and ghastly burning saucer eyes to do simply whatsoever they might find themselves able to do? Alas that we were not real ourselves, we should otherwise have surer vision for the real. Castle spectres in their utmost terror are but poor mimicries of that real and most real terror which lies in the life of every man. That, thou coward, is the thing to be afraid of if thou wilt live in fear. It is but the scratch of a bare bodkin, it is but the flight of a few days of time, and even thou, poor palpitating feather brain, wilt find how real it is. Eternity, hast thou heard of that? Is that a fact, or is it no fact? Are Buckingham House and St. Stephen's in that, or not in that? But now we have to speak of the second great thing, emigration. It was said above, all new epochs, so convulsed and tumultuous to look upon, are expansions, increase of faculty not yet organized. It is eminently true of the confusions of this time of ours. Disorganic Manchester afflicts us with its Chartisms, yet is not spinning of clothes for the naked intrinsically a most blessed thing. Manchester once organic will bless and not afflict. The confusions, if we would understand them, are at bottom mere increase which we know not yet how to manage, new wealth which the old coffers will not hold. How true is this above all of the strange phenomenon called overpopulation? Overpopulation is the grand anomaly which is bringing all other anomalies to a crisis. Now once more, as at the end of the Roman Empire, a most confused epoch and yet one of the greatest, the Teutonic countries find themselves too full. On a certain western rim of our small Europe, there are more men than were expected. Heaped up against the western shore there, and for a couple of 100 miles inward, the tide of population swells too high, and confuses itself somewhat. Overpopulation. And yet if this small western rim of Europe is overpeopled, does not everywhere else a whole vacant earth, as it were, call to us, come and till me, come and reap me? Can it be an evil that in an earth such as ours there should be new men? Considered as mercantile commodities, as working machines, is there in Birmingham or out of it a machine of such value? Good heavens! A white European man standing on his 2 legs, with his 2 5-fingered hands at his shacklebones, and miraculous head on his shoulders, is worth something considerable, one would say. The stupid black African man brings money in the market, the much stupider 4-footed horse brings money. It is we that have not yet learned the art of managing our white European man. The controversies on Malthus and the population principle, preventive check, and so forth, with which the public ear has been deafened for a long while, are indeed sufficiently mournful. Dreary, stolid, dismal, without hope for this world or the next, is all that of the preventive check and the denial of the preventive check. Anti-Malthusians quoting their Bible against palpable facts are not a pleasant spectacle. On the other hand, how often have we read in Malthusian benefactors of the species, the working people have their condition in their own hands, let them diminish the supply of laborers, and of course the demand and the remuneration will increase. Yes, let them diminish the supply, but who are they? They are 24 millions of human individuals scattered over 118,000 square miles of space and more, weaving, delving, hammering, joinering, each unknown to his neighbor, each distinct within his own skin. They are not a kind of character that can take a resolution, and act on it, very readily. Smart Sally in our alley proves all too fascinating to brisk Tom in yours. Can Tom be called on to make pause, and calculate the demand for labor in the British Empire first? Nay, if Tom did renounce his highest blessedness of life, and struggle and conquer like a Saint Francis of Assisi, what would it profit him or us? 7 millions of the finest peasantry do not renounce, but proceed all the more briskly, and with blue-visaged Hibernians instead of fair Saxon Thompsons and Salisons. The latter end of that country is worse than the beginning. O wonderful Malthusian prophets! Millenniums are undoubtedly coming, must come one way or the other, but will it be, think you, by 20 millions of working people simultaneously striking work in that department, passing, in universal trades union, a resolution not to beget any more till the labor market becomes satisfactory? By day and night. They were indeed irresistible so, not to be compelled by law or war, might make their own terms with the richer classes, and defy the world. A shade more rational is that of those other benefactors of the species, who counsel that in each parish, in some central locality, instead of the parish clergyman, there might be established some parish exterminator, or say a reservoir of arsenic, kept up at the public expense, free to all parishioners, for which church the rates probably would not be grudged. Ah, it is bitter jesting on such a subject. One's heart is sick to look at the dreary chaos and valley of Jehoshaphat, scattered with the limbs and souls of one's fellow men, and no divine voice, only creaking of hungry vultures, inarticulate bodeful ravens, horn-eyed parrots that do articulate, proclaiming, "Let these bones live." Dante's Divina Commedia is called the mournfulest of books, transcendent mistemper of the noblest soul, utterance of a boundless, godlike, unspeakable, implacable sorrow and protest against the world. But in Hollowell Street, not long ago we bought, for 3d, a book still mournfuller, the pamphlet of one Marcus, whom his poor Chartist editor and republisher calls the demon author. This Marcus pamphlet was the book alluded to by Stevens the preacher Chartist, in one of his harangues. It proves to be no fable that such a book existed. Here it lies, printed by John Hill, Black Horse Court, Fleet Street, and now reprinted for the instruction of the labourer, by William Dugdale, Hollowell Street, Strand, the exasperated Chartist editor who sells it you for 3d. We have read Marcus, but his sorrow is not divine. We hoped he would turn out to have been in sport. Ah no, it is grim earnest with him, grim as very death. Marcus is not a demon author at all, he is a benefactor of the species in his own kind, has looked intensely on the world's woes from a Benthamy Malthusian watchtower under a heaven dead as iron, and does now, with much long-windedness, in a drawling, snuffling, circuitous, extremely dull, yet at bottom handfast and positive manner, recommend that all children of working people, after the third, be disposed of by painless extinction. Charcoal vapor and other methods exist. The mothers would consent, might be made to consent. 3 children might be left living, or perhaps, for Marcus's calculations are not yet perfect, 2.5. There might be beautiful cemeteries with colonnades and flower plots, in which the patriot infanticide matrons might delight to take their evening walk of contemplation, and reflect what patriotesses they were, what a cheerful flowery world it was. Such is the scheme of Marcus. This is what he, for his share, could devise to heal the world's woes. A benefactor of the species, clearly recognizable as such, the saddest scientific mortal we have ever in this world fallen in with, sadder even than poetic Dante. His is a no godlike sorrow, sadder than the godlike. The Chartist editor, dull as he, calls him demon author, and a man set on by the poor law commissioners. What a black, godless, waste-struggling world, in this once merry England of ours, do such pamphlets and such editors betoken. Laissez-faire and Malthus and laissez-faire, ought not these two at length to part company? Might we not hope that both of them had as good as delivered their message now, and were about to go their ways? For all this of the painless extinction, and the rest is in a world where Canadian forests stand unfelled, boundless plains and prairies unbroken with the plough, on the west and on the east green desert spaces never yet made white with corn, and to the overcrowded little western nook of Europe, our terrestrial planet, 9/10 of it yet vacant or tenanted by nomads, is still crying, "Come and till me, come and reap me." And in an England with wealth and means for moving, such as no nation ever before had. With ships, with warships rotting idle, which, but bidden move and not rot, might bridge all oceans. With trained men educated to pen and practice, to administer and act, briefless barristers, chargeless clergy, taskless scholars, languishing in all court houses, hiding in obscure garrets, besieging all antechambers in passionate want of simply one thing, work, with as many half-pay officers of both services, wearing themselves down in wretched tedium, as might lead an emigrant host larger than Xerxes was. Laissez-faire and Malthus positively must part company. Is it not as if this swelling, simmering, never-resting Europe of ours stood, once more, on the verge of an expansion without parallel, struggling like a mighty tree again about to burst in the embrace of summer, and shoot forth broad frondant boughs which would fill the whole earth? A disease, but the noblest of all, as of her who is in pain and sore travail, but travails that she may be a mother, and say, "Behold, there is a new man born." True thou gold Hofrath, exclaims an eloquent satirical German of our acquaintance, in that strange book of his, True thou gold Hofrath, too crowded indeed. Meanwhile what portion of this inconsiderable terraqueous globe have ye actually tilled and delved, till it will grow no more? How thick stands your population in the pampas and savannas of America, round ancient Carthage, and in the interior of Africa, on both slopes of the Altaic chain, in the central platform of Asia, in Spain, Greece, Turkey, Crim Tartary, the Curragh of Kildare? One man in 1 year, as I have understood it, if you lend him earth, will feed himself and 9 others. Alas, where now are the Hengsts and Alarics of our still glowing, still expanding Europe, who, when their home is grown too narrow, will enlist and, like fire-pillars, guide onwards those superfluous masses of indomitable living valor, equipped, not now with the battle-axe and war-chariot, but with the steam-engine and ploughshare? Where are they? Preserving their game. From Heroes and Hero Worship. In May 1840, Carlyle delivered a course of 6 lectures which were published in 1841 under the title On Heroes, Hero Worship, and the Heroic in History. Although Carlyle's public lectures attracted considerable attention, and his rhetorical style seems well suited to such a medium, he disliked lecturing intensely because of the mental stress it caused him. Heroes and Hero Worship was in fact his last course of public lectures, and the only one to appear in print. The theme of Heroes and Hero Worship is defined at the outset: universal history. The history of what man has accomplished in this world is at bottom the history of the great men who have worked here. According to Carlyle, belief in utilitarianism has led to a bewildering, inextricable jungle of delusions, confusions, falsehoods and absurdities which only a new hero can resolve. The lectures themselves are devoted to the heroes of the past, who are classified into 6 different kinds, and form an interesting, if somewhat random, indication of Carlyle's predilections: Odin, Mahomet, Dante, Shakespeare, Luther, John Knox, Johnson, Rousseau, Burns, Cromwell and Napoleon. The passage reprinted here is the first part of the 5th lecture, The Hero as Man of Letters. From The Hero as Man of Letters *. Hero gods, prophets, poets, priests are forms of heroism that belong to the old ages, make their appearance in the remotest times. Some of them have ceased to be possible long since, and cannot any more show themselves in this world. The hero as man of letters, again, of which class we are to speak today, is altogether a product of these new ages, and so long as the wondrous art of writing, or of ready writing, which we call printing, subsists, he may be expected to continue as one of the main forms of heroism for all future ages. He is in various respects a very singular phenomenon. He is new, I say. He has hardly lasted above a century in the world yet. Never, till about 100 years ago, was there seen any figure of a great soul living apart in that anomalous manner, endeavoring to speak forth the inspiration that was in him by printed books, and find place and subsistence by what the world would please to give him for doing that. Much had been sold and bought, and left to make its own bargain in the marketplace, but the inspired wisdom of a heroic soul never till then, in that naked manner. He with his copyrights and copperongs in his squalid garret, in his rusty coat, ruling, for this is what he does, from his grave, after death, whole nations and generations who would, or would not, give him bread while living, is a rather curious spectacle. Few shapes of heroism can be more unexpected. Alas, the hero from of old has had to cramp himself into strange shapes. The world knows not well at any time what to do with him, so foreign is his aspect in the world. It seemed absurd to us that men, in their rude admiration, should take some wise great Odin for a god, and worship him as such, some wise great Mahomet for one god inspired, and religiously follow his law for 12 centuries, but that a wise great Johnson, a Burns, a Rousseau should be taken for some idle nondescript, extant in the world to amuse idleness, and have a few coins and applauses thrown him, that he might live thereby. This perhaps, as before hinted, will one day seem a still absurder phases of things. Meanwhile, since it is the spiritual always that determines the material, this same man of letters hero must be regarded as our most important modern person. He, such as he may be, is the soul of all. What he teaches, the whole world will do and make. The world's manner of dealing with him is the most significant feature of the world's general position. Looking well at his life, we may get a glance, as deep as is readily possible for us, into the life of those singular centuries which have produced him, in which we ourselves live and work. There are genuine men of letters, and not genuine, as in every kind there is a genuine and a spurious. If hero be taken to mean genuine, then I say the hero as man of letters will be found discharging a function for us which is ever honorable, ever the highest, and was once well known to be the highest. He is uttering forth in such way as he has, the inspired soul of him, all that a man, in any case, can do. I say inspired, for what we call originality, sincerity, genius, the heroic quality we have no good name for, signifies that. The hero is he who lives in the inward sphere of things, in the true, divine and eternal, which exists always, unseen to most, under the temporary, trivial. His being is in that, he declares that abroad, by act or speech as it may be, in declaring himself abroad. His life, as we said before, is a piece of the everlasting heart of nature herself. All men's life is, but the weak many know not the fact, and are untrue to it. In most times, the strong few are strong, heroic, perennial, because it cannot be hidden from them. The man of letters, like every hero, is there to proclaim this in such sort as he can. Intrinsically it is the same function which the old generations named a man prophet, priest, divinity for doing, which all manner of heroes, by speech or by act, are sent into the world to do. Fichte the German philosopher delivered, some 40 years ago at Erlangen, a highly remarkable course of lectures on this subject, über das Wesen des Gelehrten, on the nature of the literary man. Fichte, in conformity with the transcendental philosophy, of which he was a distinguished teacher, declares first, that all things which we see or work within this earth, especially we ourselves and all persons, are as a kind of vesture or sensuous appearance, that under all there lies, as the essence of them, what he calls the divine idea of the world. This is the reality which lies at the bottom of all appearance. To the mass of men no such divine idea is recognizable in the world, they live merely, says Fichte, among the superficialities, practicalities and shows of the world, not dreaming that there is anything divine under them. But the man of letters is sent hither specially that he may discern for himself, and make manifest to us, this same divine idea. In every new generation it will manifest itself in a new dialect, and he is there for the purpose of doing that. Such is Fichte's phraseology, with which we need not quarrel. It is his way of naming what I hear, by other words, am striving imperfectly to name, what there is at present no name for, the unspeakable divine significance, full of splendor, of wonder and terror, that lies in the being of every man, of everything, the presence of the God who made every man and thing. Mahomet taught this in his dialect, Odin in his. It is the thing which all thinking hearts, in one dialect or another, are here to teach. Fichte calls the man of letters, therefore, a prophet, or as he prefers to phrase it, a priest, continually unfolding the godlike to men. Men of letters are a perpetual priesthood, from age to age, teaching all men that a God is still present in their life, that all appearance, whatsoever we see in the world, is but as a vesture for the divine idea of the world, for that which lies at the bottom of appearance. In the true literary man there is thus ever, acknowledged or not by the world, a sacredness. He is the light of the world's priest, guiding it, like a sacred pillar of fire, in its dark pilgrimage through the waste of time. Fichte discriminates with sharp zeal the true literary man, what we here call the hero as man of letters, from multitudes of false unheroic. Whoever lives not wholly in this divine idea, or living partially in it, struggles not, as for the one good, to live wholly in it. He is, let him live where else he like, in what pomps and prosperities he like, no literary man. He is, says Fichte, a bungler, stumper. Or at best, if he belong to the prosaic provinces, he may be a hodman. Fichte even calls him elsewhere a nonentity, and has in short no mercy for him, no wish that he should continue happy among us. This is Fichte's notion of the man of letters. It means in its own form precisely what we here mean. In this point of view I consider that, for the last 100 years, by far the notablest of all literary men is Fichte's countryman, Goethe. To that man too, in a strange way, there was given what we may call a life in the divine idea of the world, vision of the inward divine mystery, and strangely, out of his books, the world rises imaged once more as godlike, the workmanship and temple of a god. Illuminated all, not in fierce impure fire splendor as of Mahomet, but in mild celestial radiance, really a prophecy in these most unprophetic times, to my mind, by far the greatest, though one of the quietest, among all the great things that have come to pass in them. Our chosen specimen of the hero as literary man would be this Goethe. And it were a very pleasant plan for me here to discourse of his heroism, for I consider him to be a true hero, heroic in what he said and did, and perhaps still more in what he did not say and did not do. To me a noble spectacle, a great heroic ancient man speaking and keeping silence as an ancient hero in the guise of a most modern, high-bred, high-cultivated man of letters. We have had no such spectacle, no man capable of affording such, for the last 150 years. But at present, such is the general state of knowledge about Goethe, it were worse than useless to attempt speaking of him in this case. Speak as I might, Goethe, to the great majority of you, would remain problematic, vague. No impression but a false one could be realized. Him we must leave to future times. Johnson, Burns, Rousseau, three great figures from a prior time, from a far inferior state of circumstances, will suit us better here. Three men of the 18th century, the conditions of their life far more resemble what those of ours still are in England, than what Goethe's in Germany were. Alas, these men did not conquer like him, they fought bravely, and fell. They were not heroic bringers of the light, but heroic seekers of it. They lived under galling conditions, struggling as under mountains of impediment, and could not unfold themselves into clearness, or victorious interpretation of that divine idea. It is rather the tombs of three literary heroes that I have to show you. There are the monumental heaps, under which three spiritual giants lie buried. Very mournful, but also great and full of interest for us. We will linger by them for a while. Complaint is often made, in these times, of what we call the disorganized condition of society. How will many arranged forces of society fulfill their work? How many powerful forces are seen working in a wasteful, chaotic, altogether unarranged manner? It is too just a complaint, as we all know. But perhaps if we look at this of books and the writers of books, we shall find here, as it were, the summary of all other disorganization, a sort of heart, from which, and to which, all other confusion circulates in the world. Considering what book writers do in the world, and what the world does with book writers, I should say, it is the most anomalous thing the world at present has to show. We should get into a sea far beyond sounding, did we attempt to give account of this, but we must glance at it for the sake of our subject. The worst element in the life of these three literary heroes was, that they found their business and position such a chaos. On the beaten road there is tolerable travelling, but it is sore work, and many have to perish, fashioning a path through the impassable. Our pious fathers, feeling well what importance lay in the speaking of man to men, founded churches, made endowments, regulations. Everywhere in the civilized world there is a pulpit, environed with all manner of complex dignified appurtenances and furtherances, that therefrom a man with the tongue may, to best advantage, address his fellow men. They felt that this was the most important thing, that without this there was no good thing. It is a right pious work, that of theirs, beautiful to behold. But now with the art of writing, with the art of printing, a total change has come over that business. The writer of a book is not he a preacher preaching not to this parish or that, on this day or that, but to all men in all times and places. Surely it is of the last importance that he do his work right, whoever do it wrong, that the eye report not falsely, for then all the other members are astray. Well, how he may do his work, whether he do it right or wrong, or do it at all, is a point which no man in the world has taken the pains to think of. To a certain shopkeeper, trying to get some money for his books, if lucky, he is of some importance, to no other man of any. Whence he came, whither he is bound, by what ways he arrived, by what he might be furthered on his course, no one asks. He is an accident in society. He wanders like a wild Ishmaelite, in a world of which he is as the spiritual light, either the guidance or the misguidance. Certainly the art of writing is the most miraculous of all things man has devised. Odin's runes were the first form of the work of a hero. Books, written words, are still miraculous runes, the latest form. In books lies the soul of the whole past time, the articulate audible voice of the past, when the body and material substance of it has altogether vanished like a dream. Mighty fleets and armies, harbors and arsenals, vast cities, high-domed, many-engined, they are precious, great, but what do they become? Agamemnon, the many Agamemnons, Pericleses, and their Greece, all is gone now to some ruined fragments, dumb mournful wrecks and blocks, but the books of Greece. Their Greece to every thinker still very literally lives, can be called up again into life. No magic rune is stranger than a book. All that mankind has done, thought, gained or been, it is lying as in magic preservation in the pages of books. They are the chosen possession of men. Do not books still accomplish miracles as runes were fabled to do? They persuade men. Not the wretchedest circulating library novel, which foolish girls thumb and con in remote villages, but will help to regulate the actual practical weddings and households of those foolish girls. So Celia felt, so Clifford acted, the foolish theorem of life, stamped into those young brains, comes out as a solid practice one day. Consider whether any rune in the wildest imagination of mythologist ever did such wonders as, on the actual firm earth, some books have done. What built St. Paul's Cathedral? Look at the heart of the matter. It was that divine Hebrew book, the word partly of the man Moses, an outlaw tending his Midianitish herds, 4,000 years ago, in the wilderness of Sinai. It is the strangest of things, yet nothing is truer. With the art of writing, of which printing is a simple, an inevitable and comparatively insignificant corollary, the true reign of miracles for mankind commenced. It related, with a wondrous new contiguity and perpetual closeness, the past and distant with the present in time and place, all times and all places with this our actual here and now. All things were altered for men, all modes of important work of men, teaching, preaching, governing, and all else. To look at teaching, for instance. Universities are a notable, respectable product of the modern ages. Their existence too is modified, to the very basis of it, by the existence of books. Universities arose while there were yet no books procurable, while a man, for a single book, had to give an estate of land. That in those circumstances when a man had some knowledge to communicate, he should do it by gathering the learners round him, face to face, was a necessity for him. If you wanted to know what Abelard knew, you must go and listen to Abelard. Thousands, as many as 30,000, went to hear Abelard and that metaphysical theology of his. And now for any other teacher who had also something of his own to teach, there was a great convenience opened, so many thousands eager to learn were already assembled yonder. Of all places the best place for him was that. For any third teacher it was better still, and grew ever the better the more teachers there came. It only needed now that the king took notice of this new phenomenon, combined or agglomerated the various schools into one school, gave it edifices, privileges, encouragements, and named it Universitas, or School of all Sciences. The University of Paris, in its essential characters, was there. The model of all subsequent universities, which down even to these days, for 6 centuries now, have gone on to found themselves. Such, I conceive, was the origin of universities. It is clear, however, that with this simple circumstance, facility of getting books, the whole conditions of the business from top to bottom were changed. Once invent printing, you metamorphosed all universities, or superseded them. The teacher needed not now to gather men personally round him, that he might speak to them what he knew, print it in a book, and all learners far and wide, for a trifle, had it each at his own fireside, much more effectually to learn it. Doubtless there is still peculiar virtue in speech, even writers of books may still, in some circumstances, find it convenient to speak also, witness our present meeting here. There is, one would say, and must ever remain while man has a tongue, a distinct province for speech as well as for writing and printing. In regard to all things this must remain, to universities among others. But the limits of the two have nowhere yet been pointed out, ascertained, much less put in practice. The university which would completely take in that great new fact of the existence of printed books, and stand on a clear footing for the 19th century as the Paris one did for the 13th, has not yet come into existence. If we think of it, all that a university, or final highest school can do for us is still but what the first school began doing, teach us to read. We learn to read in various languages, in various sciences, we learn the alphabet and letters of all manner of books. But the place where we are to get knowledge, even theoretic knowledge, is the books themselves. It depends on what we read, after all manner of professors have done their best for us. The true university of these days is a collection of books. But to the church itself, as I hinted already, all is changed, in its preaching, in its working, by the introduction of books. The church is the working recognized union of our priests or prophets, of those who by wise teaching guide the souls of men. While there was no writing, even while there was no easy writing, or printing, the preaching of the voice was the natural sole method of performing this. But now with books. He that can write a true book to persuade England, is not he the bishop and archbishop, the primate of England and of all England? I many a time say the writers of newspapers, pamphlets, poems, books, these are the real working effective church of a modern country. Nay, not only our preaching, but even our worship, is not it too accomplished by means of printed books? The noble sentiment which a gifted soul has clothed for us in melodious words, which brings melody into our hearts, is not this essentially, if we will understand it, of the nature of worship? There are many in all countries who, in this confused time, have no other method of worship. He who in any way shows us better than we knew before that a lily of the fields is beautiful, does he not show it us as effluent of the fountain of all beauty, as the handwriting, made visible there of the great Maker of the universe? He has sung for us, made us sing with him, a little verse of a sacred psalm. Essentially so. How much more he who sings, who says, or in any way brings home to our heart the noble doings, feelings, darings and endurances of a brother man. He has verily touched our hearts as with a live coal from the altar. Perhaps there is no worship more authentic. Literature, so far as it is literature, is an apocalypse of nature, a revealing of the open secret. It may well enough be named, in Fichte's style, a continuous revelation of the godlike in the terrestrial and common. The godlike does ever, in very truth, endure. There is brought out, now in this dialect, now in that, with various degrees of clearness. All true gifted singers and speakers are, consciously or unconsciously, doing so. The dark stormful indignation of a Byron, so wayward and perverse, may have touches of it, nay the withered mockery of a French skeptic, his mockery of the false, a love and worship of the true. How much more the sphere harmony of a Shakespeare, of a Goethe, the cathedral music of a Milton? They are something too, those humble genuine lark notes of a Burns, skylark, starting from the humble furrow far overhead into the blue depths, and singing to us so genuinely there. For all true singing is of the nature of worship, as indeed all true working may be said to be, whereof such singing is but the record, and fit melodious representation, to us. Fragments of a real church liturgy, and body of homilies, strangely disguised from the common eye, are to be found weltering in that huge froth ocean of printed speech we loosely call literature. Books are our church too. On turning now to the government of men. Whiteninge mote, old Parliament, was a great thing. The affairs of the nation were there deliberated and decided, what we were to do as a nation. But does not, though the name Parliament subsists, the parliamentary debate go on now, everywhere and at all times, in a far more comprehensive way, out of Parliament altogether? Burke said there were 3 estates in Parliament, but in the reporters' gallery yonder there sat a 4th estate more important far than them all. It is not a figure of speech, or a witty saying, it is a literal fact, very momentous to us in these times. Literature is our Parliament too. Printing, which comes necessarily out of writing, I say often, is equivalent to democracy. Invent writing, democracy is inevitable. Writing brings printing, brings universal everyday extempore printing, as we see at present. Whoever can speak, speaking now to the whole nation, becomes a power, a branch of government, with inalienable weight in lawmaking, in all acts of authority. It matters not what rank he has, what revenues or garnitures, the requisite thing is, that he have a tongue which others will listen to, this and nothing more is requisite. The nation is governed by all that has tongue in the nation, democracy is virtually there. Add only that whatsoever power exists will have itself, by and by, organized, working secretly under bandages, obscurations, obstructions, it will never rest till it get to work free, unencumbered, visible to all. Democracy virtually extant will insist on becoming palpably extant. On all sides are we not driven to the conclusion that, of the things which man can do or make here below, by far the most momentous, wonderful and worthy are the things we call books. Those poor bits of rag paper with black ink on them, from the daily newspaper to the sacred Hebrew book, what have they not done, what are they not doing? For indeed, whatever be the outward form of the thing, bits of paper, as we say, and black ink, is it not verily, at bottom, the highest act of man's faculty that produces a book? It is the thought of man, the true thaumaturgic virtue, by which man works all things whatsoever. All that he does and brings to pass is the vesture of a thought. This London city, with all its houses, palaces, steam engines, cathedrals, and huge immeasurable traffic and tumult, what is it but a thought, but millions of thoughts made into one, a huge immeasurable spirit of a thought, embodied in brick, in iron, smoke, dust, palaces, parliaments, hackney coaches, Catherine docks, and the rest of it? Not a brick was made but some man had to think of the making of that brick. The thing we called bits of paper with traces of black ink is the purest embodiment a thought of man can have. No wonder it is in all ways the activest and noblest. All this of the importance and supreme importance of the man of letters in modern society, and how the press is to such a degree superseding the pulpit, the senate, the senatus academicus and much else, has been admitted for a good while, and recognized often enough, in late times, with a sort of sentimental triumph and wonderment. It seems to me the sentimental by and by will have to give place to the practical. If men of letters are so incalculably influential, actually performing such work for us from age to age, and even from day to day, then I think we may conclude that men of letters will not always wander like unrecognized, unregulated Ishmaelites among us. Whatsoever thing, as I said above, has virtual unnoticed power will cast off its wrappage, bandages, and step forth one day with palpably articulated, universally visible power. That one man wear the clothes and take the wages of a function which is done by quite another, there can be no profit in this is not right, it is wrong. And yet, alas, the making of it right, what a business, for long times to come. Sure enough, this that we call organization of the literary guild is still a great way off, encumbered with all manner of complexities. If you asked me what were the best possible organization for the men of letters in modern society, the arrangement of furtherance and regulation, grounded the most accurately on the actual facts of their position and of the world's position, I should beg to say that the problem far exceeded my faculty. It is not one man's faculty, it is that of many successive men turned earnestly upon it, that will bring out even an approximate solution. What the best arrangement were, none of us could say. But if you ask, which is the worst? I answer, this which we now have, that chaos should sit umpire in it, this is the worst. To the best, or any good one, there is yet a long way. One remark I must not omit. That royal or parliamentary grants of money are by no means the chief thing wanted. To give our men of letters stipends, endowments and all furtherance of cash, will do little towards the business. On the whole, one is weary of hearing about the omnipotence of money. I will say rather that, for a genuine man, it is no evil to be poor, that there ought to be literary men poor to show whether they are genuine or not. Mendicant orders, bodies of good men doomed to beg, were instituted in the Christian Church, a most natural and even necessary development of the spirit of Christianity. It was itself founded on poverty, on sorrow, contradiction, crucifixion, every species of worldly distress and degradation. We may say that he who has not known those things and learned from them the priceless lessons they have to teach, has missed a good opportunity of schooling. To beg and go barefoot in coarse woolen cloak with a rope round your loins and be despised of all the world was no beautiful business, nor an honourable one in any eye, till the nobleness of those who did so had made it honoured of some. Begging is not in our course at the present time, but for the rest of it, who will say that a Johnson is not perhaps the better for being poor? It is needful for him, at all rates, to know that outward profit, that success of any kind is not the goal he has to aim at. Pride, vanity, ill-conditioned egoism of all sorts, are bred in his heart, as in every heart, need, above all, to be cast out of his heart, to be, with whatever pangs, torn out of it, cast forth from it, as a thing worthless. Byron, born rich and noble, made out even less than Burns, poor and plebeian. Who knows but in that same best possible organization, as yet far off, poverty may still enter as an important element. What if our men of letters, men setting up to be spiritual heroes, were still then, as they now are, a kind of involuntary monastic order, bound still to this same ugly poverty, till they had tried what was in it too, till they had learned to make it too do for them? Money, in truth, can do much, but it cannot do all. We must know the province of it, and confine it there, and even spurn it back, when it wishes to get farther. Besides, were the moneyfurtherances, the proper season for them, the fitter signer of them, all settled, how is the Burns to be recognized that merits these? He must pass through the ordeal, and prove himself. This ordeal, this wild welter of a chaos which is called literary life, this too is a kind of ordeal. There is clear truth in the idea that a struggle from the lower classes of society, towards the upper regions and rewards of society, must ever continue. Strong men are born there who ought to stand elsewhere than there. The manifold, inextricably complex, universal struggle of these constitutes, and must constitute, what is called the progress of society. For men of letters as for all other sorts of men. How to regulate that struggle? There is the whole question. To leave it as it is at the mercy of blind chance, a whirl of distracted atoms, one cancelling the other, one of the 1,000 arriving saved, 999 lost by the way, your Royal Johnson languishing inactive in garrets, or harnessed to the yoke of Printer Cave, your Burns dying broken-hearted as a gauger, your Rousseau driven into mad exasperation, kindling French revolutions by his paradoxes, this, as we said, is clearly enough the worst regulation. The best, alas, is far from us. And yet there can be no doubt but it is coming, advancing on us, as yet hidden in the bosom of centuries. This is a prophecy one can risk. For so soon as men get to discern the importance of a thing, they do infallibly set about arranging it, facilitating, forwarding it, and rest not till, in some approximate degree, they have accomplished that. I say, of all priesthoods, aristocracies, governing classes at present extant in the world, there is no class comparable for importance to that priesthood of the writers of books. This is a fact which he who runs may read, and draw inferences from. Literature will take care of itself, answered Mr. Pitt, when applied to for some help for Burns. Yes, adds Mr. Southey, it will take care of itself, and of you too, if you do not look into it. The result to individual men of letters is not the momentous one, they are but individuals, an infinitesimal fraction of the great body, they can struggle on, and live or else die, as they have been wont. But it deeply concerns the whole society, whether it will set its light on high places, to walk thereby, or trample it under foot, and scatter it in all ways of wild waste, not without conflagration, as heretofore. Light is the one thing wanted for the world. Put wisdom in the head of the world will fight its battle victoriously, and be the best world man can make it. I called this anomaly of a disorganic literary class the heart of all other anomalies, at once product and parent. Some good arrangement for that would be as the punctum saliens of a new vitality and just arrangement for all. Already in some European countries, in France, in Prussia, one traces some beginnings of an arrangement for the literary class, indicating the gradual possibility of such. I believe that it is possible, that it will have to be possible. By far the most interesting fact I hear about the Chinese is one on which we cannot arrive at clearness, but which excites endless curiosity even in the dim state, this namely, that they do attempt to make their men of letters their governors. It would be rash to say one understood how this was done or with what degree of success it was done. All such things must be very unsuccessful, yet a small degree of success is precious, the very attempt how precious. There does seem to be, all over China, a more or less active search everywhere to discover the men of talent that grow up in the young generation. Schools there are for every one, a foolish sort of training, yet still a sort. The youth who distinguish themselves in the lower school are promoted into favorable stations in the higher, that they may still more distinguish themselves, forward and forward. It appears to be out of these that the official persons, and incipient governors, are taken. These are they whom they try first, whether they can govern or not. And surely with the best hope, for they are the men that have already shown intellect. Try them, they have not governed or administered as yet, perhaps they cannot, but there is no doubt they have some understanding, without which no man can. Neither is understanding a tool, as we are too apt to figure, it is a hand which can handle any tool. Try these men, they are of all others the best worth trying. Surely there is no kind of government, constitution, revolution, social apparatus or arrangement, that I know of in this world, so promising to one's scientific curiosity as this. The man of intellect at the top of affairs, this is the aim of all constitutions and revolutions, if they have any aim. For the man of true intellect, as I assert and believe always, is the noble-hearted man withal, the true, just, humane and valiant man. Get him for governor, all is got; fail to get him, though you had constitutions plentiful as blackberries, and a parliament in every village, there is nothing yet got. These things look strange, truly, and are not such as we commonly speculate upon. But we are fallen into strange times, these things will require to be speculated upon, to be rendered practicable, to be in some way put in practice. These and many others. On all hands of us there is the announcement, audible enough, that the old empire of routine has ended, that to say a thing has long been, is no reason for its continuing to be. The things which have been are fallen into decay, are fallen into incompetence. Large masses of mankind, in every society of our Europe, are no longer capable of living at all by the things which have been. When millions of men can no longer by their utmost exertion gain food for themselves, and the third man for 36 weeks each year is short of third-rate potatoes, the things which have been must decidedly prepare to alter themselves. I will now quit this of the organization of men of letters. Alas, the evil that pressed heaviest on those literary heroes of ours was not the want of organization for men of letters, but a far deeper one, out of which, indeed, this and so many other evils for the literary man, and for all men, had, as from their fountain, taken rise. That our hero as man of letters had to travel without highway, companionless, through an inorganic chaos, and to leave his own life and faculty lying there as a partial contribution towards pushing some highway through it, this, had not his faculty itself been so perverted and paralyzed, he might have put up with, might have considered to be but the common lot of heroes. His fatal misery was the spiritual paralysis, so we may name it, of the age in which his life lay, whereby his life too, do what he might, was half paralyzed. The 18th was a skeptical century, in which little word there is a whole Pandora's box of miseries. Skepticism means not intellectual doubt alone, but moral doubt, all sorts of infidelity, insincerity, spiritual paralysis. Perhaps in few centuries that one could specify since the world began was a life of heroism more difficult for a man. That was not an age of faith, an age of heroes. The very possibility of heroism had been, as it were, formally abnegated in the minds of all. Heroism was gone forever, triviality, formalism and commonplace were come forever. The age of miracles had been, or perhaps had not been, but it was not any longer. An effete world wherein wonder, greatness, godhood could not now dwell, in one word, a godless world. How mean dwarfish are their ways of thinking in this time, compared not with the Christian Shakespeares and Miltons, but with the old pagan Scalds, with any species of believing men. The living Tree Yggdrasil, with the melodious prophetic waving of its worldwide boughs, deep-rooted as Hala, has died out into the clanking of a world machine. Tree and machine, contrast these two things. I for my share declare the world to be no machine. I say that it does not go by wheel and pinion motives, self-interests, checks, balances, that there is something far other in it than the clank of spinning jennies and parliamentary majorities, and, on the whole, that it is not a machine at all. The old Norse heathen had a truer notion of God's world than these poor machine skeptics. The old heathen Norse were sincere men. But for these poor skeptics there was no sincerity, no truth. Half-truth and hearsay was called truth. Truth for most men meant plausibility, to be measured by the number of votes you could get. They had lost any notion that sincerity was possible, or of what sincerity was. How many plausibilities asking, with unaffected surprise and the air of offended virtue, what? Am not I sincere? Spiritual paralysis, I say, nothing left but a mechanical life, was the characteristic of that century. For the common man, unless happily he stood below his century and belonged to another prior one, it was impossible to be a believer, a hero. He lay buried, unconscious, under these baleful influences. To the strongest man, only with infinite struggle and confusion was it possible to work himself half loose, and lead as it were in an enchanted, most tragical way, a spiritual death in life, and be a half-hero. Skepticism is the name we give to all this, as the chief symptom, as the chief origin of all this. Concerning which so much were to be said. It would take many discourses, not a small fraction of one discourse, to state what one feels about that 18th century and its ways. As indeed this and the like of this, which we now call skepticism, is precisely the black malady and life foe against which all teaching and discoursing since man's life began has directed itself. The battle of belief against unbelief is the never-ending battle. Neither is it in the way of crimination that one would wish to speak. Skepticism for that century we must consider as the decay of old ways of believing, the preparation afar off for new, better and wider ways, an inevitable thing. We will not blame men for it, we will lament their hard fate. We will understand that destruction of old forms is not destruction of everlasting substances, that skepticism, as sorrowful and hateful as we see it, is not an end but a beginning. The other day, speaking without prior purpose that way of Bentham's theory of man and man's life, I chanced to call it a more beggarly one than Mahomet's. I am bound to say, now when it is once uttered, that such is my deliberate opinion. Not that one would mean offence against the man Jeremy Bentham, or those who respect and believe him. Bentham himself, and even the creed of Bentham, seems to me comparatively worthy of praise. It is a determinate being what all the world, in a cowardly half-and-half manner, was tending to be. Let us have the crisis, we shall either have death or the cure. I call this gross steam-engine utilitarianism an approach towards new faith. It was a laying down of cant, a saying to oneself, well then, this world is a dead iron machine, the god of it gravitation and selfish hunger, let us see what, by checking and balancing and good adjustment of tooth and pinion, can be made of it. Benthamism has something complete, manful, in such fearless committal of itself to what it finds true, you may call it heroic, though a heroism with its eyes put out. It is the culminating point, and fearless ultimatum, of what lay in the half-and-half state, pervading man's whole existence in that 18th century. It seems to me all deniers of godhood, and all lip believers of it, are bound to be Benthamites, if they have courage and honesty. Benthamism is an eyeless heroism, the human species, like a hapless blinded Samson grinding in the Philistine mill, clasps convulsively the pillars of its mill, brings huge ruin down, but ultimately deliverance withal. Of Bentham I meant to say no harm. But this I do say, and would wish all men to know and lay to heart, that he who discerns nothing but mechanism in the universe has in the fatalist way missed the secret of the universe altogether. That all godhood should vanish out of men's conception of this universe seems to me precisely the most brutal error. I will not disparage heathenism by calling it a heathen error that men could fall into. It is not true, it is false at the very heart of it. A man who thinks so will think wrong about all things in the world, this original sin will vitiate all other conclusions he can form. One might call it the most lamentable of delusions, not forgetting witchcraft itself. Witchcraft worshipped at least a living devil, but this worships a dead iron devil, no god, not even a devil. Whatsoever is noble, divine, inspired, drops thereby out of life. There remains everywhere in life a despicable caput mortuum, the mechanical hull, all soul fled out of it. How can a man act heroically? The doctrine of motives will teach him that it is, under more or less disguise, nothing but a wretched love of pleasure, fear of pain, that hunger of applause, of cash, of whatsoever victual it may be, is the ultimate fact of man's life. Atheism, in brief, which does indeed frightfully punish itself. The man, I say, is become spiritually a paralytic man, this godlike universe a dead mechanical steam engine, all working by motives, checks, balances, and I know not what, wherein, as in the detestable belly of some Phalaris bull of his own contriving, he the poor Phalaris sits miserably dying. Belief I define to be the healthy act of a man's mind. It is a mysterious indescribable process, that of getting to believe, indescribable, as all vital acts are. We have our mind given us not that it may cavil and argue, but that it may see into something, give us clear belief and understanding about something whereon we are then to proceed to act. Doubt, truly, is not itself a crime. Certainly we do not rush out, clutch up the first thing we find, and straightway believe that. All manner of doubt, inquiry, as it is named, about all manner of objects, dwells in every reasonable mind. It is the mystic working of the mind on the object it is getting to know and believe. Belief comes out of all this above ground, like the tree from its hidden roots. But now if, even on common things, we require that a man keep his doubts silent, and not babble of them till they in some measure become affirmations or denials, how much more in regard to the highest things impossible to speak of in words at all. That a man parade his doubt, and get to imagine that debating and logic, which means at best only the manner of telling us your thought, your belief or disbelief, about a thing, is the triumph and true work of what intellect he has, alas, this is as if you should overturn the tree, and instead of green boughs, leaves and fruits, show us ugly taloned roots turned up into the air and no growth, only death and misery going on. For the skepticism, as I said, is not intellectual only, it is moral also, a chronic atrophy and disease of the whole soul. A man lives by believing something, not by debating and arguing about many things. A sad case for him when all that he can manage to believe is something he can button in his pocket, and with one or the other organ eat and digest. Lower than that he will not get. We call those ages in which he gets so low the mournfulest, sickest and meanest of all ages. The world's heart is palsied, sick, how can any limb of it be whole? Genuine acting ceases in all departments of the world's work, dexterous similitude of acting begins. The world's wages are pocketed, the world's work is not done. Heroes have gone out, quacks have come in. Accordingly, what century, since the end of the Roman world, which also was a time of skepticism, simulacra and universal decadence, so abounds with quacks as that 18th? Consider them with their tumid sentimental vaporing about virtue, benevolence, the wretched quack squadron, Cagliostro at the head of them. Few men were without quackery, they had got to consider it a necessary ingredient and amalgam for truth. Chatham, our brave Chatham himself, comes down to the house, all wrapped and bandaged, he has crawled out in great bodily suffering, and so on, forgets, says Walpole, that he is acting the sick man in the fire of debate, snatches his arm from the sling, and oratorically swings and brandishes it. Chatham himself lives the strangest mimetic life, half hero, half quack, all along. For indeed the world is full of dupes, and you have to gain the world's suffrage. How the duties of the world will be done in that case, what quantities of error, which means failure, which means sorrow and misery, to some and to many, will gradually accumulate in all provinces of the world's business, we need not compute. It seems to me you lay your finger here on the heart of the world's maladies when you call it a skeptical world. An insincere world, a godless untruth of a world. It is out of this, as I consider, that the whole tribe of social pestilences, French revolutions, Chartisms, and what not, have derived their being, their chief necessity to be. This must alter. Till this alter, nothing can beneficially alter. My one hope of the world, my inexpugnable consolation in looking at the miseries of the world, is that this is altering. Here and there one does now find a man who knows, as of old, that this world is a truth, and no plausibility and falsity, that he himself is alive, not dead or paralytic, and that the world is alive, instinct with godhood, beautiful and awful, even as in the beginning of days. One man once knowing this, many men, all men, must by and by come to know it. It lies there clear for whosoever will take the spectacles off his eyes and honestly look, to know. For such a man the unbelieving century, with its unblessed products, is already past, a new century is already come. The old unblessed products and performances, as solid as they look, are phantasms, preparing speedily to vanish. To this and the other noisy, very great-looking simulacrum with the whole world huzzahing at its heels, he can say, composedly stepping aside, thou art not true, thou art not extant, only semblant, go thy way. Yes, hollow formalism, gross benthamism, and other unheroic atheistic insincerity is visibly and even rapidly declining. An unbelieving 18th century is but an exception, such as now and then occurs. I prophesy that the world will once more become sincere, a believing world, with many heroes in it, a heroic world. It will then be a victorious world, never till then. Or indeed what of the world and its victories? Men speak too much about the world. Each one of us here, let the world go how it will, and be victorious or not victorious, has he not a life of his own to lead? One life, a little gleam of time between two eternities, no second chance to us forevermore. It were well for us to live not as fools and simulacra, but as wise and realities. The world's being saved will not save us, nor the world's being lost destroy us. We should look to ourselves, there is great merit here in the duty of staying at home. And on the whole, to say truth, I never heard of worlds being saved in any other way. That mania of saving worlds is itself a piece of the 18th century with its windy sentimentalism. Let us not follow it too far. For the saving of the world I will trust confidently to the Maker of the world, and look a little to my own saving, which I am more competent to. In brief, for the world's sake, and for our own, we will rejoice greatly that skepticism, insincerity, mechanical atheism, with all their poisoned use, are going, and as good as gone. Now it was under such conditions in those times of Johnson, that our men of letters had to live. Times in which there was properly no truth in life. Old truths had fallen nigh dumb, the new lay yet hidden, not trying to speak. That man's life here below was a sincerity and fact, and would forever continue such. No new intimation, in that dusk of the world, had yet dawned. No intimation, not even any French Revolution, which we define to be a truth once more, though a truth clad in hellfire. How different was the Luther's pilgrimage, with its assured goal, from the Johnsons, girt with mere traditions, suppositions, grown now incredible, unintelligible. Mahomet's formulas were of wood waxed and oiled, and could be burnt out of one's way. Poor Johnson's were far more difficult to burn. The strong man will ever find work which means difficulty, pain, to the full measure of his strength. But to make out a victory in those circumstances of our poor hero as man of letters was perhaps more difficult than in any. Not obstruction, disorganization, bookseller Osborne and fourpence halfpenny a day, not this alone, but the light of his own soul was taken from him. No landmark on the earth, and, alas, what is that to having no lodestar in the heaven? We need not wonder that none of those 3 men rose to victory. That they fought truly is the highest praise. With a mournful sympathy we will contemplate, if not 3 living victorious heroes, as I said, the tombs of 3 fallen heroes. They fell for us too, making a way for us. There are the mountains which they hurled abroad in their confused war of the giants, under which, their strength and life spent, they now lie buried. Past and Present. Past and Present was written in 1843 as a consequence of a visit by Carlyle to Suffolk, during the course of which he saw the ruined abbey at Bury St. Edmunds. He had earlier seen the workhouse at St. Ives in Huntingdonshire and been appalled at the wastage of human potential which it represented. In Past and Present Carlyle analyses the condition of his own society, and compares it with that of the medieval monastic community memorialized by the abbey, a contemporary account of which he found in the 12th century Chronicle of Jocelyn, a monk of St. Edmund's Bury. The hero of the Chronicle and of Past and Present is the Abbot Sampson, whom Carlyle presents as a true leader in a time of social insecurity. Past and Present is divided into 4 books: Proem, the Ancient Monk, the Modern Worker, and Horoscope, of which the second is devoted to an account of St. Edmund's Bury and its abbot, while the first, third and fourth consist of social analysis and prophecy. 4 separate passages have been selected for inclusion here in an attempt to indicate the technique that Carlyle adopted in this very unusual book. The text of the Chronicle used by Carlyle was that published for the Camden Society in 1840. His page references to this edition have been retained. Midas***. The condition of England, on which many pamphlets are now in the course of publication, and many thoughts unpublished are going on in every reflective head, is justly regarded as one of the most ominous, and withal one of the strangest, ever seen in this world. England is full of wealth, of multifarious produce, supply for human want in every kind, yet England is dying of inanition. With unabated bounty the land of England blooms and grows, waving with yellow harvests, thick-studded with workshops, industrial implements, with 15 millions of workers, understood to be the strongest, the cunningest and the willingest our earth ever had. These men are here, the work they have done, the fruit they have realized is here, abundant, exuberant on every hand of us, and behold, some baleful fiat as of enchantment has gone forth, saying, touch it not, ye workers, ye master. Workers, ye master idlers, none of you can touch it, no man of you shall be the better for it, this is enchanted fruit. On the poor workers such fiat falls first, in its rudest shape, but on the rich master workers too it falls, neither can the rich master idlers, nor any richest or highest man escape, but all are like to be brought low with it, and made poor enough in the money sense or a far fataler one. Of these successful skillful workers some 2 millions, it is now counted, sit in workhouses, poor law prisons, or have outdoor relief flung over the wall to them, the workhouse bar steel being filled to bursting, and the strong poor law broken asunder by a stronger. They sit there these many months now, their hope of deliverance as yet small. In workhouses pleasantly so named, because work cannot be done in them. 1,200,000 workers in England alone, their cunning right hand lamed, lying idle in their sorrowful bosom, their hopes, outlooks, share of this fair world, shut in by narrow walls. They sit there pent up, as in a kind of horrid enchantment, glad to be imprisoned and enchanted, that they may not perish starved. The picturesque tourist, in a sunny autumn day, through this bounteous realm of England, describes the Union Workhouse on his path. Passing by the workhouse of St. Ives in Huntingdonshire on a bright day last autumn, says the picturesque tourist, I saw sitting on wooden benches in front of their bar steel and within their ring wall and its railings, some 100 or more of these men. Tall robust figures, young mostly or of middle age, of honest countenance, many of them thoughtful and even intelligent-looking men. They sat there near by one another, but in a kind of torpor, especially in a silence, which was very striking. In silence, for, alas, what word was to be said? An earth all lying round, crying, come and till me, come and reap me, yet we here sit enchanted. In the eyes and brows of these men hung the gloomiest expression, not of anger, but of grief and shame and manifold inarticulate distress and weariness. They returned my glance, with a glance that seemed to say, do not look at us. We sit enchanted here, we know not why. The sun shines and the earth calls, and, by the governing powers and impotences of this England, we are forbidden to obey. It is impossible, they tell us. There was something that reminded me of Dante's hell in the look of all this, and I rode swiftly away. So many 100,000 sit in workhouses, and other 100,000 have not yet got even workhouses, and in thrifty Scotland itself, in Glasgow or Edinburgh City, in their dark lanes, hidden from all but the eye of God, and of rare benevolence the minister of God, there are scenes of woe and destitution and desolation, such as, one may hope, the sun never saw before in the most barbarous regions where men dwelt. Competent witnesses the brave and humane Dr. Allison, who speaks what he knows, whose noble healing art in his charitable hands becomes once more a truly sacred one, report these things for us. These things are not of this year, or of last year, have no reference to our present state of commercial stagnation, but only to the common state. Not in sharp fever fits, but in chronic gangrene of this kind is Scotland suffering. A poor law, any and every poor law, it may be observed, is but a temporary measure, an anodyne, not a remedy. Rich and poor, when once the naked facts of their condition have come into collision, cannot long subsist together on a mere poor law. True enough, and yet, human beings cannot be left to die. Scotland too, till something better come, must have a poor law, if Scotland is not to be a byword among the nations. Oh, what a waste is there of noble and thrice noble national virtues, peasant stoicisms, heroisms, valiant manful habits, soul of a nation's worth, which all the metal of Potosi cannot purchase back, to which the metal of Potosi, and all you can buy with it, is dross and dust. Why dwell on this aspect of the matter? It is too indisputable, not doubtful now to any one. Descend where you will into the lower class, in town or country, by what avenue you will, by factory inquiries, agricultural inquiries, by revenue returns, by mining laborer committees, by opening your own eyes and looking, the same sorrowful result discloses itself. You have to admit that the working body of this rich English nation has sunk or is fast sinking into a state, to which, all sides of it consider, there was literally never any parallel. At Stockport Assizes, and this too has no reference to the present state of trade, being of date prior to that, a mother and a father are arraigned and found guilty of poisoning 3 of their children to defraud a burial society of some 3l. 8 due on the death of each child. They are arraigned, found guilty, and the official authorities, it is whispered, hint that perhaps the case is not solitary, that perhaps you had better not probe farther into that department of things. This is in the autumn of 1841, the crime itself is of the previous year or season. Brutal savages, degraded Irish, mutters the idle reader of newspapers, hardly lingering on this incident. Yet it is an incident worth lingering on, the depravity, savagery and degraded Irishism being never so well admitted. In the British land a human mother and father, of white skin and professing the Christian religion, had done this thing. They, with their Irishism and necessity and savagery, had been driven to do it. Such instances are like the highest mountain apex emerged into view, under which lies a whole mountain region and land, not yet emerged. A human mother and father had said to themselves, what shall we do to escape starvation? We are deep sunk here in our dark cellar, and help is far. Yes, in the Ugolino hunger tower stern things happen, best loved little Gaddo fallen dead on his father's knees. The Stockport mother and father think and hint, our poor little starveling Tom, who cries all day for victuals, who will see only evil and not good in this world, if he were out of misery at once, he well dead, and the rest of us perhaps kept alive. It is thought, and hinted, at last it is done. And now Tom being killed, and all spent and eaten, is it poor little starveling Jack that must go, or poor little starveling Will? What a committee of ways and means! In starved siege cities, in the uttermost doomed ruin of old Jerusalem fallen under the wrath of God, it was prophesied and said, the hands of the pitiful women have sodden their own children. The stern Hebrew imagination could conceive no blacker gulf of wretchedness. That was the ultimatum of degraded God-punished man. And we here in modern England, exuberant with supply of all kinds, besieged by nothing if it be not by invisible enchantments, are we reaching that? How come these things? Wherefore are they, wherefore should they be? Nor are they of the St. Ives workhouses of the Glasgow lanes and Stockport cellars, the only unblessed among us. This successful industry of England, with its plethoric wealth, has as yet made nobody rich. It is an enchanted wealth, and belongs yet to nobody. We might ask, which of us has it enriched? We can spend thousands where we once spent hundreds, but can purchase nothing good with them. In poor and rich, instead of noble thrift and plenty, there is idle luxury alternating with mean scarcity and inability. We have sumptuous garnitures for our life, but have forgotten to live in the middle of them. It is an enchanted wealth, no man of us can yet touch it. The class of men who feel that they are truly better off by means of it, let them give us their name. Many men eat finer cookery, drink dearer liquors, with what advantage they can report, and their doctors can, but in the heart of them, if we go out of the dyspeptic stomach, what increase of blessedness is there? Are they better, beautifuler, stronger, braver? Are they even what they call happier? Do they look with satisfaction on more things and human faces in this God's earth? Do more things and human faces look with satisfaction on them? Not so. Human faces gloom discordantly, disloyally on one another. Things, if it be not mere cotton and iron things, are growing disobedient to man. The master worker is enchanted, for the present, like his workhouse workman, clamours, in vain hitherto, for a very simple sort of liberty, the liberty to buy where he finds it cheapest, to sell where he finds it dearest. With guineas jingling in every pocket, he was no whit richer, but now the very guineas threatening to vanish, he feels that he is poor indeed. Poor master worker! And the master and worker, is not he in a still fataler situation? Pausing amid his game preserves, with awful eye, as he well may. Coercing £50 tenants, coercing, bribing, cajoling, doing what he likes with his own. His mouth full of loud futilities and arguments to prove the excellence of his corn law, and in his heart the blackest misgiving, a desperate half-consciousness that his excellent corn law is indefensible, that his loud arguments for it are of a kind to strike men too literally dumb. To whom, then, is this wealth of England wealth? Who is it that it blesses, makes happier, wiser, beautifuler, in any way better? Who has got hold of it, to make it fetch and carry for him, like a true servant, not like a false mock servant, to do him any real service whatsoever? As yet no one. We have more riches than any nation ever had before, we have less good of them than any nation ever had before. Our successful industry is hitherto unsuccessful, a strange success, if we stop here. In the midst of plethoric plenty the people perish, with gold walls and full barns, no man feels himself safe or satisfied. Workers, master workers, unworkers, all men, come to a pause, stand fixed, and cannot farther. Fatal paralysis spreading inwards, from the extremities, in St. Ives workhouses, in Stockport cellars, through all limbs, as if towards the heart itself. Have we actually got enchanted, then, accursed by some god? Midas longed for gold, and insulted the Olympians. He got gold so that whatsoever he touched became gold, and he, with his long ears, was little the better for it. Midas had misjudged the celestial music tones, Midas had insulted Apollo and the gods gave him his wish, and a pair of long ears which also were a good appendage to it. What a truth in these old fables! St. Edmund's Bury *. The burg Bury, or Bury as they call it, of St. Edmund is still a prosperous brisk town, beautifully diversifying, with its clear brick houses, ancient clean streets, and 20 or 15,000 busy souls, the general grassy face of Suffolk, looking out right pleasantly from its hill slope, towards the rising sun, and on the eastern edge of it, still runs, long, black and massive, a range of monastic ruins, into the wide internal spaces of which the stranger is admitted on payment of 1 shilling. Internal spaces laid out, at present, as a botanic garden. Here stranger or townsman, sauntering at his leisure amid these vast grim venerable ruins, may persuade himself that an abbey of St. Edmund's Bury did once exist, nay there is no doubt of it. See here the ancient massive gateway of architecture interesting to the eye of dilettantism, and farther on, that other ancient gateway, now about to tumble, unless dilettantism, in these very months, can subscribe money to cramp it and prop it. Here sure enough is an abbey, beautiful in the eye of dilettantism. Giant pedantry also will step in with its huge Dugdale and other enormous monasticons under its arm, and cheerfully apprise you that this was a very great abbey, owner and indeed creator of St. Edmund's town itself, owner of wide lands and revenues, nay that its lands were once a county of themselves, that indeed King Canute or Canute was very kind to it, and gave St. Edmund his own gold crown off his head, on one occasion, for the rest, that the monks were of such and such a genus, such and such a number that they had so many caracates of land in this 100, and so many in that, and then farther that the large tower or belfry was built by such a one, and the smaller belfry was built by and see, till human nature can stand no more of it, till human nature desperately take refuge in forgetfulness, almost in flat disbelief of the whole business, monks, monastery, belfries, caracates and all. Alas, what mountains of dead ashes, wreck and burnt bones, does assiduous pedantry dig up from the past time, and name it history, and philosophy of history, till, as we say, the human soul sinks wearied and bewildered, till the past time seems all one infinite incredible grey void, without sun, stars, hearth fires, or candlelight, dim offensive dust whirlwinds filling universal nature, and over your historical library, it is as if all the Titans had written for themselves, "Dry rubbish shot here." And yet these grim old walls are not a dilettantism and dubiety, they are an earnest fact. It was a most real and serious purpose they were built for. Yes, another world it was when these black ruins, white in their new mortar and fresh chiseling, first saw the sun as walls, long ago. Gauge not with thy dilettanti compasses with that placid dilettanti simper the heavens watchtower of our fathers, the fallen gods' houses, the Golgotha of true souls departed. Their architecture, belfries, land caricates. Yes, and that is but a small item of the matter. Does it never give thee pause, this other strange item of it, that men then had a soul, not by hearsay alone, and as a figure of speech, but as a truth that they knew, and practically went upon? Verily it was another world then. Their missiles have become incredible, a sheer platitude, sayest thou? Yes, a most poor platitude, and even, if thou wilt, an idolatry and blasphemy, should any one persuade thee to believe them, to pretend praying by them. But yet it is pity we had lost tiding of our souls, actually we shall have to go in quest of them again, or worse in all ways will befall. A certain degree of soul, as Ben Jonson reminds us, is indispensable to keep the very body from destruction of the frightfulest sort, to save us, says he, the expense of salt. Ben has known men who had soul enough to keep their body and 5 senses from becoming carrion, and save salt, men, and also nations. You may look in Manchester hunger mobs and Corn Law Commons houses, and various other quarters, and say whether either soul or else salt is not somewhat wanted at present. Another world, truly, and this present poor distressed world might get some profit by looking wisely into it, instead of foolishly. But at lowest, O dilettanti friend, let us know always that it was a world, and not a void infinite of grey haze with phantasms swimming in it. These old St. Edmundsbury walls, I say, were not peopled with phantasms, but with men of flesh and blood, made altogether as we are. Had thou and I then been, who knows but we ourselves had taken refuge from an evil time, and fled to dwell here and meditate on an eternity, in such fashion as we could. Alas, how like an old osseous fragment, a broken blackened shinbone of the old dead ages, this black ruin looks out, not yet covered by the soil, still indicating what a once gigantic life lies buried there. It is dead now and dumb, but was alive once, and spake. For 20 generations, here was the earthly arena where painful living men worked out their life wrestle, looked at by earth, by heaven and hell. Bells tolled to prayers, and men of many humours, various thoughts, chanted vespers, matins, and round the little islet of their life rolled forever, as round ours still rolls, though we are blind and deaf, the illimitable ocean, tinting all things with its eternal hues and reflexes, making strange prophetic music. How silent now, all departed, clean gone. The world dramaturgist has written, exeunt. The devouring time demons have made away with it all, and in its stead, there is either nothing, or what is worse, offensive universal dust clouds, and grey eclipse of earth and heaven, from dry rubbish shot here. Truly it is no easy matter to get across the chasm of 7 centuries, filled with such material. But here of all helps is not a Boswell the welcomest, even a small Boswell. Veracity, true simplicity of heart, how valuable are these always. He that speaks what is really in him will find men to listen, though under never such impediments. Even gossip, springing free and cheery from a human heart, this too is a kind of veracity and speech, much preferable to pedantry and inane grey haze. Jocelyn is weak and garrulous, but he is human. Through the thin watery gossip of our Jocelyn we do get some glimpses of that deep-buried time, discern veritably, though in a fitful intermittent manner, these antique figures and their life method, face to face. Beautifully, in our earnest loving glance, the old centuries melt from opaque to partially translucent, transparent here and there, and the void black night, one finds, is but the summing up of innumerable peopled luminous days. Not parchment cartularies, doctrines of the Constitution, oh dry as dust, not altogether, my erudite friend. Readers who please to go along with us into this poor Joscelini chronica shall wander inconveniently enough, as in wintry twilight, through some poor stripped hazel grove, rustling with foolish noises and perpetually hindering the eyesight, but across which, here and there some real human figure is seen moving, very strange, whom we could hail if he would answer, and we look into a pair of eyes deep as our own, imaging our own, but all unconscious of us, to whom we, for the time, are become as spirits and invisible. Practical devotional asterisk. Here indeed, by rule of antagonisms, may be the place to mention that, after King Richard's return there was a liberty of tourneying given to the fighting men of England, that a tournament was proclaimed in the Abbot's domain, between Thetford and St. Edmundsbury, perhaps in the Euston region, on Fakenham Heights, midway between these two localities, that it was publicly prohibited by our Lord Abbot, and nevertheless was held in spite of him, and by the parties, as would seem, considered a gentle and free passage of arms. Nay, next year there came to the same spot 24 young men, sons of nobles, for another passage of arms, who, having completed the same, all rode into St. Edmundsbury to lodge for the night. Here is modesty. Our Lord Abbot, being instructed of it, ordered the gates to be closed, the whole party shut in. The morrow was the vigil of the apostles Peter and Paul, no outgate on the morrow. Giving their promise not to depart without permission, those 24 young bloods dieted all that day, manducavrant, with the Lord Abbot, waiting for trial on the morrow. But after dinner, mark it, posterity. The Lord Abbot retiring into his talamus, they all started up, and began carolling and singing Carolare et Cantar, sending into the town for wine, drinking, and afterwards howling, Ulialantes, totally depriving the abbot and convent of their afternoon's nap, doing all this in derision of the Lord Abbot, and spending in such fashion the whole day till evening, nor would they desist at the Lord Abbot's order. Night coming on, they broke the bolts of the town gates, and went off by violence. Was the like ever heard of? The roisterous young dogs, carolling, howling, breaking the Lord Abbot's sleep, after that sinful chivalry cockfight of theirs. They too are a feature of distant centuries as of near ones. Saint Edmund on the edge of your horizon, or whatever else there, young scamps, in the dandy state, whether cased in iron or in whalebone, begin to caper and carol on the green earth. Our Lord Abbot excommunicated most of them, and they gradually came in for repentance. Excommunication is a great recipe with our Lord Abbot, the prevailing purifier in those ages. Thus when the townsfolk and monks menials quarrelled once at the Christmas mysteries in St. Edmund's churchyard, and from words it came to cuffs, and from cuffs to cutting and the effusion of blood, our Lord Abbot excommunicates 60 of the rioters with bell, book and candle, accensis candelis, at one stroke. Whereupon they all come suppliant, indeed nearly naked, nothing on but their breeches, omnino nudi preta femeralia, and prostrate themselves at the church door. Figure that. In fact, by excommunication or persuasion, by impetuosity of driving or adroitness in leading, this abbot, it is now becoming plain everywhere, is a man that generally remains master at last. He tempers his medicine to the malady, now hot, now cool, prudent though fiery, an eminently practical man. Nay, sometimes in his adroit practice there are swift turns almost of a surprising nature. Once, for example, it chanced that Geoffrey Riddell, Bishop of Ely, a prelate rather troublesome to our abbot, made a request of him for timber from his wood towards certain edifices going on at Glemsford. The abbot, a great builder himself, disliked the request, could not, however, give it a negative. While he lay therefore at his manor house of Melford, not long after, there comes to him one of the Lord Bishop's men or monks, with a message from his lordship, that he now begged permission to cut down the requisite trees in Elmswell Wood. So said the monk, Elmswell, where there are no trees but scrubs and shrubs instead of elm set, our true Nemus and high-towering oak wood, here on Melford Manor. Elmswell. The Lord Abbot, in surprise, inquires privily of Richard his forester. Richard answers that my Lord of Ely has already had his carpenteriae in elm set, and marked out for his own use all the best trees in the compass of it. Abbot Sampson thereupon answers the monk, Elmswell. Yes, surely, be it as my Lord Bishop wishes. The successful monk, on the morrow morning, hastens home to Ely, but on the morrow morning, directly after Mass, Abbot Sampson too was busy. The successful monk, arriving at Ely, is rated for a goose and an owl, is ordered back to say that Elmset was the place meant. Alas, on arriving at Elmset, he finds the bishop's trees, they and 100 more, all felled and piled, and the stamp of St. Edmund's monastery burnt into them, for roofing of the great tower we are building there. Your importunate bishop must seek wood from Glemsford edifices in some other Nemus than this. A practical abbot. We said withal there was a terrible flash of anger in him, witness his address to old Herbert the Dean, who in a too thrifty manner had erected a windmill for himself on his glebe-lands at Haberden. On the morrow after Mass, our Lord Abbot orders the Celerarius to send off his carpenters to demolish the said structure brevi manor, and lay up the wood in safe keeping. Old Dean Herbert, hearing what was toward, comes tottering along hither, to plead humbly for himself and his mill. The abbot answers, I am obliged to thee as if thou hadst cut off both my feet. By God's face per os Dei, I will not eat bread till that fabric be torn in pieces. Thou art an old man, and shouldst have known that neither the king nor his justiciary dare change aught within the liberties without consent of abbot and convent, and thou hast presumed on such a thing. I tell thee it will not be without damage to my mills, for the townsfolk will go to thy mill, and grind their corn, bladem suum, at their own good pleasure, nor can I hinder them, since they are free men. I will allow no new mills on such principle. Away, away, before thou gettest home again, thou shalt see what thy mill has grown to. The very reverend the old dean totters home again in all haste, tears the mill in pieces by his own carpenteriae to save at least the timber, and Abbot Sampson's workmen, coming up, find the ground already clear of it. Easy to bully down poor old rural deans, and blow their windmills away, but who is the man that dare abide King Richard's anger, cross the lion in his path, and take him by the whiskers? Abbot Sampson too, he is that man with justice on his side. The case was this. Adam de Cokefield, one of the chief feudatories of St. Edmund, and a principal man in the eastern counties, died, leaving large possessions, and for heiress a daughter of 3 months, who by clear law, as all men know, became thus Abbot Sampson's ward, whom accordingly he proceeded to dispose of to such person as seemed fittest. But now King Richard has another person in view to whom the little ward and her great possessions were a suitable thing. He by letter requests that Abbot Sampson will have the goodness to give her to this person. Abbot Sampson, with deep humility, replies that she is already given. New letters from Richard of severer tenor, answered with new deep humilities, with gifts and entreaties, with no promise of obedience. King Richard's ire is kindled, messengers arrive at St. Edmund's Bury, with emphatic message to obey or tremble. Abbot Sampson, wisely silent as to the king's threats, makes answer, the king can send if he will, and seize the ward, force and power he has to do his pleasure, and abolish the whole abbey. But I for my part, never can be bent to wish this that he seeks, nor shall it by me be ever done. For there is danger lest such things be made a precedent of, to the prejudice of my successors. Videat Altissimus, let the Most High look on it. Whatsoever thing shall befall I will patiently endure. Such was Abbot Sampson's deliberate decision. Why not? Carlyle is very dreadful, but not the dreadfulest. Videat Altissimus. I reverence Carlyle to the marrow of my bones, and will in all right things be homo suus, but it is not, properly speaking, with terror, with any fear at all. On the whole have I not looked on the face of Satan with outspread wings, steadily into hellfire these 47 years, and was not melted into terror even at that, such the Lord's goodness to me. Carlyle. Richard swore tornado oaths worse than our armies in Flanders, to be revenged on that proud priest. But in the end he discovered that the priest was right, and forgave him, and even loved him. King Richard wrote, soon after, to Abbot Sampson, that he wanted 1 or 2 of the St. Edmund's Bury dogs, which he heard were good. Abbot Sampson sent him dogs of the best. Richard replied by the present of a ring which Pope Innocent III had given him. Thou brave Richard, thou brave Sampson. Richard too, I suppose, loved a man, and knew one when he saw him. No one will accuse our Lord Abbot of wanting worldly wisdom, due interest in worldly things. A skillful man, full of cunning insight, lively interests, always discerning the road to his object, be it circuit, be it shortcut, and victoriously travelling forward thereon. Nay, rather it might seem, from Jocelyn's narrative, as if he had his eye all but exclusively directed on terrestrial matters, and was much too secular for a devout man. But this too, if we examine it, was right. For it is in the world that a man, devout or other, has his life to lead, his work waiting to be done. The basis of Abbot Sampson's, we shall discover, was truly religion, after all. Returning from his dusty pilgrimage, with such welcome as we saw, he sat down at the foot of St. Edmund's shrine. Not a talking theory that, no, a silent practice, thou St. Edmund, with what lies in thee, thou now must help me, or none will. This also is a significant fact, the zealous interest our abbot took in the Crusades. To all noble Christian hearts of that era, what earthly enterprise so noble? When Henry II, having taken the cross, came to St. Edmund's, to pay his devotions before setting out, the abbot secretly made for himself a cross of linen cloth, and, holding this in one hand and a threaded needle in the other, asked leave of the king to assume it. The king could not spare Sampson out of England, the king himself indeed never went. But the abbot's eye was set on the Holy Sepulchre, as on the spot of this earth where the true cause of heaven was deciding itself. At the retaking of Jerusalem by the pagans, Abbot Sampson put on a cilice and hair shirt, and wore undergarments of haircloth ever after. He abstained also from flesh and flesh meats, carnet carneas, thenceforth to the end of his life. Like a dark cloud eclipsing the hopes of Christendom, those tidings cast their shadow over St. Edmund's Bury too. Shall Sampson Abbas take pleasure while Christ's tomb is in the hands of the infidel? Sampson, in pain of body, shall daily be reminded of it, daily be admonished to grieve for it. The great antique heart, how like a child's in its simplicity, like a man's in its earnest solemnity and depth. Heaven lies over him wheresoever he goes or stands on the earth, making all the earth a mystic temple to him, the earth's business all a kind of worship. Glimpses of bright creatures flash in the common sunlight, angels yet hover doing God's messages among men, that rainbow was set in the clouds by the hand of God. Wonder, miracle encompass the man, he lives in an element of miracle, heaven's splendor over his head, hell's darkness under his feet. A great law of duty, high as these two infinitudes, dwarfing all else, annihilating all else, making royal Richard as small as peasant Sampson, smaller if need be. The imaginative faculties. Rude poetic ages. The primeval poetic element. Oh, for God's sake, good reader, talk no more of all that. It was not a dilettantism this of Abbot Sampson. It was a reality, and it is one. The garment only of it is dead, the essence of it lives through all time and all eternity. And truly, as we said above, is not this comparative silence of Abbot Sampson as to his religion precisely the healthiest sign of him and of it? The unconscious is the alone complete. Abbot Sampson, all along a busy working man, as all men are bound to be, his religion, his worship was like his daily bread to him, which he did not take the trouble to talk much about, which he merely ate at stated intervals and lived and did his work upon. This is Abbot Sampson's Catholicism of the 12th century, something like the ism of all true men in all true centuries, I fancy. Alas, compared with any of the isms current in these poor days, what a thing! Compared with the respectablest, morbid, struggling Methodism, never so earnest, with the respectablest, ghastly, dead or galvanized dilettantism, never so spasmodic. Methodism with its eye forever turned on its own navel, asking itself with torturing anxiety of hope and fear, am I right? Am I wrong? Shall I be saved? Shall I not be damned? What is this at bottom but a new phasis of egoism, stretched out into the infinite, not always the heavenlier for its infinitude? Brother, so soon as possible, endeavor to rise above all that. Thou art wrong, thou art like to be damned, consider that as the fact, reconcile thyself even to that. If thou be a man, then first is the devouring universe subdued under thee, and from the black murk of midnight and noise of greedy Akron dawn as of an everlasting morning, how far above all hope and all fear springs for thee, enlightening thy steep path, awakening in thy heart celestial Memnon's music. But of our dilettantisms and galvanized dilettantisms, of Puseyism, O heavens, what shall we say of Puseyism in comparison to 12th century Catholicism? Little or nothing, for indeed it is a matter to strike one dumb. The builder of this universe was wise. He planned all souls, all systems, planets, particles. The plan he shaped all worlds and eons by. Was heavens? Was thy small 39 articles? That certain human souls living on this practical earth should think to save themselves and a ruined world by noisy theoretic demonstrations and laudations of the Church, instead of some unnoisy, unconscious, but practical, total, heart and soul demonstration of a Church, this in the circle of revolving ages, this also was a thing we were to see. A kind of penultimate thing, precursor of very strange consummations, last thing but one. If there is no atmosphere, what will it serve a man to demonstrate the excellence of lungs? How much profitabler when you can, like Abbot Sampson, breathe, and go along your way. Gospel of Mammonism *. Reader, even Christian reader, as thy title goes, hast thou any notion of heaven and hell? I rather apprehend, not. Often as the words are on our tongue, they have got a fabulous or semi-fabulous character for most of us, and pass on like a kind of transient similitude, like a sound signifying little. Yet it is well worth while for us to know, once and always, that they are not a similitude, nor a fable nor semi-fable, that they are an everlasting highest fact. No lake of Sicilian or other sulphur burns now anywhere in these ages, sayest thou? Well, and if there did not? Believe that there does not, believe it if thou wilt, nay hold it by as a real increase, a rise to higher stages, to wider horizons and empires. All this has vanished, or has not vanished, believe as thou wilt as to all this. But that an infinite of practical importance, speaking with strict arithmetical exactness, an infinite, has vanished or can vanish from the life of any man, this thou shalt not believe. O brother, the infinite of terror, of hope, of pity, did it not at any moment disclose itself to thee, indubitable, unnameable? Came it never, like the gleam of preternatural eternal oceans, like the voice of old eternities, far-sounding through thy heart of hearts? Never. Alas, it was not thy liberalism, then it was thy animalism. The infinite is more sure than any other fact. But only men can discern it, mere building beavers, spinning arachnes, much more the predatory vulturous and vulpine species, do not discern it well. The word hell, says Sauerteig, is still frequently in use among the English people, but I could not without difficulty ascertain what they meant by it. Hell generally signifies the infinite terror, the thing a man is infinitely afraid of, and shudders and shrinks from, struggling with his whole soul to escape from it. There is a hell, therefore, if you will consider, which accompanies man in all stages of his history, and religious or other development, but the hells of men and peoples differ notably. With Christians it is the infinite terror of being found guilty before the just judge. With old Romans, I conjecture, it was the terror not of Pluto, for whom probably they cared little, but of doing unworthily, doing unvirtuously, which was their word for unmanfully. And now what is it if you pierce through his cants, his oft-repeated hissays, what he calls his worships and so forth, what is it that the modern English soul does in very truth, dread infinitely, and contemplates with entire despair? What is his hell after all these reputable, oft-repeated hissays, what is it? With hesitation, with astonishment, I pronounce it to me, the terror of not succeeding, of not making money, fame, or some other figure in the world, chiefly of not making money. Is not that a somewhat singular hell? Yes, O Sauerteig, it is very singular. If we do not succeed, where is the use of us? We had better never have been born. Tremble intensely, as our friend the Emperor of China says, there is the black bottomless of terror, what Sauerteig calls the hell of the English. But indeed this hell belongs naturally to the gospel of Mammonism, which also has its corresponding heaven. For there is one reality among so many phantasms, about one thing we are entirely in earnest, the making of money. Working Mammonism does divide the world with idle game-preserving dilettantism. Thank heaven that there is even a Mammonism, anything we are in earnest about. Idleness is worst, idleness alone is without hope. Work earnestly at anything, you will by degrees learn to work at almost all things. There is endless hope in work, were it even work at making money. True, it must be owned, we for the present, with our Mammon gospel, have come to strange conclusions. We call it a society, and go about professing openly the totalist separation, isolation. Our life is not a mutual helpfulness, but rather, cloaked under due laws of war, named fair competition, and so forth, it is a mutual hostility. We have profoundly forgotten everywhere that cash payment is not the sole relation of human beings. We think, nothing doubting, that it absolves and liquidates all engagements of man. My starving workers, answers the rich mill owner, did not I hire them fairly in the market? Did I not pay them to the last sixpence, the sum covenanted for? What have I to do with them more? Verily Mammon worship is a melancholy creed. When Cain for his own behoof had killed Abel, and was questioned, where is thy brother, he too made answer, am I my brother's keeper? Did I not pay my brother his wages, the thing he had merited from me? O sumptuous merchant prince, illustrious game-preserving duke, is there no way of killing thy brother but Cain's rude way? A good man by the very look of him, by his very presence with us as a fellow wayfarer in this life pilgrimage, promises so much, woe to him if he forget all such promises, if he never know that they were given. To a deadened soul seared with the brute idolatry of sense, to whom going to hell is equivalent to not making money, all promises, and moral duties, that cannot be pleaded for in courts of requests, address themselves in vain. Money he can be ordered to pay, but nothing more. I have not heard in all past history, and expect not to hear in all future history, of any society anywhere under God's heaven supporting itself on such philosophy. The universe is not made so, it is made otherwise than so. The man or nation of men that thinks it is made so, marches forward nothing doubting, step after step, but marches whither we know. In these last 2 centuries of atheistic government, near 2 centuries now since the blessed restoration of His Sacred Majesty, and Defender of the Faith, Charles II, I reckon that we have pretty well exhausted what of firm earth there was for us to march on, and are now very ominously shuddering, reeling, and let us hope trying to recoil on the cliff's edge. For out of this that we call atheism come so many other isms and falsities, each falsity with its misery at its heels. A soul is not like wind, spiritus, or breath contained within a capsule. The Almighty Maker is not like a clockmaker that once, in old immemorial ages, having made his horologe of a universe, sits ever since and sees it go. Not at all. Hence comes atheism, come, as we say, many other isms, and as the sum of all, comes Valaism, the reverse of heroism, sad root of all woes whatsoever. For indeed, as no man ever saw the above-said wind element enclosed within its capsule, and finds it at bottom more deniable than conceivable, so too he finds, in spite of Bridgewater bequests, your clockmaker almighty an entirely questionable affair, a deniable affair, and accordingly denies it, and along with it so much else. Alas, one knows not what and how much else. For the faith in an invisible, unnameable godlike, present everywhere in all that we see and work and suffer, is the essence of all faith whatsoever, and that once denied, or still worse, asserted with lips only, and out of bound prayer books only, what other thing remains believable? That cant well ordered is marketable cant, that heroism means gaslighted histrionism, that seen with clear eyes as they call valet eyes, no man is a hero, or ever was a hero, but all men are valets and varlets. The accursed practical quintessence of all sorts of unbelief. For if there be now no hero, and the histrio himself begin to be seen into, what hope is there for the seed of Adam here below? We are the doomed everlasting prey of the quack, who, now in this guise, now in that, is to filch us, to pluck and eat us, by such modes as are convenient for him. For the modes and guises I care little. The quack once inevitable, let him come swiftly, let him pluck and eat me swiftly, that I may at least have done with him, for in his quack world I can have no wish to linger. Though he slay me, yet will I not trust in him. Though he conquer nations, and have all the flunkies of the universe shouting at his heels, yet will I know well that he is an inanity, that for him and his there is no continuance appointed, save only in Gehenna and the pool. Alas, the atheist world, from its utmost summits of heaven and Westminster Hall, downwards through poor 7-feet hats and unveracities fallen hungry, down to the lowest cellars and neglected hunger dens of it, is very wretched. One of Dr. Alison's Scotch facts struck us much. A poor Irish widow, her husband having died in one of the lanes of Edinburgh, went forth with her 3 children, bare of all resource, to solicit help from the charitable establishments of that city. At this charitable establishment and then at that she was refused, referred from one to the other, helped by none, till she had exhausted them all, till her strength and heart failed her, she sank down in typhus fever, died, and infected her lane with fever, so that 17 other persons died of fever there in consequence. The humane physician asks thereupon, as with a heart too full for speaking, would it not have been economy to help this poor widow? She took typhus fever, and killed 17 of you. Very curious. The forlorn Irish widow applies to her fellow creatures, as if saying, Behold, I am sinking, bear of help, ye must help me. I am your sister, bone of your bone, one God made us, ye must help me. They answer, No, impossible, thou art no sister of ours. But she proves her sisterhood, her typhus fever kills them, they actually were her brothers, though denying it. Had human creature ever to go lower for a proof? For, as indeed was very natural in such case, all government of the poor by the rich has long ago been given over to supply and demand, laissez-faire and such like, and universally declared to be impossible. You are no sister of ours, what shadow of proof is there? Here are our parchments, our padlocks, proving indisputably our munasses to be ours, and you to have no business with them. Depart. It is impossible. Nay, what wouldst thou thyself have us do? Cry indignant readers. Nothing, my friends, till you have got a soul for yourselves again. Till then all things are impossible. Till then I cannot even bid you buy, as the old Spartans would have done, 2 pence worth of powder and lead, and compendiously shoot to death this poor Irish widow, even that is impossible for you. Nothing is left but that she prove her sisterhood by dying, and infecting you with typhus. 17 of you lying dead will not deny such proof that she was flesh of your flesh, and perhaps some of the living may lay it to heart. Impossible, of a certain 2-legged animal with feathers it is said, if you draw a distinct chalk circle round him, he sits imprisoned, as if girt with the iron ring of fate, and will die there though within sight of victuals, or sit in sick misery there and be fatted to death. The name of this poor 2-legged animal is goose, and they make of him, when well fattened, pâté de foie gras, much prized by some. Latter-day pamphlets. The latter-day pamphlets were published over a period of 7 months from February to August 1850. They had been preceded by an essay entitled Occasional Discourse on the Nigger Question, which appeared in Fraser's Magazine in December 1849, in which Carlyle berated philanthropic attitudes towards the West Indian Negroes. According to Froude, the article on the Nigger Question gave universal offense. Many of his old admirers drew back after this. In particular, the article brought about the final break with Mill, and its reception may have accounted for the publication of latter-day pamphlets in pamphlet form, for Froude claims that no journal would accept them. The 8 pamphlets, which present a highly emotional attack on various manifestations of philanthropy and democracy, are a clear expression of the extent of Carlyle's sense of social frustration. A latent sadism underlies much of his comment, and it is accompanied on occasion by a Swiftian use of the imagery of filth. Nevertheless, behind the rhetoric and the distortions lie important questions about the nature and function of democracy in a modern state, about the techniques of mass persuasion, and about the morality of political behavior. Extracts from 3 of the pamphlets are reprinted here. From number 2, Model Prisons. Several months ago, some friends took me with them to see one of the London prisons, a prison of the exemplary or model kind. An immense circuit of buildings, cut out, girt with a high ring wall from the lanes and streets of the quarter, which is a dim and crowded one. Gateway as to a fortified place, then a spacious court, like the square of a city, broad staircases, passages to interior courts, fronts of stately architecture all round. It lodges some 1,000 or 1,200 prisoners, besides the officers of the establishment. Surely one of the most perfect buildings within the compass of London. We looked at the apartments, sleeping cells, dining rooms, working rooms, general courts or special and private, excellent all, the ne plus ultra of human care and ingenuity. In my life I never saw so clean a building, probably no duke in England lives in a mansion of such perfect and thorough cleanness. The bread, the cocoa, soup, meat, all the various sorts of food, in their respective cooking places, we tasted, found them of excellent superlative. The prisoners sat at work, light work, picking oakum, and the like, in airy apartments with glass roofs, of agreeable temperature and perfect ventilation, silent, or at least conversing only by secret signs. Others were out, taking their hour of promenade in clean flagged courts. Methodic composure, cleanliness, peace, substantial wholesome comfort reigned everywhere supreme. The women in other apartments, some notable murderesses among them, all in the like state of methodic composure and substantial wholesome comfort, sat sewing, in long ranges of wash-houses, drying-houses and whatever pertains to the getting up of clean linen. Were certain others, with all conceivable mechanical furtherances, not too arduously working. The notable murderesses were, though with great precautions of privacy, pointed out to us, and we were requested not to look openly at them, or seem to notice them at all, as it was found to cherish their vanity when visitors looked at them. Schools too were there, intelligent teachers of both sexes, studiously instructing the still ignorant of these thieves. From an inner room or gallery, we looked down into a range of private courts, where certain Chartist notabilities were undergoing their term. Chartist notability first struck me very much. I had seen him about a year before, by involuntary accident and much to my disgust, magnetizing a silly young person, and had noted well the unlovely voracious look of him, his thick oily skin, his heavy dull burning eyes, his greedy mouth, the dusky potent insatiable animalism that looked out of every feature of him, a fellow adequate to animal magnetize most things, I did suppose, and here was the post I now found him arrived at. Next neighbor to him was notability second, a philosophic or literary Chartist, walking rapidly to and fro in his private court, a clean, high-walled place, the world and its cares quite excluded, for some months to come, master of his own time and spiritual resources to, as I supposed, a really enviable extent. What literary man to an equal extent? I fancied I, for my own part, so left with paper and ink, and all taxes and botherations shut out from me, could have written such a book as no reader will here ever get of me. Never, O reader, never here in a mere house with taxes and botherations. Here, alas, one has to snatch one's poor book, bit by bit, as from a conflagration, and to think and live, comparatively, as if the house were not one's own, but mainly the world's and the devil's. Notability second might have filled one with envy. The captain of the place, a gentleman of ancient military or Royal Navy habits, was one of the most perfect governors, professionally and by nature zealous for cleanliness, punctuality, good order of every kind, a humane heart and yet a strong one, soft of speech and manner, yet with an inflexible rigor of command, so far as his limits went, iron hand in a velvet glove, as Napoleon defined it. A man of real worth, challenging at once love and respect. The light of those mild, bright eyes seemed to permeate the place as with an all-pervading vigilance, and kindly yet victorious illumination. In the soft definite voice it was as if nature herself were promulgating her orders, gentlest mildest orders, which however, in the end, there would be no disobeying, which in the end there would be no living without fulfillment of. A true aristos, and commander of men. A man worthy to have commanded and guided forward, in good ways, 1,200 of the best common people in London or the world. He was here for many years past, giving all his care and faculty to command, and guide forward in such ways as there were 1,200 of the worst. I looked with considerable admiration on this gentleman, and with considerable astonishment, the reverse of admiration, on the work he had here been set upon. This excellent captain was too old a commander to complain of anything. Indeed, he struggled visibly the other way, to find in his own mind that all here was best, but I could sufficiently discern that, in his natural instincts, if not mounting up to the region of his thoughts, there was a continual protest going on against much of it, that nature and all his inarticulate persuasion, however much forbidden to articulate itself, taught him the futility and unfeasibility of the system followed. Here, the visiting magistrates, he gently regretted rather than complained, had lately taken his treadwheel from him. Men were just now pulling it down, and how he was henceforth to enforce discipline on these bad subjects was much a difficulty with him. They cared for nothing but the treadwheel, and for having their rations cut short. Of the two sole penalties, hard work and occasional hunger, there remained now only one, and that by no means the better one, as he thought. The sympathy of visitors, too, their pity for his interesting scoundrel subjects, though he tried to like it, was evidently no joy to this practical mind. Pity, yes, but pity for the scoundrel species. For those who will not have pity on themselves, and will force the universe and the laws of nature to have no pity on them. Meseems I could discover fitter objects of pity. In fact, it was too clear this excellent man had got a field for his faculties which, in several respects, was by no means the suitable one. To drill 1,200 scoundrels by the method of kindness, and of abolishing your very treadwheel, how could any commander rejoice to have such a work cut out for him? You had but to look in the faces of these 1,200, and despair, for most part, of ever commanding them at all. Miserable distorted blockheads, the generality, ape faces, imp faces, angry dog faces, heavy sullen ox faces, degraded underfoot perverse creatures, sons of indocility, greedy mutinous darkness, and in one word, of stupidity, which is the general mother of such. Stupidity intellectual and stupidity moral, for the one always means the other, as you will, with surprise or not, discover if you look, had borne this progeny, base-natured beings, on whom in the course of a maleficent subterranean life of London scoundrelism, the genius of darkness, called Satan, Devil, and other names, had now visibly impressed his seal, and had marked them out as soldiers of chaos and of him, appointed to serve in his regiments, first of the line, second ditto, and so on. In their order. Him you could perceive they would serve, but not easily another than him. These were the subjects whom our brave captain and prison governor was appointed to command, and reclaim to other service, by the method of love, with a treadwheel abolished. Hopeless forevermore such a project. These abject ape, wolf, ox, imp, and other diabolic animal specimens of humanity, who of the very gods could ever have commanded them by love? A collar round the neck, and a cart whip flourished over the back, these, in a just and steady human hand, were what the gods would have appointed them, and now when, by long misconduct and neglect, they had sworn themselves into the devil's regiments of the line, and got the seal of chaos impressed on their visage, it was very doubtful whether even these would be of avail for the unfortunate commander of 1,200 men. By love without hope except of peaceably teasing oakum, or fear except of a temporary loss of dinner, he was to guide these men, and wisely constrain them, whitherward. No whither, that was his goal. If you will think well of it, that was a second fundamental falsity in his problem. False in the warp and false in the woof, thought one of us, about as false a problem as any I have seen a good man set upon lately. To guide scoundrels by love, that is a false woof, I take it, a method that will not hold together, hardly for the flower of men will love alone do, and for the sediment and scoundrelism of men it has not even a chance to do. And then to guide any class of men, scoundrel or other, no whither, which was this poor captain's problem, in this prison with oakum for its one element of hope or outlook, how can that prosper by love or by any conceivable method? That is a warp wholly false. Out of which false warp, or originally false condition to start from, combined and daily woven into by your false woof, or methods of love and such like, there arises for our poor captain the falsest of problems, and for a man of his faculty the unfairest of situations. His problem was not to command good men to do something, but bad men to do, with superficial disguises, nothing. On the whole, what a beautiful establishment here fitted up for the accommodation of the scoundrel world, male and female. As I said, no duke in England is, for all rational purposes which a human being can or ought to aim at, lodged, fed, tended, taken care of, with such perfection. Of poor craftsmen that pay rates and taxes from their day's wages, of the dim millions that toil and moil continually under the sun, we know what is the lodging and the tending. Of the Johnsons, goldsmiths, lodged in their squalid garrets, working often enough amid famine, darkness, tumult, dust and desolation, what work they have to do, of these as of spiritual backwoodsmen, understood to be pre-appointed to such a life, and like the pigs to killing, quite used to it, I say nothing. But of dukes, which duke, I could ask, has cocoa, soup, meat, and food in general made ready, so fit for keeping him in health, inability to do and to enjoy? Which duke has a house so thoroughly clean, pure and airy, lives in an element so wholesome, and perfectly adapted to the use of soul and body as this same, which is provided here for the devil's regiments of the line? No duke that I have ever known. Dukes are waited on by deleterious French cooks, by perfunctory grooms of the chambers, and expensive crowds of eye-servants, more imaginary than real, while here science, human intellect and beneficence have searched and sat studious, eager to do their very best, they have chosen a real artist in governing to see their best, in all details of it, done. Happy regiments of the line, what soldier to any earthly or celestial power has such a lodging and attendance as you hear? No soldier or servant direct or indirect of God or of man, in this England at present. Joy to you, regiments of the line. Your master, I am told, has his elect, and professes to be prince of the kingdoms of this world, and truly I see he has power to do a good turn to those he loves, in England at least. Shall we say, may the devil give you good of it, ye elect of scoundrelism? I will rather pass by, uttering no prayer at all, musing rather in silence on the singular worship of God, or practical reverence done to human worth, which is the outcome and essence of all real worship whatsoever among the posterity of Adam at this day. For all round this beautiful establishment, or oasis of purity, intended for the devil's regiments of the line, lay continents of dingy poor and dirty dwellings, where the unfortunate not yet enlisted into that force were struggling manifoldly, in their workshops, in their marble yards and timber yards and tan yards, in their close cellars, cobbler stalls, hungry garrets, and poor dark trade shops with red herrings and tobacco pipes crossed in the window to keep the devil out of doors and not enlist with him. And it was by a tax on these that the barracks for the regiments of the line were kept up. Visiting magistrates, impelled by Exeter Hall, by able editors, and the philanthropic movement of the age, had given orders to that effect. Rates on the poor servant of God and of Her Majesty, who still serves both in his way, painfully selling red herrings, rates on him and his red herrings to boil right soup for the devil's declared elect. Never in my travels in any age or clime had I fallen in with such visiting magistrates before. Reserved they, I should suppose, for these ultimate or penultimate ages of the world, rich in all prodigies, political, spiritual, ages surely with such a length of ears as was never paralleled before. If I had a commonwealth to reform or to govern, certainly it should not be the devil's regiments of the line that I would first of all concentrate my attention on. With them I should be apt to make rather brief work, to them one would apply the besom, try to sweep them with some rapidity into the dustbin, and well out of one's road, I should rather say. Fill your thrashing floor with docks, ragweeds, mugworths, and ply your flail upon them. That is not the method to obtain sacks of wheat. Away, you, begone swiftly, ye regiments of the line, in the name of God and of his poor struggling servants, sore put to it to live in these bad days. I mean to rid myself of you with some degree of brevity. To feed you in palaces, to hire captains and schoolmasters and the choicest spiritual and material artificers to expend their industries on you, no, by the eternal. I have quite other work for that class of artists, 27 millions of neglected mortals who have not yet quite declared for the devil. Mark it, my diabolic friends, I mean to lay leather on the backs of you, collars round the necks of you, and will teach you, after the examples of the gods, that this world is not your inheritance, or glad to see you in it. You ye diabolic carni, what has a governor much to do with you? You, I think, he will rather swiftly dismiss from his thoughts, which have the whole celestial and terrestrial for their scope, and not the subterranean of scoundreldom alone. You, I consider, he will sweep pretty rapidly into some Norfolk island, into some special convict colony or remote domestic moorland, into some stone-walled silent system, under hard drill sergeants, just as Rhadamanthus, and inflexible as he, and there leave you to reap what you have sown, he meanwhile turning his endeavors to the thousandfold immeasurable interests of men and gods, dismissing the one extremely contemptible interest of scoundrels, sweeping that into the cesspool, tumbling that over London Bridge, in a very brief manner, if needful. Who are you, ye thriftless sweepings of creation, that we should forever be pestered with you? Have we no work to do but drilling devil's regiments of the line? If I had schoolmasters, my benevolent friend, do you imagine I would set them on teaching a set of unteachables, who as you perceive have already made up their mind that black is white, that the devil namely is the advantageous master to serve in this world? My esteemed benefactor of humanity, it shall be far from me. Minds open to that particular conviction are not the material I like to work upon. When once my schoolmasters have gone over all the other classes of society from top to bottom, and have no other soul to try with teaching, all being thoroughly taught, I will then send them to operate on these regiments of the line, then, and assure yourself, never till then. The truth is I am sick of scoundreldom, my esteemed benefactor, it always was detestable to me, and here where I find it lodged in palaces and waited on by the benevolent of the world, it is more detestable, not to say insufferable to me than ever. Of beneficence, benevolence, and the people that come together to talk on platforms and subscribe £5, I will say nothing here, indeed there is not room here for the 20th part of what were to be said of them. The beneficence, benevolence, and sublime virtue which issues in eloquent talk reported in the newspapers, with the subscription of £5, and the feeling that one is a good citizen and ornament to society, concerning this, there were a great many unexpected remarks to be made, but let this one, for the present occasion, suffice. My sublime benevolent friends, don't you perceive, for one thing, that here is a shockingly unfruitful investment for your capital of benevolence, precisely the worst, indeed, which human ingenuity could select for you? Laws are unjust, temptations great, and see, alas, I know it, and mourn for it, and passionately call on all men to help in altering it. But according to every hypothesis as to the law, and the temptations and pressures towards vice, here are the individuals who, of all the society, have yielded to said pressure. These are of the worst substance for enduring pressure. The others yet stand and make resistance to temptation, to the law's injustice. Under all the perversities and strangling impediments there are, the rest of the society still keep their feet, and struggle forward, marching under the banner of cosmos, of God and human virtue. These select few, as I explained to you, are they who have fallen to chaos, and are sworn into certain regiments of the line. A superior proclivity to chaos is declared in these, by the very fact of their being here. Of all the generation we live in, these are the worst stuff. These, I say, are the elixir of the infatuated among living mortals. If you want the worst investment for your benevolence, here you accurately have it. Oh, my surprising friends! Nowhere so as here can you be certain that a given quantity of wise teaching bestowed, of benevolent trouble taken, will yield zero, or the net minimum of return. It is sowing of your wheat upon Irish quagmires, laboriously harrowing it in upon the sand of the seashore. Oh, my astonishing benevolent friends! Yonder in those dingy habitations, and shops of red herring and tobacco pipes, where men have not yet quite declared for the devil, there, I say, is land, here is mere sea beach. Thither go with your benevolence, thither to those dingy caverns of the poor, and there instruct and drill and manage, there where some fruit may come from it. And above all and inclusive of all, cannot you go to those solemn human shams, phantasm captains, and supreme quacks that ride prosperously in every thoroughfare, and with severe benevolence, ask them what they are doing here? They are the men whom it would behove you to drill a little, and tie to the halberts in a benevolent manner, if you could. We cannot, say you. Yes, my friends, to a certain extent you can. By many well-known active methods, and by all manner of passive methods, you can. Strive thitherward, I advise you. Thither with whatever social effort there may lie in you. The wellhead and consecrated, thrice accursed chief fountain of all those waters of bitterness, it is they, those solemn shams and supreme quacks of yours, little as they or you imagine it. Them with severe benevolence, put a stop to them, send to their Father, far from the sight of the true and just, if you would ever see a just world here. What sort of reformers and workers are you, that work only on the rotten material? That never think of meddling with the material while it continues sound, that stress it and strain it with new rates and assessments, till once it has given way and declared itself rotten, whereupon you snatch greedily at it, and say, now let us try to do some good upon it. You mistake in every way, my friends. The fact is, you fancy yourselves men of virtue, benevolence, what not, and you are not even men of sincerity and honest sense. I grieve to say it, but it is true. Good from you and your operations is not to be expected. You may go down. From number 3, Downing Street. From all corners of the wide British Dominion there rises one complaint against the ineffectuality of what are nicknamed our red tape establishments, our government offices, Colonial Office, Foreign Office and the others in Downing Street and the neighbourhood. To me individually these branches of human business are little known, but every British citizen and reflective passer-by has occasion to wonder much, and inquire earnestly, concerning them. To all men it is evident that the social interests of 150 millions of us depend on the mysterious industry there carried on, and likewise that the dissatisfaction with it is great, universal, and continually increasing in intensity, in fact, mounting, we might say, to the pitch of settled despair. Every colony, every agent for a matter colonial, has his tragic tale to tell you of his sad experiences in the Colonial Office, what blind obstructions, fatal indolences, pedantries, stupidities on the right and on the left, he had to do battle with, what a worldwide jungle of red tape, inhabited by doleful creatures, deaf or nearly so to human reason or entreaty, he had entered on, and how he paused in amazement, almost in despair, passionately appealed now to this doleful creature, now to that, and to the dead red tape jungle, and to the living universe itself, and to the voices and to the silences, and, on the whole, found that it was an adventure, in sorrowful fact, equal to the fabulous ones by old knights errant against dragons and wizards in enchanted wildernesses and waste howling solitudes, not achievable except by nearly superhuman exercise of all the 4 cardinal virtues, and unexpected favour of the special blessing of heaven. His adventure achieved or found unachievable, he has returned with experiences new to him in the affairs of men. What this Colonial Office inhabiting the head of Downing Street really was, and had to do, or try doing, in God's practical earth, he could not by any means precisely get to know, believes that it does not itself in the least precisely know. Believes that nobody knows, that it is a mystery, a kind of heathen myth, and stranger than any piece of the old mythological pantheon, for it practically presides over the destinies of many millions of living men. Such is his report of the Colonial Office, and if we oftener hear such a report of that than we do of the Home Office, Foreign Office or the rest, the reason probably is, that colonies excite more attention at present than any of our other interests. The 40 colonies, it appears, are all pretty like rebelling just now, and are to be pacified with constitutions, luckier constitutions, let us hope, than some late ones have been. Loyal Canada, for instance, had to quench a rebellion the other year, and this year, in virtue of its constitution, it is called upon to pay the rebels their damages, which surely is a rather surprising result, however constitutional. Men have rents and moneys dependent in the colonies, emigration schemes, black emancipations, New Zealand and other schemes, and feel and publish more emphatically what their Downing Street woes in these respects have been. Were the state of poor sallow English ploughers and weavers, what we may call the sallow or yellow emancipation interest, as much an object with Exeter Hall philanthropists as that of the black blockheads now all emancipated, and going at large without work, or need of working, in West India clover, and fattening very much in it, one delights to hear, then perhaps the Home Office, its huge virtual task better understood, and its small actual performance better seen into, might be found still more deficient, and behind the want of the age, than the colonial itself is. How it stands with the Foreign Office, again, one still less knows. Seizures of Sapienza and the like sudden appearances of Britain in the character of Hercules Harlequin, waving, with big bully voice, a huge sword of sharpness over field mice, and in the air making horrid circles, horrid Catherine wheels and death discs of metallic terror from said huge sword, to see how they will like it, do from time to time astonish the world in a not pleasant manner. Hercules Harlequin, the attorney triumphant, the world's busybody, none of these are parts this nation has a turn for. She, if you consulted her, would rather not play these parts, but another. Seizures of Sapienza, correspondences with Sotomayor, remonstrances to Otho King of Athens, fleets hanging by their anchor in behalf of the majesty of Portugal, and in short the whole, or at present very nearly the whole of that industry of protocolling, diplomatizing, remonstrating, admonishing, and having the honor to be, has sunk justly in public estimation to a very low figure. For in fact, it is reasonably asked, what vital interest has England in any cause now deciding itself in foreign parts? Once there was a papistry and Protestantism, important as life eternal and death eternal. More lately there was an interest of civil order and horrors of the French Revolution, important at least as rent roll and preservation of the game. But now what is there? No cause in which any god or man of this British nation can be thought to be concerned. Sham kingship, now recognized and even self-recognized everywhere to be sham, wrestles and struggles with mere ballot box anarchy, not a pleasant spectacle to British minds. Both parties in the wrestle professing earnest wishes of peace to us. What have we to do with it except answer earnestly, peace, yes certainly, and mind our affairs elsewhere? The British nation has no concern with that indispensable sorrowful and shameful wrestle now going on everywhere in foreign parts. The British nation already, by self-experience centuries old, understands all that, was lucky enough to transact the greater part of that, in noble ancient ages, while the wrestle had not yet become a shameful one, but on both sides of it there was wisdom, virtue, heroic nobleness fruitful to all time. Thrice lucky British nation. The British nation, I say, has nothing to learn there, has now quite another set of lessons to learn, far ahead of what is going on there. Sad example there of what the issue is, and how inevitable and how imminent, might admonish the British nation to be speedy with its new lessons, to bestir itself, as men in peril of conflagration do, with the neighbouring houses all on fire. To obtain for its own very pressing behoof, if by possibility it could, some real captaincy instead of an imaginary one, to remove resolutely, and replace by a better sort, its own peculiar species of teaching and guiding histrios of various name, who here too are numerous exceedingly, and much in need of gentle removal, while the play is still good, and the comedy has not yet become tragic, and to be a little swift about it withal, and so to escape the otherwise inevitable evil day. This Britain might learn, but she does not need a protocolling establishment, with much having the honour to be, to teach it her. No, she has in fact certain cottons, hardwares and such like to sell in foreign parts, and certain wines, Portugal oranges, Baltic tar and other products to buy, and does need, I suppose, some kind of consul, or accredited agent, accessible to British voyagers, here and there in the chief cities of the continent, through which functionary, or through the pennipost, if she had any specific message to foreign courts, it would be easy and proper to transmit the same. Special message carriers, to be still called ambassadors if the name gratified them, could be sent when occasion great enough demanded, not sent when it did not. But for all purposes of a resident ambassador, I hear persons extensively and well acquainted among our foreign embassies at this date declare that a well-selected Times reporter or home correspondent ordered to reside in foreign capitals and keep his eyes open, and though sparingly his pen going, would in reality be much more effective, and surely we see well he would come a good deal cheaper. Considerably cheaper in expense of money, and in expense of falsity and grimacing hypocrisy, of which no human arithmetic can count the ultimate cost, incalculably cheaper. If this is the fact, why not treat it as such? If this is so in any measure, we had better in that measure admit it to be so. The time, I believe, has come for asking with considerable severity, how far is it so? Nay, there are men now current in political society, men of weight though also of wit, who have been heard to say, that there was but one reform for the Foreign Office, to set a live coal under it, and with, of course, a fire brigade which could prevent the undue spread of the devouring element into neighbouring houses, let that reform it. In such odour is the Foreign Office too, if it were not that the public, oppressed and nearly stifled with a mere infinitude of bad odours, neglects this one, in fact, being able nearly always to avoid the street where it is, escapes this one, and, except a passing curse, once in the quarter or so, as good as forgets the existence of it. Such, from sad personal experience and credited prevailing rumour, is the exoteric public conviction about these sublime establishments in Downing Street and the neighbourhood, the esoteric mysteries of which are indeed still held sacred by the initiated, but believed by the world to be mere Dalai Lama pills manufactured let not refined lips hint how, and quite unsalvatory to mankind. Every one may remark what a hope animates the eyes of any circle, when it is reported or even confidently asserted, that Sir Robert Peel has in his mind privately resolved to go, one day, into that stable of King Augurs which appalls human hearts, so rich is it, high-piled with the droppings of 200 years, and Hercules like to load 1,000 night wagons from it, and turn running water into it, and swash and shovel at it, and never leave it till the antique pavement, and real basis of the matter show itself clean again. In any intelligent circle such a rumour, like the first break of day to men in darkness, enlightens all eyes, and each says devoutly, Fac Citis, O ye righteous powers that have pity on us. All England grateful with kindling looks will rise in the rear of him, and from its deepest heart bid him good speed. For it is universally felt that some esoteric man, well acquainted with the mysteries and properties good and evil of the administrative stable, is the fittest to reform it, nay can alone reform it otherwise than by sheer violence and destruction, which is a way we would avoid, that in fact Sir Robert Peel is, at present, the one likely or possible man to reform it. And secondly, it is felt that reform in that Downing Street department of affairs is precisely the reform which were worth all others, that those administrative establishments in Downing Street are really the government of this huge ungoverned empire, that to clean out the dead pedantries, unveracities, indolent somnolent impotences, and accumulated dung mountains there is the beginning of all practical good whatsoever. Yes, get down once again to the actual pavement of that, ascertain what the thing is, and was before dung accumulated in it, and what it should and may, and must, for the life's sake of this empire henceforth become. Here clearly lies the heart of the whole matter. Political reform, if this be not reformed, is naught and a mere mockery. What England wants, and will require to have, or sink in nameless anarchies, is not a reformed parliament, meaning thereby a parliament elected according to the 6 or the 4 or any other number of points, and cunningly devised improvements in hustings' mechanism, but a reformed executive or sovereign body of rulers and administrators, some improved method, innumerable improvements in our poor blind methods, of getting hold of these. Not a better talking apparatus, the best conceivable talking apparatus would do very little for us at present, but an infinitely better acting apparatus, the benefits of which would be invaluable now and henceforth. The practical question puts itself with ever-increasing stringency to all English minds: can we, by no industry, energy, utmost expenditure of human ingenuity, and passionate invocation of the heavens and the earth, get to attain some 12 or 10 or 6 men to manage the affairs of this nation in Downing Street and the chief posts elsewhere, who are abler for the work than those we have been used to this long while? For it is really a heroic work, and cannot be done by histrios and dexterous talkers having the honor to be. It is a heavy and appalling work, and, at the starting of it especially, will require Herculean men. Such mountains of pedant exuvi and obscene owl droppings have accumulated in those regions, long the habitation of doleful creatures, the old pavements, the natural facts and real essential functions of those establishments, have not been seen by eyes for these 200 years past. Herculean men acquainted with the virtues of running water, and with the divine necessity of getting down to the clear pavements and old veracities, who tremble before no amount of pedant exuvi, no loudest shrieking of doleful creatures, who tremble only to live, themselves, like inane phantasms, and to leave their life as a paltry contribution to the Guiana mountains, and not as a divine eternal protest against them. These are the kind of men we want, these, the nearest possible approximation to these, are the men we must find and have, or go bankrupt altogether, for the concern as it is will evidently not hold long together. How true is this of Crabbe: men sit in Parliament 83 hours per week, debating about many things. Men sit in Downing Street, doing protocols, Syrian treaties, Greek questions, Portuguese, Spanish, French, Egyptian and Ethiopian questions, dexterously writing despatches, and having the honor to be. Not a question of them is at all pressing in comparison with the English question. Pacifico, the miraculous Gibraltar Jew, has been hustled by some populace in Greece. Upon him let the British lion drop, very rapidly indeed, a constitutional tear. Radetzky is said to be advancing upon Milan. I am sorry to hear it, and perhaps it does deserve a despatch, or friendly letter, once and away, but the Irish giant, named of despair, is advancing upon London itself, laying waste all English cities, towns and villages. That is the interesting government dispatch of the day. I notice him in Piccadilly, blue-visaged, thatched in rags, a blue child on each arm, hunger-driven, wide-mouthed, seeking whom he may devour. He, missioned by the just heavens, too truly and too sadly their divine missionary, come at last in this authoritative manner, will throw us all into Doubting Castle, I perceive. That is the phenomenon worth protocolling about, and writing despatches upon, and thinking of with all one's faculty day and night, if one wishes to have the honor to be anything but a phantasm governor of England just now. I entreat your lordship's all but undivided attention to that domestic Irish giant, named of despair, for a great many years to come. Prophecy of him there has long been, but now by the rot of the potato, blessed be the just gods, who send us either swift death or some beginning of cure at last, he is here in person, and there is no denying him, or disregarding him any more, and woe to the public watchman that ignores him, and sees Pacifico the Gibraltar Jew instead. From number 6, Parliaments. But as to universal suffrage, again can it be proved that, since the beginning of the world, there was ever given a universal vote in favor of the worthiest man or thing? I have always understood that true worth, in any department, was difficult to recognize, that the worthiest, if he appealed to universal suffrage, would have but a poor chance. John Milton, inquiring of universal England what the worth of Paradise Lost was, received for answer £5 sterling. George Hudson, inquiring in like manner what his services on the railways might be worth, received for answer, prompt temporary answer, 1,500,000 ditto. Alas, Jesus Christ asking the Jews what he deserved, was not the answer, death on the gallows. Will your lordship believe me, I feel it almost a shame to insist on such truisms. Surely the doctrine of judgment by vote of hustings has sunk now, or should be fast sinking, to the condition of obsolete with all but the commonest of human intelligences. With me, I must own, it has never had any existence. The mass of men consulted at hustings, upon any high matter whatsoever, is as ugly an exhibition of human stupidity as this world sees. Universal suffrage assembled at hustings, I will consult it about the quality of New Orleans pork, or the coarser kinds of Irish butter, but as to the character of men, I will if possible ask it no question, or if the question be asked and the answer given, I will generally consider, in cases of any importance, that the said answer is likely to be wrong, that I have to listen to the said answer and receive it as authentic, and for my own share to go, and with whatever strength may lie in me, do the reverse of the same. Even so, your lordship, for how should I follow a multitude to do evil? There are such things as multitudes all full of beer and nonsense, even of insincere factitious nonsense, who by hypothesis cannot but be wrong. Or what safety will there be in 1,000 or 10,000 brawling potwallopers, or blockheads of any rank whatever, if the fact, namely the whole universe and the eternal destinies, be against me? These latter I for my share will try to follow, even if alone in doing so. It will be better for me. Your lordship, there are fools, cowards, knaves, and gluttonous traitors true only to their own appetite, in immense majority, in every rank of life, and there is nothing frightfuler than to see these voting and deciding. Not your way, my unhappy brothers, shall it be decided, no, not while I, and a company of poor men you may have heard of, live in this world. Vote it as you please, my friend Oliver was wont to say or intimate, vote it so, if you like, there is a company of poor men that will spend all their blood before they see it settled so. Who in such sad moments but has to hate the profane vulgar, and feel that he must and will debar it from him? And alas, the vulgarest vulgar, I often find, are not those in ragged coats at this day, but those in fine, superfine, and superfinest, the more is the pity. Superfine coat symbolically indicates, like official stamp and signature, Bank of England £1,000 note, and blinkod owls in city and country, accept it cheerfully as such, but look closer, you may find it mere Bank of Elegance, a flash note travelling towards the eternal fire, and will have nothing to do with it, I hope. Clearly enough, the king in constitutional countries would wish to ascertain all men's votes, their opinions, volitions on all manner of matters, that so his whole scene of operations, to the last cranny of it, might be illuminated for him, and he, wherever he were working, might work with perfect knowledge of the circumstances and materials. But the king, New Downing Street, or whatever the sovereign's name is, will be a very poor king indeed if he admit all these votes into his system of procedure, and transform them into acts. Indeed, I think, in that case, he will not be long for this world as a king. No, though immense acclamation attend him at the first outset in that course, every volition and opinion finding itself admitted into the poor king's procedure, yet unless the volitions and opinions are wise and not foolish, not the smallest ultimate prosperity can attend him, And all the acclamations of the world will not save him from the ignominious lot which nature herself has appointed for all creatures that do not follow the law which nature has laid down. You ask this and the other man what is his opinion, his notion, about varieties of things, and having ascertained what his notion is and carried it off as a piece of information, surely you are bound, many times, most times if you are a wise man, to go directly in the teeth of it, and for his sake and for yours to do directly the contrary of it. Any man's opinion one would accept, all men's opinion, could it be had absolutely without trouble, might be worth accepting. Nay, on certain points I even ask my horse's opinion, as to whether beans will suit him at this juncture, or a truss of tares. On this and the like points I carefully consult my horse, gather, by such language as he has, what my horse's candid opinion as to beans or the truss of tares is, and unhesitatingly follow the same. As what prudent rider would not? There is no foolishest man but knows one and the other thing more clearly than any the wisest man does, no glimmer of human or equine intelligence but can disclose something which even the intelligence of a Newton, not present in that exact juncture of circumstances, would not otherwise have ascertained. To such length you would gladly consult all equine, and much more all human intelligences, to such length, and, strictly speaking, not any farther. Of what use towards the general result of finding out what it is wise to do, which is the one thing needful to all men and nations, can the fool's vote be? It is either coincident with the wise man's vote, throwing no new light on the matter, and therefore superfluous, or else it is contradictory, and therefore still more superfluous, throwing mere darkness on the matter, and imperatively demanding to be annihilated, and returned to the giver with protest. Woe to you if you leave that valid. There are expressions of volition too, as well as of opinion, which you collect from foolish men, and even from inferior creatures. These can do you no harm, these it may be very beneficial for you to have and know, but these also, surely it is often imperative on you to contradict, and would be ruinous and baleful for you to follow. You have to apprise the unwise man, even as you do the unwise horse. On the truss of tares I took your vote, and have cheerfully fulfilled it, but in regard to choice of roads and the like, I regret to say you have no competency whatever. No, my unwise friend, we are for Hammersmith and the west, not for Highgate and the northern parts, on this occasion, not by that left turn, by this turn to the right runs our road, thither, for reasons too intricate to explain at this moment, it will behove thee and me to go, along therefore. But how your lordship asks, and all the world with you, are not two men stronger than one, must not 2 votes carry it over one? I answer, no, nor 2,000 nor 2,000,000. Many men vote, but in the end, you will infallibly find, none counts except the few who were in the right. Unit of that class against as many zeros as you like. If the king's thought is according to the will of God, or to the law appointed for this universe, I can assure your lordship the king will ultimately carry that, were he but one in it against the whole world. It is not by rude force either of muscle or of will, that one man can govern 20 men, much more 20 millions of men. For the moment, if all the 20 are stark against his resolution never so wise, the 20 for the moment must have their foolish way, the wise resolution, for the moment, cannot be carried. Let their votes be taken or known, as is often possible, without taking, and once well taken, let them be weighed, which latter operation, also an essential one for the king or governor, is very difficult. If the weight be in favor of the governor, let him in general proceed, cheerfully accepting adverse account of heads, and dealing wisely with that according to his means, often enough, in pressing cases, flatly disregarding that, and walking through the heart of it, for in general it is but frothy folly and loud blustering rant and wind. I have known minorities and even small ones by the account of heads, do grand national feats long memorable to all the world in these circumstances. Witness Cromwell and his Puritans, a minority at all times, by account of heads, yet the authors or saviours, as it ultimately proved, of whatsoever is divinest in the things we can still reckon ours in England. Minority by tale of heads, but weighed in heaven's balances, a most clear majority, this company of poor men that will spend their blood rather, on occasion shown, it has now become a noble army of heroes, whose conquests were appointed to endure forever. Indeed it is on such terms that grand national and other feats, by the sons of Adam, are generally done. Not without risk and labour to the doors of them, no surely, for it never was an easy matter to do the real will of a nation, much more the real will of this universe in respect to a nation. No, that is difficult and heroic, easy as it is to count the voting heads of a nation at any time, and do the behests of their beer and balderdash, empty behests, very different from even their will, poor blockheads, to say nothing of the nation's will and the universe's will. Which two, especially which latter, are alone worth doing. But if not only the number but the weight of votes preponderate against your governor, he, never so much in the right, will find it wise to hold his hand, to delay, for a time, this his beneficent execution, which is ultimately inevitable and indispensable of heaven's decrees, the nation being still unprepared. He will leave the bedarkened nation yet a while alone. What can he do for it, if not even a small minority will stand by him? Let him strive to enlighten the nation, let him pray, and in all ways endeavor that the nation be enlightened, that a small minority may open their eyes and hearts to the message of heaven which he, heavy-laden man and governor, has been commissioned to see done in this transitory earth, at his peril. Heaven's message, sure enough, if it be true, and hell's if it be not, though voted for by innumerable two-legged animals without feathers or with. On the whole, honor to small minorities when they are genuine ones. Severe is their battle sometimes, but it is victorious always like that of gods. Tancred of Hauteville's sons, some 8 centuries ago, conquered all Italy, bound it up into organic masses of vital order after a sort, founded thrones and principalities upon the same, which have not yet entirely vanished, which, the last dying wrecks of which, still wait for some worthier successor, it would appear. The Tancred Normans were some 4,000 strong, the Italy they conquered in open fight, and bound up into masses at their ordering will, might count 8 millions, all as large of bone, as eupeptic and black-whiskered as they. How came the small minority of Normans to prevail in this so hopeless-looking debate? Intrinsically, doubt it not, because they were in the right, because, in a dim, instinctive, but most genuine manner, they were doing the commandment of heaven, and so heaven had decided that they were to prevail. But extrinsically also, I can see, it was because the Normans were not afraid to have their skin scratched, and were prepared to die in their quarrel where needful. One man of that humor among 1,000 of the other, consider it. Let the small minority, backed by the whole universe, and looked on by such a cloud of invisible witnesses, fall into no despair. What is to become of Parliament in the new era is less a question with me than what is to become of Downing Street. With a reformed Downing Street strenuously bent on real and not imaginary management of our affairs, I could foresee all manner of reform to England and its Parliament, and at length in the gradual course of years, that highest acme of reform to Parliament and to England, a new governing authority, a real and not imaginary king set to preside there. With that to my view comes all blessedness whatsoever, without that comes, and can come, nothing but, with ever accelerated pace, anarchy, or the declaration of the fact that we have no governor, and have long had none. For the rest, anarchy advances as with 7-league boots, in these years. Either some new Downing Street and incipiency of a real hero kingship again, or else Chartist Parliament, with apotheosis of Eternism, and anarchy very undeniable to all the world, one or else the other, it seems to me, we shall soon have. Under a real kingship the Parliament, we may rest satisfied, would gradually, with whatever difficulty, get itself inducted to its real function, and restricted to that, and moulded to the form fittest for that. If there can be no reform of Downing Street, I care not much for the reform of Parliament. Our doom, I perceive, is the apotheosis of Eternism. Into that blackest of terrestrial curses we must plunge, and take our fate there like the others. For the sake both of the new Downing Street and of whatever its new Parliament may be, let us add here what will vitally concern both these institutions, a few facts, much forgotten at present, on the general question of enfranchisement, and therewith end. Who is slave and eternally appointed to be governed, who free, and eternally appointed to govern? It would much avail us all to settle this question. Slave or free is settled in heaven for a man, acts of Parliament attempting to settle it on earth for him sometimes make sad work of it. Now and then they correctly copy heaven's settlement in regard to it, proclaim audibly what is the silent fact, here is a free man, let him be honored. And so are of the nature of a God's gospel to other men concerned. Far oftenest they quite miscopy heaven's settlement, and copy merely the account of the ledger, or some quite other settlement in regard to it, proclaiming with an air of discovery, here is a 10-pounder, here is a 1,000-pounder, heavens, here is a 3-million-pounder, is not he free? Nay, they are wont, here in England for some time back, to proclaim in the gross, as if it had become credible lately, all two-legged animals without feathers to be free. Here is a distressed nigger, they proclaim, who much prefers idleness to work, should not he be free to choose which? Is not he a man and brother? Clearly here are 2 legs and no feathers, let us vote him 20 millions for enfranchisement, and so secure the blessing of the gods. My friends, I grieve to remind you, but it is eternally the fact, whom heaven has made a slave, no parliament of men nor power that exists on earth can render free. No, he is chained by fetters which parliaments with their millions cannot reach. You can label him free, yes, and it is but labeling him a solecism, bidding him be the parent of solecisms wheresoever he goes. You can give him pumpkins, houses of £10 rent, houses of £10,000, the bigger candle you like within the slave image of him, it will but show his slave features on the larger and more hideous scale. Heroism, manful wisdom is not his, many things you can give him, but that thing never. Him the supreme powers marked in the making of him, slave, appointed him, at his and our peril, not to command but to obey, in this world. Him you cannot enfranchise, not him. To proclaim this man free is not a God's gospel to other men, it is an alarming devil's gospel to himself and to us all. Devil's gospel little feared in these days, but brewing for the whole of us its big oceans of destruction all the same. States are to be called happy and noble in so far as they settle rightly who is slave and who free, unhappy, ignoble, and doomed to destruction as they settle it wrong. We may depend on it, heaven in the most constitutional countries knows well who is slave, who is not. And with regard to voting, I lay it down as a rule, no real slave's vote is other than a nuisance, whensoever or wheresoever or in what manner soever it be given. That is a truth, no slave's vote, and, alas, here is another not quite so plain though equally certain. That as nature and severe destiny, not mere act of parliament and possession of money capital, determine a man's slavehood, so, by these latter, it has been, in innumerable instances, determined wrong just at present. Instances evident to everybody, and instances suspected by nobody but the more discerning. The fact is, slaves are in a tremendous majority everywhere, and the voting of them, not to be got rid of just yet, is a nuisance in proportion. Nuisance of proportionally tremendous magnitude, properly indeed the grand fountain of all other nuisances whatsoever. For it is evident, could you entirely exclude the slave's vote, and admit only the heroic free man's vote, folly, knavery, falsity, gluttonous imbecility, low-mindedness and cowardice had, if not disappeared from the earth, reduced themselves to a rigorous minimum in human affairs, the ultimate new era and best possible condition of human affairs had actually come. This is what I always pray for, rejoicing in everything that furthers it, sorrowing for everything that furthers the reverse of it. And though I know it is yet a great way off, I know also either that it is inevitably coming, or that human society, and the possibility of man's living on this earth, has ended. And so for England too, may I think for England most and soonest of all, it will be behoveful that we attain some rectification, innumerable rectifications, in regard to this essential matter, and contrive to bid our heaven's free men vote, and our heaven slaves be silent, with infinitely more correctness than at present. Either on the hither brink of that black sea of anarchy wherein other nations at present lie drowning and plunging, or after weltering through the same, if we can welter, it will have to be attained. In some measure, in some manner attained, life depends on that, death on the missing of that. New definitions of slavery are pressingly wanted just now. The definition of a free man is difficult to find, so that all men could distinguish slave from free, found it would be invaluable. The free man once universally recognized, we should know him who had the privilege to vote and assist in commanding, at least to go himself uncommanded. Men do not know his definition well at present, never knew it worse, hence these innumerable sorrows. The free man is he who is loyal to the laws of this universe, who in his heart sees and knows, across all contradictions, that injustice cannot befall him here, that except by sloth and cowardly falsity evil is not possible here. The first symptom of such a man is not that he resists and rebels, but that he obeys. As poor Henry Martyn wrote in Chepstow Castle long ago. Reader, if thou an oft-told tale wilt trust, thou'lt gladly do and suffer what thou must. Gladly, he that will go gladly to his labor and his suffering, it is to him alone that the upper powers are favorable and the field of time will yield fruit. An oft-told tale, friend Harry, all the noble of this world have known it, and in various dialects have striven to let us know it. The essence of all religion that was and that will be, is to make men free. Who is he that, in this life pilgrimage, will consecrate himself at all hazards to obey God and God's servants, and to disobey the devil and his? With pious valor this free man walks through the roaring tumults, invincibly the way whither he is bound. To him in the waste Saharas, through the grim solitudes peopled by galvanized corpses and doleful creatures, there is a lodestar, and his path, whatever those of others be, is towards the eternal. A man well worth consulting, and taking the vote of, about matters temporal, and properly the only kind of man. Though always an exceptional, this was once a well-known man. He has become one of the rarest now, but is not yet entirely extinct, and will become more plentiful if the gods intend to keep this planet habitable long. Him it were vain to try to find always without mistake. Alas, if he were in the majority, this world would be all a school of virtue, which it is far from being. Nevertheless to him, and in all times to him alone, belongs the rule of this world. That he be got to rule, that he be forbidden to rule and not got, means salvation or destruction to the world. Friend Peter, I am perfectly deliberate in calling this the truest doctrine of the Constitution you have ever heard. And I recommend you to learn it gradually, and to lay it well to heart, for without it there is no salvation, and all other doctrines of the Constitution are leather and prunella. Will any mass of chancery parchments, think you, of respectablest traditions and delome philosophies, save a man or people that forgets this, from the eternal fire? There does burn such a fire everywhere under this green earth-rind of ours, and London pavements themselves, as Paris pavements have done, can start up into sea ridges with a horrible trough of the sea, if the fire flood urge. To this man, I say, belongs eternally the government of the world. Where he reigns all is blessed, and the gods rejoice, and only the wicked make wail. Where the contrary of him reigns all is accursed, and the gods lament, and will, by terrible methods, rectify the matter by and by. Have you forbidden this man to rule? Obey he cannot where the devil and his servants rule, how can he? He must die thrice ruined, damned by the gods, if he do. He will retire rather into deserts and rocky inaccessibilities, companion to wild beasts, to the dumb granites and the eternal stars, far from you and your affairs. You and your affairs, once well quit of him, go by a swift and ever swifter road. The Life of John Sterling. Carlyle first met John Sterling in 1835, during his own early days in London, and a friendship developed which lasted for the remaining years of Sterling's life. Sterling was in many ways a typical representative of the intellectual climate of the 1830s and 40s. One of the Apostles group of Cambridge undergraduates, he had been unable to find a satisfactory outlet for his talents in the world at large. In 1834 he took orders, only to resign his curacy 8 months later, giving as his reason his proneness to tuberculosis. According to Carlyle, Sterling's real misgivings were intellectual, and he spent the rest of his life involved in various literary activities, achieving distinction as a contributor to the reviews. Shortly before his death in 1844, Sterling appointed Carlyle, together with his theological patron, Archdeacon Hare, as his literary executors. Hare produced a collection of Sterling's writings, together with a biographical account, in 1848, but Carlyle felt that this account was prejudiced by Hare's clerical position, and he thus published his own life in 1851. The Life of John Sterling is hardly one of Carlyle's major works, but it is one of his most attractive. His account of his friend is warmly sympathetic, and he particularly stresses his intellectual honesty and generosity of spirit. Sterling's brief spell as a curate is seen as a misguided attempt to impose unnatural constraints on these qualities, and is attributed to the unfortunate influence of Coleridge, whom Carlyle had himself met during his first visit to London in 1824. Coleridge's emphasis on the distinction to be drawn between the material and the spiritual has much in common with positions which Carlyle held himself. Carlyle, however, regarded Coleridge's reformulation of the role of the established church as a delusion that evaded a more valid solution to the problems of the time. On a more personal level, he objected to the mystique that surrounded Coleridge in his later years, and his account of him in The Life of John Sterling, which is reprinted here, is a vivid expression of these misgivings. It is interesting to compare it with those of Hazlitt, in The Spirit of the Age, and elsewhere, and of John Stuart Mill, in his celebrated essay, first published in 1840. Coleridge *. Coleridge sat on the brow of Highgate Hill in those years, looking down on London and its smoke tumult, like a sage escaped from the inanity of life's battle, attracting towards him the thoughts of innumerable brave souls still engaged there. His express contributions to poetry, philosophy, or any specific province of human literature or enlightenment, had been small and sadly intermittent, but he had, especially among young inquiring men, a higher than literary, a kind of prophetic or magician character. He was thought to hold, he alone in England, the key of German and other transcendentalisms, knew the sublime secret of believing by the reason what the understanding had been obliged to fling out as incredible, and could still, after Hume and Voltaire had done their best and worst with him, profess himself an orthodox Christian, and say and print to the Church of England, with its singular old rubrics and surplices at All-Hallowtide, Esto Perpetua. A sublime man who, alone in those dark days, had saved his crown of spiritual manhood, escaping from the black materialisms and revolutionary deluges, with God, freedom, immortality still his, a king of men. The practical intellects of the world did not much heed him, or carelessly reckoned him a metaphysical dreamer, but to the rising spirits of the young generation he had this dusky sublime character, and sat there as a kind of magus, girt in mystery and enigma, his Dodona Oak Grove, Mr. Gilman's house at Highgate, whispering strange things, uncertain whether oracles or jargon. The Gilmans did not encourage much company, or excitation of any sort, round their sage, nevertheless access to him, if a youth did reverently wish it, was not difficult. He would stroll about the pleasant garden with you, sit in the pleasant rooms of the place, perhaps take you to his own peculiar room, high up, with a rearward view which was the chief view of all. A really charming outlook, in fine weather. Close at hand, wide sweep of flowery leafy gardens, their few houses mostly hidden, the very chimney pots veiled under blossomy umbrage, flowed gloriously downhill, gloriously issuing in wide tufted undulating plain country, rich in all charms of field and town. Waving blooming country of the brightest green, dotted all over with handsome villas, handsome groves, crossed by roads and human traffic, here inaudible or heard only as a musical hum, and behind all swam, under olive-tinted haze, the illimitable limitary ocean of London with its domes and steeples definite in the sun, big Pauls and the many memories attached to it hanging high over all. Nowhere of its kind could you see a grander prospect on a bright summer day, with the set of the air going southward, and so draping with the city smoke not you but the city. Here for hours would Coleridge talk, concerning all conceivable or inconceivable things, and liked nothing better than to have an intelligent, or failing that, even a silent and patient human listener. He distinguished himself to all that ever heard him as at least the most surprising talker extant in this world, and to some small minority, by no means to all, as the most excellent. The good man he was now getting old, towards 60 perhaps, and gave you the idea of a life that had been full of sufferings, a life heavy-laden, half-vanquished, still swimming painfully in seas of manifold physical and other bewilderment. Brow and head were round, and of massive weight, but the face was flabby and irresolute. The deep eyes of a light hazel were as full of sorrow as of inspiration, confused pain looked mildly from them, as in a kind of mild astonishment. The whole figure and air, good and amiable otherwise, might be called flabby and irresolute, expressive of weakness under possibility of strength. He hung loosely on his limbs with knees bent, and stooping attitude. In walking, he rather shuffled than decisively stepped, and a lady once remarked, he never could fix which side of the garden walk would suit him best, but continually shifted in corkscrew fashion, and kept trying both. A heavy-laden, high-aspiring and surely much-suffering man. His voice, naturally soft and good, had contracted itself into a plaintive snuffle and sing-song. He spoke as if preaching, you would have said, preaching earnestly and also hopelessly the weightiest things. I still recollect his object and subject, terms of continual recurrence in the Cantian province, and how he sang and snuffled them into ommject, and summject, with a kind of solemn shake or quaver as he rolled along. No talk in his century or in any other could be more surprising. Sterling, who assiduously attended him with profound reverence, and was often with him by himself for a good many months, gives a record of their first colloquy. Their colloquies were numerous, and he had taken note of many, but they are all gone to the fire except this first, which Mr. Hare has printed, unluckily without date. It contains a number of ingenious, true and half-true observations, and is of course a faithful epitome of the things said, but it gives small idea of Coleridge's way of talking. This one feature is perhaps the most recognizable. Our interview lasted for 3 hours, during which he talked 2 hours and 3/4. Nothing could be more copious than his talk, and furthermore it was always, virtually or literally, of the nature of a monologue, suffering no interruption, however reverent, hastily putting aside all foreign additions, annotations, or most ingenious desires for elucidation, as well-meant superfluities which would never do. Besides, it was talk not flowing anywhither like a river, but spreading everywhither in inextricable currents and regurgitations like a lake or sea, terribly deficient in definite goal or aim, nay often in logical intelligibility, what you were to believe or do, on any earthly or heavenly thing, obstinately refusing to appear from it. So that, most times you felt logically lost, swamped near to drowning in this tide of ingenious vocables, spreading out boundless as if to submerge the world. To sit as a passive bucket and be pumped into, whether you consent or not, can in the long run be exhilarating to no creature, how eloquent soever the flood of utterance that is descending. But if it be withal a confused unintelligible flood of utterance, threatening to submerge all known landmarks of thought, and drown the world and you. I have heard Coleridge talk with eager musical energy, 2 stricken hours, his face radiant and moist, and communicate no meaning whatsoever to any individual of his hearers, certain of whom, I for one, still kept eagerly listening in hope. The most had long before given up, and formed, if the room were large enough, secondary humming groups of their own. He began anywhere, you put some question to him, made some suggestive observation, instead of answering this, or decidedly setting out towards answer of it, he would accumulate formidable apparatus, logical swim bladders, transcendental life preservers and other precautionary and vehiculatory gear for setting out, perhaps did at last get under way, but was swiftly solicited, turned aside by the glance of some radiant new game on this hand or that, into new courses, and ever into new, and before long into all the universe, where it was uncertain what game you would catch, or whether any. His talk, alas, was distinguished, like himself, by irresolution. It disliked to be troubled with conditions, abstinences, definite fulfillments, loved to wander at its own sweet will and make its auditor and his claims and humble wishes a mere passive bucket for itself. He had knowledge about many things and topics, much curious reading, but generally all topics led him, after a pass or two, into the high seas of theosophic philosophy, the hazy infinitude of Kantian transcendentalism, with its summjects and ommjects. Sad enough, for with such indolent impatience of the claims and ignorances of others, he had not the least talent for explaining this or anything unknown to them, and you swam and fluttered in the mistiest wide unintelligible deluge of things, for most part in a rather profitless and comfortable manner. Glorious islets, too, I have seen rise out of the haze, but they were few, and soon swallowed in the general element again. Balmy sunny islets, islets of the blessed and the intelligible, on which occasions those secondary humming groups would all cease humming, and hang breathless upon the eloquent words, till once your islet got wrapped in the mist again, and they could recommence humming. Eloquent, artistically expressive words you always had, piercing radiances of a most subtle insight came at intervals, tones of noble pious sympathy, recognizable as pious though strangely colored, were never wanting long, but in general you could not call this aimless, cloud-capped, cloud-based, lawlessly meandering human discourse of reason by the name of excellent talk, but only of surprising, and were reminded bitterly of Hazlitt's account of it, excellent talker, very if you let him start from no premises and come to no conclusion. Coleridge was not without what talkers call wit, and there were touches of prickly sarcasm in him, contemptuous enough of the world and its idols and popular dignitaries. He had traits even of poetic humor, but in general he seemed deficient in laughter, or indeed in sympathy for concrete human things either on the sunny or on the stormy side. One right peal of concrete laughter at some convicted flesh and blood absurdity, one burst of noble indignation at some injustice or depravity, rubbing elbows with us on this solid earth, how strange would it have been in that Kantian haze world, and how infinitely cheering amid its vacant air castles and dim melting ghosts and shadows. None such ever came. His life had been an abstract thinking and dreaming, idealistic, passed amid the ghosts of defunct bodies and of unborn ones. The moaning sing-song of that theosophico-metaphysical monotony left on you, at last, a very dreary feeling. In close colloquy, flowing within narrower banks, I suppose he was more definite and apprehensible. Sterling in after times did not complain of his unintelligibility, or imputed it only to the abstruse high nature of the topics handled. Let us hope so, let us try to believe so. There is no doubt but Coleridge could speak plain words on things plain. His observations and responses on the trivial matters that occurred were as simple as the commonest man's, or were even distinguished by superior simplicity as well as pertinency. "Ah, your tea is too cold, Mr. Coleridge," mourned the good Mrs. Gilman once, in her kind, reverential and yet protective manner, handing him a very tolerable though belated cup. "It's better than I deserve," snuffled he in a low hoarse murmur, partly courteous, chiefly pious, the tone of which still abides with me, "it's better than I deserve." But indeed to the young ardent mind, instinct with pious nobleness, yet driven to the grim deserts of radicalism for a faith, his speculations had a charm much more than literary, a charm almost religious and prophetic. The constant gist of his discourse was lamentation over the sunk condition of the world, which he recognized to be given up to atheism and materialism, full of mere sordid misbeliefs, mispursuits and misresults. All science had become mechanical, the science not of men, but of a kind of human beavers. Churches themselves had died away into a godless mechanical condition, and stood there as mere cases of articles, mere forms of churches, like the dried carcasses of once swift camels which you find left withering in the thirst of the universal desert, ghastly portents for the present, beneficent ships of the desert no more. Men's souls were blinded, habitated, and sunk under the influence of atheism and materialism, and Hume and Voltaire. The world for the present was as an extinct world, deserted of God, and incapable of well-doing till it changed its heart and spirit. This, expressed I think with less of indignation and with more of long-drawn querulousness, was always recognizable as the ground tone in which truly a pious young heart, driven into radicalism and the opposition party, could not but recognize a too sorrowful truth, and ask of the oracle, with all earnestness, what remedy, then? The remedy, though Coleridge himself professed to see it as in sunbeams, could not, except by processes unspeakably difficult, be described to you at all. On the whole, those dead churches, this dead English church especially, must be brought to life again. Why not? It was not dead, the soul of it, in this parched-up body, was tragically asleep only. Atheistic philosophy was true on its side, and Hume and Voltaire could on their own ground speak irrefragably for themselves against any church, but lift the church and them into a higher sphere of argument, they died into inanition. The church revivified itself into pristine florid vigor, became once more a living ship of the desert, and invincibly bore you over stock and stone. But how? By attending to the reason of man, said Coleridge, and duly chaining up the understanding of man, the Vernunft, reason, and Verstand, understanding of the Germans. It all turned upon these if you could well understand them, which you couldn't. For the rest, Mr. Coleridge had on the anvil various books, especially was about to write one grand book on the Logos, which would help to bridge the chasm for us. So much appeared, however, churches, though proved false as you had imagined, were still true, as you were to imagine. Here was an artist who could burn you up an old church, root and branch, and then, as the alchemists professed to do with organic substances in general, distill you an astral spirit from the ashes, which was the very image of the old burnt article, its air-drawn counterpart. This you still had, or might get, and draw uses from, if you could. Wait till the book on the logos were done, alas, till your own terrene eyes, blind with conceit and the dust of logic, were purged, subtilized and spiritualized into the sharpness of vision requisite for discerning such an object. The ingenious young English head of those days stood strangely puzzled by such revelations, uncertain whether it were getting inspired or getting infatuated into flat imbecility, and strange effulgence of new day or else of deeper meteoric night, colored the horizon of the future for it. Let me not be unjust to this memorable man. Surely there was here in his pious, ever-laboring, subtle mind a precious truth, or prefigurement of truth, and yet a fatal delusion withal. Prefigurement that, in spite of beaver sciences and temporary spiritual hebitude and cessity, man and his universe were eternally divine, and that no past nobleness, or revelation of the divine could or would ever be lost to him. Most true, surely, and worthy of all acceptance. Good also to do what you can with old churches and practical symbols of the noble, may quit not the burnt ruins of them while you find there is still gold to be dug there. But on the whole do not think you can, by logical alchemy, distill astral spirits from them, or if you could, that said astral spirits, or defunct logical phantasms, could serve you in anything. What the light of your mind, which is the direct inspiration of the Almighty, pronounces incredible, that, in God's name, leave uncredited. At your peril do not try believing that. No subtlest hocus-pocus of reason versus understanding will avail for that feat, and it is terribly perilous to try it in these provinces. The truth is, I now see Coleridge talk and speculation was the emblem of himself, in it as in him, a ray of heavenly inspiration struggled, in a tragically ineffectual degree, with the weakness of flesh and blood. He says once, he had skirted the howling deserts of infidelity. This was evident enough, but he had not had the courage, in defiance of pain and terror, to press resolutely across said deserts to the new firm lands of faith beyond. He preferred to create logical fatamorganas for himself on this hither side, and laboriously solace himself with these. To the man himself nature had given, in high measure, the seeds of a noble endowment, and to unfold it had been forbidden him. A subtle lynx-eyed intellect, tremulous pious sensibility to all good and all beautiful, truly a ray of empyrean light, but embedded in such weak laxity of character, in such indolences and assuriances as had made strange work with it. Once more the tragic story of a high endowment with an insufficient will. An eye to discern the divineness of the heaven splendors and lightnings, the insatiable wish to revel in their godlike radiances and brilliances, but no heart to front the scathing terrors of them, which is the first condition of your conquering an abiding place there. The courage necessary for him, above all things, had been denied this man. His life, with such ray of the empyrean in it, was great and terrible to him, and he had not valiantly grappled with it. He had fled from it, sought refuge in vague daydreams, hollow compromises, in opium, in theosophic metaphysics. Harsh pain, danger, necessity, slavish harnessed toil, were of all things abhorrent to him. And so the empyrean element, lying smothered under the terrene, and yet inextinguishable there, made sad writhings. For pain, danger, difficulty, steady slaving toil, and other highly disagreeable behests of destiny, shall in no wise be shirked by any brightest mortal that will approve himself loyal to his mission in this world. Nay, precisely the higher he is, the deeper will be the disagreeableness, and the detestability to flesh and blood of the tasks laid on him, and the heavier too, and more tragic, his penalties if he neglect them. For the old eternal powers do live forever, nor do their laws know any change, however we in our poor wigs and church tippets may attempt to read their laws. To steal into heaven, by the modern method, of sticking ostrich-like your head into fallacies on earth, equally as by the ancient and by all conceivable methods, is forever forbidden. High treason is the name of that attempt, and it continues to be punished as such. Strange enough, here once more was a kind of heaven-scaling iction, and to him, as to the old one, the just gods were very stern. The ever-revolving, never-advancing wheel of a kind was his, through life, and from his cloud Juno did not he too procreate strange centaurs, spectral Puseyisms, monstrous illusory hybrids, and ecclesiastical chimeras, which now roam the earth in a very lamentable manner. History of Friedrich II of Prussia, called Frederick the Great. Carlyle devoted the latter part of his active life to Frederick the Great. According to Froude, he first expressed interest in the subject as early as 1845, after reading a life of Frederick by the German historian, Proem. In 1852 he started serious preparatory reading and undertook the first of 2 visits to Germany to familiarize himself with the actual locations of the events of Frederick's life, and of his military campaigns. Carlyle started writing in 1853, but progress was slow and the first 2 volumes of the work did not appear until 1858. A third volume was published in 1863, a fourth in 1864, and 2 final volumes in 1865. Froude records Carlyle's comment on the completion of the work, the dreary task, and the sorrows and obstructions attending it are now happily over. No sympathy could be found on earth for those horrid struggles of 12 years. As John Holloway has pointed out in The Victorian Sage, Frederick the Great differs in important respects from Carlyle's previous historical works. Frederick himself is a figure distinguished not so much by obviously heroic virtues as by the single-minded persistence, and indeed the deviousness, which enabled him to establish the nationhood of Prussia against apparently insuperable odds. Carlyle conceals the deviousness, but if Frederick's military campaigns are emphasized, they are predominantly the successes of a strategist and tactician. The period covered by the work is far longer than that of the French Revolution, and Carlyle concerns himself more than ever before with the accumulation of detail. Carlyle, as ever, uses history to demonstrate his personal beliefs, but there is little sense of an overall thematic structure, and it is impossible at times to avoid the feeling that Carlyle has lost control of his material. Frederick the Great is represented here by its opening pages, in which Carlyle indicates the motivation behind his choice of subject, rather than by passages from the main body of the work, which in this case would make little sense divorced from their immediate context. I have retained Carlyle's footnotes identifying his sources. Proem, Friedrich's history from the distance we are at *. About 40 years ago they used to be seen sauntering on the terraces of Sans Souci for a short time in the afternoon, or you might have met him elsewhere at an earlier hour, riding or driving in a rapid business manner on the open roads or through the scraggy woods and avenues of that intricate amphibious Potsdam region, a highly interesting lean little old man of alert though slightly stooping figure, whose name among strangers was King Friedrich II, or Frederick the Great of Prussia, and at home among the common people, who much loved and esteemed him, was Vater Fritz, Father Fred, a name of familiarity which had not bred contempt in that instance. He is a king every inch of him, though without the trappings of a king. Presents himself in a Spartan simplicity of vesture, no crown but an old military cocked hat, generally old, or trampled and kneaded into absolute softness, if new, no scepter but one like Agamemnon's, a walking stick cut from the woods, which serves also as a riding stick, with which he hits the horse between the ears, say authors, and for royal robes, a mere soldier's blue coat with red facings, coat likely to be old, and sure to have a good deal of Spanish snuff on the breast of it. Rest of the apparel dim, unobtrusive in color or cut, ending in high over-knee military boots, which may be brushed, and, I hope, kept soft with an underhand suspicion of oil, but are not permitted to be blackened or varnished. Day and Martin with their soot pots forbidden to approach. The man is not of godlike physiognomy, any more than of imposing stature or costume, close-shut mouth with thin lips, prominent jaws and nose, receding brow, by no means of Olympian height. Head, however, is of long form, and has superlative grey eyes in it. Not what is called a beautiful man, nor yet, by all appearance, what is called a happy. On the contrary, the face bears evidence of many sorrows, as they are termed, of much hard labor done in this world, and seems to anticipate nothing but more still coming. Quiet stoicism, capable enough of what joy there were, but not expecting any worth mention, great unconscious and some conscious pride, well tempered with a cheery mockery of humor, are written on that old face, which carries its chin well forward, in spite of the slight stoop about the neck, snuffy nose rather flung into the air under its old cocked hat, like an old snuffy lion on the watch, and such a pair of eyes as no man or lion or lynx of that century bore elsewhere, according to all the testimony we have. Those eyes, says Mirabeau, which, at the bidding of his great soul, fascinated you with seduction or with terror, portayant, augre de son ame heroic, la seduction ou la terreur. Asterisk most excellent potent brilliant eyes, swift darting as the stars, steadfast as the sun, grey, we said, of the azure grey colour, large enough, not of glaring size, the habitual expression of them vigilance and penetrating sense, rapidly resting on depth. Which is an excellent combination, and gives us the notion of a lambent outer radiance springing from some great inner sea of light and fire in the man. The voice, if he speak to you, is of similar physiognomy, clear, melodious and sonorous, all tones are in it, from that of ingenuous inquiry, graceful sociality, light-flowing banter, rather prickly for most part, up to definite word of command, up to desolating word of rebuke and reprobation, a voice the clearest and most agreeable in conversation I ever heard, says witty Dr. Moore. He speaks a great deal, continues the doctor, yet those who near him regret that he does not speak a good deal more. His observations are always lively, very often just, and few men possess the talent of repartee in greater perfection. Just about 70 years ago his speakings and his workings came to fineness in this world of time, and he vanished from all eyes into other worlds, leaving much inquiry about him in the minds of men which, as my readers and I may feel too well, is yet by no means satisfied. As to his speech, indeed, though it had the worth just ascribed to it and more, and though masses of it were deliberately put on paper by himself, in prose and verse, and continued to be printed and kept legible, what he spoke has pretty much vanished into the inane, and except as record or document of what he did, hardly now concerns mankind. But the things he did were extremely remarkable, and cannot be forgotten by mankind. Indeed, they bear such fruit to the present hour as all the newspapers are obliged to be taking note of, sometimes to an unpleasant degree. Editors vaguely account this man the creator of the Prussian monarchy, which has since grown so large in the world, and troublesome to the editorial mind in this and other countries. He was indeed the first who, in a highly public manner, notified its creation, announced to all men that it was in very deed created, standing on its feet there, and would go a great way, on the impulse it had got from him and others. As it has accordingly done, and may still keep doing to lengths little dreamt of by the British editor in our time, whose prophesyings upon Prussia, and insights into Prussia, in its past, or present or future, are truly as yet inconsiderable in proportion to the noise he makes with them. The more is the pity for him, and for myself too, in the enterprise now on hand. It is of this figure whom we see by the mind's eye in those Potsdam regions, visible for the last time 70 years ago, that we are now to treat, in the way of solacing ingenious human curiosity. We are to try for some historical conception of this man and king, some answer to the questions, what was he then? Whence, how? And what did he achieve and suffer in the world? Such answer as may prove admissible to ingenious mankind, especially such as may correspond to the fact, which stands there abstruse indeed, but actual and unalterable, and so be sure of admissibility one day. An enterprise which turns out to be, the longer one looks at it, the more of a formidable, not to say unmanageable nature. Concerning which, on one or two points, it were good, if conveniently possible, to come to some preliminary understanding with the reader. Here, flying on loose leaves, are certain incidental utterances, of various date. These, as the topic is difficult, I will merely label and insert, instead of a formal discourse, which were too apt to slide into something of a lamentation, or otherwise take an unpleasant turn. 1. Friedrich then, and Friedrich now. This was a man of infinite mark to his contemporaries, who had witnessed surprising feats from him in the world, very questionable notions and ways which he had contrived to maintain against the world and its criticisms. As an original man has always to do, much more an original ruler of men. The world, in fact, had tried hard to put him down, as it does, unconsciously or consciously, with all such, and after the most conscious exertions, and at one time a deadlift spasm of all its energies for 7 years, had not been able. Principalities and powers, imperial, royal, czarish, papal, enemies innumerable as the sea sand, had risen against him, only one helper left among the world's potentates, and that one only while there should be help rendered in return, and he led them all such a dance as had astonished mankind and them. No wonder they thought him worthy of notice. Every original man of any magnitude is, nay, in the long run, who or what else is. But how much more if your original man was a king over men, whose movements were polar, and carried from day to day those of the world along with them. The Samson agonists, were his life passed like that of Samuel Johnson in dirty garrets, and the produce of it only some bits of written paper, the agonists, and how he will comport himself in the Philistine mill, this is always a spectacle of truly epic and tragic nature. The rather if your Samson, royal or other, is not yet blinded or subdued to the wheel, much more if he vanquish his enemies, not by suicidal methods, but march out at last flourishing his miraculous fighting implement, and leaving their mill and them in quite ruinous circumstances. As this King Friedrich fairly managed to do. For he left the world all bankrupt, we may say, fallen into bottomless abysses of destruction, he still in a paying condition, and with footing capable to carry his affairs and him. When he died in 1786, the enormous phenomenon since called French Revolution was already growling audibly in the depths of the world, meteoric electric coruscations heralding it, all round the horizon. Strange enough to note, one of Friedrich's last visitors was Gabriel Honoré Riquetti, Comte de Mirabeau. These two saw one another, twice, for half an hour each time. The last of the old gods and the first of the modern titans, before Pelion leapt on Ossa, and the foul earth taking fire at last, its vile mephitic elements went up in volcanic thunder. This also is one of the peculiarities of Friedrich, that he is hitherto the last of the kings, that he ushers in the French Revolution, and closes an epoch of world history. Finishing off forever the trade of king, think many, who have grown profoundly dark as to kingship and him. The French Revolution may be said to have, for about half a century, quite submerged Friedrich, abolished him from the memories of men, and now on coming to light again, he is found defaced under strange mud incrustations, and the eyes of mankind look at him from a singularly changed, what we must call a bleak and perverse point of vision. This is one of the difficulties in dealing with his history, especially if you happen to believe both in the French Revolution and in him, that is to say, both that real kingship is eternally indispensable and also that the destruction of sham kingship, a frightful process, is occasionally so. On the breaking out of that formidable explosion and suicide of his century, Friedrich sank into comparative obscurity, eclipsed amid the ruins of that universal earthquake, the very dust of which darkened all the air and made of day a disastrous midnight. Black midnight, broken only by the blaze of conflagrations, wherein, to our terrified imaginations, were seen, not men, French and other, but ghastly portents, stalking wrathful, and shapes of avenging gods. It must be owned the figure of Napoleon was titanic, especially to the generation that looked on him, and that waited shuddering to be devoured by him. In general, in that French Revolution, all was on a huge scale, if not greater than anything in human experience, at least more grandiose. All was recorded in bulletins, too, addressed to the shilling gallery, and there were fellows on the stage with such a breadth of sabre, extent of whiskerage, strength of windpipe, and command of men and gunpowder as had never been seen before. How they bellowed, stalked and flourished about, counterfeiting Jove's thunder to an amazing degree. Terrific draw-cancer figures of enormous whiskerage, unlimited command of gunpowder, not without sufficient ferocity, and even a certain heroism, stage heroism, in them, compared with whom, to the shilling gallery, and frightened excited theatre at large, it seemed as if there had been no generals or sovereigns before, as if Friedrich, Gustavus, Cromwell, William Conqueror and Alexander the Great were not worth speaking of henceforth. All this, however, in half a century is considerably altered. The draw-cancer equipment's getting gradually torn off, the natural size is seen better, translated from the bulletin style into that of fact and history, miracles, even to the shilling gallery, are not so miraculous. It begins to be apparent that there lived great men before the era of bulletins and Agamemnon. Austerlitz and Wagram shot away more gunpowder probably in the proportion of 10 to 1 or 100 to 1, but neither of them was 10th part such a beating to your enemy as that of Rossbach, brought about by strategic art, human ingenuity and intrepidity, and the loss of 165 men. Leuthen too, the Battle of Leuthen, though so few English readers ever heard of it, may very well hold up its head beside any victory gained by Napoleon or another. For the odds were not far from 3 to 1, the soldiers were of not far from equal quality, and only the general was consummately superior, and the defeat a destruction. Napoleon did indeed, by immense expenditure of men and gunpowder, overrun Europe for a time, but Napoleon never, by husbanding and wisely expending his men and gunpowder, defended a little Prussia against all Europe, year after year for 7 years long, till Europe had enough, and gave up the enterprise as one it could not manage. So soon as the draw-cancer equipments are well torn off, and the shilling gallery got to silence, it will be found that there were great kings before Napoleon, and likewise an art of war, grounded on veracity and human courage and insight, not upon draw-cancer rodomontade, grandiose dicterpinism, revolutionary madness, and unlimited expenditure of men and gunpowder. You may paint with a very big brush, and yet not be a great painter, says a satirical friend of mine. This is becoming more and more apparent, as the dust whirlwind and huge uproar of the last generation gradually dies away again. 2. 18th century. One of the grand difficulties in a history of Friedrich is, all along this same, that he lived in a century which has no history and can have little or none. A century so opulent in accumulated falsities, sad opulence descending on it by inheritance, always at compound interest, and always largely increased by fresh acquirement on such immensity of standing capital, opulent in that bad way as never century before was. Which had no longer the consciousness of being false, so false had it grown, and was so steeped in falsity, and impregnated with it to the very bone, that in fact the measure of the thing was full, and a French Revolution had to end it. To maintain much veracity in such an element, especially for a king, was no doubt doubly remarkable. But now how extricate the man from his century? How show the man who is a reality worthy of being seen, and yet keep his century, as a hypocrisy worthy of being hidden and forgotten, in the due abeyance? To resuscitate the 18th century, or call into men's view, beyond what is necessary, the poor and sordid personages and transactions of an epoch so related to us, can be no purpose of mine on this occasion. The 18th century, it is well known, does not figure to me as a lovely one, needing to be kept in mind or spoken of unnecessarily. To me the 18th century has nothing grand in it, except that grand universal suicide, named French Revolution, by which it terminated its otherwise most worthless existence with at least one worthy act, setting fire to its old home and self, and going up in flames and volcanic explosions in a truly memorable and important manner. A very fit termination, as I thankfully feel, for such a century. Century spendthrift, fraudulent bankrupt, gone at length utterly insolvent, without real money of performance in its pocket, and the shops declining to take hypocrisies and speciosities any farther, what could the poor century do, but at length admit, well, it is so. I am a swindler century, and have long been, having learned the trick of it from my father and grandfather, knowing hardly any trade but that in false bills which I thought foolishly might last forever, and still bring at least beef and pudding to the favoured of mankind. And behold it ends, and I am a detected swindler, and have nothing even to eat. What remains but that I blow my brains out, and do at length one true action? Which the poor century did, many thanks to it, in the circumstances. For there was need once more of a divine revelation to the torpid frivolous children of men, if they were not to sink altogether into the ape condition. And in that whirlwind of the universe, lights obliterated, and the torn wrecks of earth and hell hurled aloft into the empyrean, black whirlwind, which made even apes serious, and drove most of them mad, there was to men a voice audible, voice from the heart of things once more, as if to say, lying is not permitted in this universe. The wages of lying, you behold, are death. Lying means damnation in this universe, and Beelzebub, never so elaborately decked in crowns and mitres, is not God. This was a revelation truly to be named of the eternal in our poor 18th century, and has greatly altered the complexion of said century to the historian ever since. Whereby, in short, that century is quite confiscate, fallen bankrupt, given up to the auctioneers, Jew brokers sorting out of it at this moment, in a confused distressing manner, what is still valuable or saleable. And in fact it lies massed up in our minds as a disastrous wrecked inanity, not useful to dwell upon, a kind of dusky chaotic background, on which the figures that had some veracity in them, a small company, and ever growing smaller as our demands rise in strictness, are delineated for us. And yet it is the century of our own grandfathers, cries the reader. Yes, reader. Truly. It is the ground out of which we ourselves have sprung, whereon now we have our immediate footing, and first of all strike down our roots for nourishment, and, alas, in large sections of the practical world it, what we specially mean by it, still continues flourishing all round us. To forget it quite is not yet possible, nor would be profitable. What to do with it, and its forgotten fooleries and histories worthy only of forgetting? Well, so much of it as by nature adheres, what of it cannot be disengaged from our hero and his operations, approximately so much, and no more. Let that be our bargain in regard to it. 3. English prepossessions. With such wagon loads of books and printed records as exist on the subject of Friedrich, it has always seemed possible, even for a stranger, to acquire some real understanding of him, though practically, here and now, I have to own, it proves difficult beyond conception. Alas, the books are not cosmic, they are chaotic, and turn out unexpectedly void of instruction to us. Small use in a talent of writing, if there be not first of all the talent of discerning, of loyally recognizing, of discriminating what is to be written. Books born mostly of chaos, which want all things, even an index, are a painful object. In sorrow and disgust, you wander over those multitudinous books, you dwell in endless regions of the superficial, of the nugatory. To your bewildered sense it is as if no insight into the real heart of Friedrich and his affairs were anywhere to be had. Truth is, the Prussian dry as dust, otherwise an honest fellow and not afraid of labor, excels all other dry as dusts yet known. I have often sorrowfully felt as if there were not in nature, for darkness, dreariness, immethodic platitude, anything comparable to him. He writes big books wanting in almost every quality, and does not even give an index to them. He has made of Friedrich's history a widespread, inorganic, trackless matter, dismal to your mind, and barren as a continent of Brandenburg sand. Enough, he could do no other. I have striven to forgive him. Let the reader now forgive me, and think sometimes what probably my raw material was. Curious enough, Friedrich lived in the writing era, morning of that strange era which has grown to such a noon for us, and his favourite society, all his reign, was with the literary or writing sort. Nor have they failed to write about him, they among the others, about him, and it is notable how little real light, on any point of his existence or environment, they have managed to communicate. Dim indeed, for most part a mere epigrammatic sputter of darkness visible, is the picture they have fashioned to themselves of Friedrich and his country and his century. Men not of genius, apparently. Alas no, men fatally destitute of true eyesight, and of loyal heart first of all. So far as I have noticed, there was not, with the single exception of Mirabeau for 1 hour, any man to be called of genius, or with an adequate power of human discernment, that ever personally looked on Friedrich. Had many such men looked successively on his history and him, we had not found it now in such a condition. Still altogether chaotic as a history, fatally destitute even of the indexes and mechanical appliances, Friedrich's self, and his country, and his century, still undeciphered, very dark phenomena, all three, to the intelligent part of mankind. In Prussia there has long been a certain stubborn though planless diligence in digging for the outward details of Friedrich's life history, though as to organizing them, assorting them, or even putting labels on them, much more as to the least interpretation or human delineation of the man and his affairs, you need not inquire in Prussia. In France, in England, it is still worse. There an immense ignorance prevails even as to the outward facts and phenomena of Friedrich's life, and instead of the Prussian no interpretation, you find, in these vacant circumstances, a great promptitude to interpret. Whereby judgments and prepossessions exist among us on that subject, especially on Friedrich's character, which are very ignorant indeed. To Englishmen the sources of knowledge or conviction about Friedrich, I have observed, are mainly these two. First, for his public character, it was an all-important fact, not to it, but to this country in regard to it, that George II, seeing good to plunge headforemost into German politics, and to take Maria Theresa's side in the Austrian Succession War of 1740–48, needed to begin by assuring his parliament and newspapers, profoundly dark on the matter, that Friedrich was a robber and villain for taking the other side. Which assurance, resting on what basis we shall see by and by, George's parliament and newspapers cheerfully accepted, nothing doubting. And they have re-echoed and reverberated it, they and the rest of us, ever since, to all lengths, down to the present day, as a fact quite agreed upon, and the preliminary item in Friedrich's character. Robber and villain to begin with, that was one settled point. Afterwards, when George and Friedrich came to be allies, and the grand fightings of the 7 Years' War took place, George's parliament and newspapers settled a second point, in regard to Friedrich, one of the greatest soldiers ever born. This second item the British writer fully admits ever since, but he still adds to it the quality of robber, in a loose way, and images to himself a royal Dick Turpin of the kind known in review articles and disquisitions on progress of the species, and labels it Frederick, very anxious to collect new babblement of lying anecdotes, false criticisms, hungry French memoirs, which will confirm him in that impossible idea. Had such proved, on survey, to be the character of Friedrich, there is one British writer whose curiosity concerning him would pretty soon have died away, nor could any amount of unwise desire to satisfy that feeling in fellow creatures less seriously disposed have sustained him alive in those baleful historic Atrans and Stygian fens, where he has had to dig and to fish so long, far away from the upper light. Let me request all readers to blow that sorry chaff entirely out of their minds, and to believe nothing on the subject except what they get some evidence for. Second English source relates to the private character. Friedrich's biography or private character, the English, like the French, have gathered chiefly from a scandalous libel by Voltaire which used to be called Vie privée du roi de Prusse, Private Life of the King of Prussia * libel undoubtedly written by Voltaire in a kind of fury, but not intended to be published by him, nay burnt and annihilated, as he afterwards imagined. No line of which, that cannot be otherwise proved, has a right to be believed, and large portions of which can be proved to be wild exaggerations and perversions, or even downright lies, written in a mood analogous to the frenzy of John Dennis. This serves for the biography or private character of Friedrich, imputing all crimes to him, natural and unnatural, offering indeed, if combined with facts otherwise known, or even if well considered by itself, a thoroughly flimsy, incredible and impossible image. Like that of some flaming devil's head, done in phosphorus on the walls of the black hole, by an artist whom you had locked up there not quite without reason overnight. Poor Voltaire wrote that vie privée in a state little inferior to the frenzy of John Dennis, how brought about we shall see by and by. And this is the document which English readers are surest to have read, and tried to credit as far as possible. Our counsel is, out of window with it, he that would know Friedrich of Prussia. Keep it a while he that would know François Rouet de Voltaire and a certain numerous unfortunate class of mortals, whom Voltaire is sometimes capable of sinking to be spokesman for in this world. Alas, go where you will, especially in these irreverent ages, the noteworthy dead is sure to be found lying under infinite dung, no end of calumnies and stupidities accumulated upon him. For the class we speak of, class of flunkies doing saturnalia below stairs, is numerous, is innumerable, and can well remunerate a vocal flunky that will serve their purposes on such an occasion. Friedrich is by no means one of the perfect demigods, and there are various things to be said against him with good ground. To the last a questionable hero with much in him which one could have wished not there and much wanting which one could have wished. But there is one feature which strikes you at an early period of the inquiry, that in his way he is a reality, that he always means what he speaks, grounds his actions, too, on what he recognizes for the truth, and, in short, has nothing whatever of the hypocrite or phantasm. Which some readers will admit to be an extremely rare phenomenon. We perceive that this man was far indeed from trying to deal swindler-like with the facts around him, that he honestly recognized said facts wherever they disclosed themselves, and was very anxious also to ascertain their existence where still hidden or dubious. For he knew well, to a quite uncommon degree, and with a merit all the higher as it was an unconscious one, how entirely inexorable is the nature of facts, whether recognized or not, ascertained or not, how vain all cunning of diplomacy, management and sophistry, to save any mortal who does not stand on the truth of things from sinking, in the long run. Sinking to the very mud gods with all his diplomacies, possessions, achievements, and becoming an unnameable object, hidden deep in the cesspools of the universe. This I hope to make manifest, this which I long ago discerned for myself, with pleasure, in the physiognomy of Friedrich and his life. Which indeed was the first real sanction, and has all along been my inducement and encouragement, to study his life and him. How this man, officially a king withal, comported himself in the 18th century, and managed not to be a liar and charlatan as his century was, deserves to be seen a little by men and kings, and may silently have didactic meanings in it. He that was honest with his existence has always meaning for us, be he king or peasant. He that merely shammed and grimaced with it, however much, and with whatever noise and trumpet blowing, he may have cooked and eaten in this world, cannot long have any. Some men do cook enormously, let us call it cooking, what a man does in obedience to his hunger merely, to his desires and passions merely, roasting whole continents and populations in the flames of war or other discord, witness the Napoleon above spoken of. For the appetite of man in that respect is unlimited, in truth infinite, and the smallest of us could eat the entire solar system, had we the chance given, and then cry, like Alexander of Macedon, because we had no more solar systems to cook and eat. It is not the extent of the man's cookery that can much attach me to him, but only the man himself, and what of strength he had to wrestle with the mud elements, and what of victory he got for his own benefit and mine. For encouragements, discouragements. French Revolution having spent itself, or sunk in France and elsewhere to what we see, a certain curiosity reawakens as to what of great or manful we can discover on the other side of that still troubled atmosphere of the present and immediate past. Curiosity quickened, or which should be quickened, by the great and all-absorbing question, how is that same exploded past ever to settle down again? Not lost forever, it would appear. The new era has not annihilated the old eras. New era could by no means manage that, never meant that, had it known its own mind, which it did not. Its meaning was and is to get its own well out of them, to redapt, in a purified shape, the old eras, and appropriate whatever was true and not combustible in them. That was the poor new era's meaning, in the frightful explosion it made of itself and its possessions, to begin with. And the question of questions now is, what part of that exploded past, the ruins and dust of which still darken all the air, will continually gravitate back to us, be reshaped, transformed, readapted, that so, in new figures, under new conditions, it may enrich and nourish us again? What part of it, not being incombustible, has actually gone to flame and gas in the huge world conflagration, and is now gaseous, mounting aloft, and will know no beneficence of gravitation, but mount, and roam upon the waste winds forever, nature so ordering it, in spite of any industry of art? This is the universal question of afflicted mankind at present, and sure enough it will be long to settle. On one point we can answer, only what of the past was true will come back to us. That is the one asbestos which survives all fire and comes out purified, that is still ours, blessed be heaven, and only that. By the law of nature nothing more than that, and also, by the same law, nothing less than that. Let art struggle how it may for or against, as foolish art is seen extensively doing in our time, there is where the limits of it will be. In which point of view may not Friedrich, if he was a true man and king, justly excite some curiosity again, nay some quite peculiar curiosity, as the last crowned reality there was antecedent to that general outbreak and abolition? To many it appears certain there are to be no kings of any sort, no government more, less and less need of them henceforth, new era having come. Which is a very wonderful notion, important if true, perhaps still more important, just at present, if untrue. My hopes of presenting in this last of the kings an exemplar to my contemporaries, I confess, are not high. On the whole it is evident the difficulties to a history of Friedrich are great and many, and the sad certainty is at last forced upon me that no good book can, at this time, especially in this country, be written on the subject. Wherefore let the reader put up with an indifferent or bad one, he little knows how much worse it could easily have been. Alas, the ideal of history, as my friend Sauerteig knows, is very high, and it is not one serious man, but many successions of such, and whole serious generations of such, that can ever again build up history towards its old dignity. We must renounce ideals. We must sadly take up with the mournfulest barren realities, dismal continents of Brandenburg sand, as in this instance, mere tumbled mountains of marine stores without so much as an index to them. Has the reader heard of Sauerteig's last batch of Springwurzeln, a rather curious valedictory piece? All history is an imprisoned epic, nay an imprisoned psalm and prophecy, says Sauerteig there. I wish, from my soul, he had disimprisoned it in this instance. But he only says in magniloquent language, how grand it would be if disimprisoned, and hurls out, accidentally striking on this subject, the following rough sentences, suggestive though unpractical, with which I shall conclude. Schiller, it appears, at one time thought of writing an epic poem upon Friedrich the Great, upon some action of Friedrich's, Schiller says. Happily Schiller did not do it. By oversetting fact, disregarding reality, and tumbling time and space topsy-turvy, Schiller with his fine gifts might no doubt have written a temporary epic poem of the kind read and admired by many simple persons. But that would have helped little, and could not have lasted long. It is not the untrue imaginary picture of a man and his life that I want from my Schiller, but the actual natural likeness, true as the face itself, nay truer in a sense. Which the artist, if there is one, might help to give, and the botcher, Fuscher, never can. Alas, and the artist does not even try it, leaves it altogether to the botcher, being busy otherwise. Men surely will at length discover again, emerging from these dismal bewilderments in which the modern ages reel and stagger this long while, that to them also, as to the most ancient men, all pictures that cannot be credited are pictures of an idle nature, to be mostly swept out of doors. Such veritably, were it never so forgotten, is the law. Mistakes enough, lies enough will insinuate themselves into our most earnest portrayings of the true, but that we should, deliberately and of forethought, rake together what we know to be not true, and introduce that in the hope of doing good with it. I tell you, such practice was unknown in the ancient earnest times, and ought again to become unknown except to the more foolish classes. That is Sauerteig's strange notion, not now of yesterday, as readers know, and he goes then into Homer's Iliad, the Hebrew Bible, terrible Hebrew veracity of every line of it, discovers an alarming kinship of fiction to lying, and asks, if anybody can compute the damage we poor moderns have got from our practices of fiction in literature itself, not to speak of awfully higher provinces. Men will either see into all this by and by, continues he, or plunge head foremost, in neglect of all this, whither they little dream as yet. But I think all real poets, to this hour, are psalmists and Iliadists after their sort, and have in them a divine impatience of lies, a divine incapacity of living among lies. Likewise, which is a corollary, that the highest Shakespeare producible is properly the fittest historian producible, and that it is frightful to see the Gellert Dummkopf, what we here may translate dry as dust, doing the function of history, and the Shakespeare and the Goethe neglecting it. Interpreting events, interpreting the universally visible, entirely indubitable revelation of the author of this universe, how can dry as dust interpret such things the dark chaotic dullard, who knows the meaning of nothing cosmic or noble, nor ever will know? Poor wretch, one sees what kind of meaning he adduces from man's history, this long while past, and has got all the world to believe of it along with him. Unhappy dry as dust, thrice unhappy world that take dry as dust reading of the ways of God. But what else was possible? They that could have taught better were engaged in fiddling, for which there are good wages going. And our damage therefrom, our damage, yes, if thou be still human and not cormorant, perhaps it will transcend all California's English national debts, and show itself incomputable in continents of bullion. Believing that mankind are not doomed wholly to dog-like annihilation, I believe that much of this will mend. I believe that the world will not always waste its inspired men in mere fiddling to it. That the man of rhythmic nature will feel more and more his vocation towards the interpretation of fact, since only in the vital center of that, could we once get thither, lies all real melody, and that he will become, once again the historian of events, bewildered dry as dust, having at last the happiness to be his servant, and to have some guidance from him. Which will be blessed indeed. For the present, dry as dust strikes me like a hapless nigger gone masterless, nigger totally unfit for self-guidance, yet without master good or bad, and whose feats in that capacity no god or man can rejoice in. History, with faithful genius at the top and faithful industry at the bottom, will then be capable of being written. History will then actually be written, the inspired gift of God employing itself to illuminate the dark ways of God. A thing thrice pressingly needful to be done. Whereby the modern nations may again become a little less godless, and again have their epics of a different from the Schiller sort, and again have several things they are still more fatally in want of at present. So that it would seem there will gradually among mankind, if Friedrich lasts some centuries, be a real epic made of his history. That is to say, presumably it will become a perfected melodious truth, and duly significant and duly beautiful bit of belief, to mankind, the essence of it fairly evolved from all the chaff, the portrait of it actually given, and its real harmonies with the laws of this universe brought out, in bright and dark, according to the God's fact as it was, which poor dry as dust and the newspapers never could get sight of, but were always far from. Well, if so, and even if not quite so, it is a comfort to reflect that every true worker, who has blown away chaff and sea, where his contribution no bigger than my own, may have brought the good result nearer by a handbreadth or two. And so we will end these preludings, and proceed upon our problem, courteous reader. Reminiscences. Carlyle's Reminiscences were first published in 1881, the year of his death, by the agency of his biographer, James Anthony Froude. They contain a collection of often disjointed autobiographical material which, according to Froude's preface, he had received from Carlyle in 1871 with instructions that it should be published, if he thought fit, after Carlyle's death. The publication of the Reminiscences led to considerable controversy, however, it being complained, with some justice, that Froude had disregarded explicit instructions that the manuscripts were to be destroyed. There are 4 major sections in the Reminiscences as Froude reprinted them: a memoir of Carlyle's father, James Carlyle, written immediately after his death in 1832, sketches of Edward Irving, the close friend of his youth, and of Lord Jeffrey, both written 1866-7, and a memoir of Jane Welsh Carlyle, written on her death in 1866, and intended, according to Froude, as an introduction to a collection of her letters. The passage reprinted here is from the memoir of Jane Welsh Carlyle. From Jane Welsh Carlyle. My poor darling had, for constant accompaniment to all her bits of satisfactions, an altogether weak state of health, continually breaking down into violent fits of headache in her best times, and in winter season into cough, etc., in lingering forms of a quite sad and exhausting sort. Wonderful to me how she, so sensitive a creature, maintained her hoping cheerful humor to such a degree, amidst all that, and, except the pain of inevitable sympathy, and vague fluttering fears, gave me no pain. Careful always to screen me from pain, as I by no means always reciprocally was, alas, no miserable egoist in comparison. At this time I must have been in the thick of Cromwell, for years of abstruse toil, obscure speculations, futile wrestling, and misery, I used to count it had cost me, before I took to editing the letters and speeches, to have them out of my way, which rapidly drained off the sour swamp water bodily, and left me, beyond all first expectation, quite free of the matter. Often I have thought how miserable my books must have been to her, and how, though they were none of her choosing, and had come upon her like ill weather or ill health, she at no instant, never once I do believe, made the least complaint of me or my behavior, often bad, or at least thoughtless and weak, under them. Always some quizzing little lesson, the purport and effect of which was to encourage me, never once anything worse. Oh, it was noble, and I see it so well now when it is gone from me, and no return possible. Cromwell was by much the worst book time, till this of Friedrich, which indeed was infinitely worse, in the dregs of our strength too, and lasted for about 13 years. She was generally in quite weak health, too, and was often, for long weeks or months, miserably ill. It was strange how she contrived to sift out of such a troublous forlorn day as hers, in each case, was all the available little items, as she was sure to do, and used to have them ready for me in the evening when my work was done, in the prettiest little narrative anybody could have given of such things. Never again shall I have such melodious, humanly beautiful half-hours, they were the rainbow of my poor dripping day, and reminded me that there otherwise was a Sunday. At this time, and all along she did all the society, was all brightness to the one or two, oftenest rather dull and prosaic fellows, for the better sort respected my seclusion, especially during that last Friedrich time, whom I needed to see on my affairs in hand, or who, with more of brass than others, managed to intrude upon me. For these she did, in their several kinds, her very best. Her own people, whom I might be apt to feel wearisome, dislike any of them I never did, or his or her discharge from service would have swiftly followed, she kept beautifully out of my way, saving my politeness withal, a very perfect skill she had in all this, and took my dark toiling periods, however long, sullen and severe they might be, with a loyalty and heart acquiescence that never failed, the heroic little soul. Latter-day pamphlet time, and especially the time that preceded it, 1848 etc., must have been very sore and heavy. My heart was long overloaded with the meanings at length uttered there, and no way of getting them set forth would answer. I forget what ways I tried, or thought of. Times newspaper was one alert, airy, rather vacant editorial gentleman I remember going to once, in Printing House Square, but this, of course, proved hypothetical merely, as all others did, till we, as last shift, gave the rough MSS to Chapman in Forster's company one winter Sunday. About half of those ultimately printed might be in Chapman's hands, but there was much manipulation as well as addition needed. Forster soon fell away, I could perceive, into terror and surprise, as indeed everybody did. A lost man, thought everybody. Not she at any moment, much amused by the outside pother, she, and glad to see me getting delivered of my black electricities and consuming fires in that way. Strange letters came to us during those 9 months of pamphleteering, strange visitors, of moonstruck and profitable type for most part, who had, for one reason or another, been each of them wearing himself half mad on some one of the public scandals I was recognizing and denouncing. I still remember some of their faces and the look their paper bundles had. She got a considerable entertainment out of all that, went along with me in everything, probably counselling a little here and there a censorship well worth my regarding, and generally adoptable here as everywhere, and minded no whit any results that might follow this evident speaking of the truth. Somebody, writing from India I think, and clearly meaning kindness, did hope, some time afterwards, the tide would turn, and this lamentable hostility of the press die away into friendship again, at which I remember our innocent laughter, ignorant till then what the press's feelings were, and leaving the pressers very welcome to them then. Newburgh helped me zealously, as volunteer-amanuensis etc., through all this business, but I know not that even he approved it all, or any of it to the bottom. In the whole world I had one complete approver, in that, as in other cases, one, and it was worth all. On the back of latter-day pamphlets followed Life of Sterling, a very quiet thing, but considerably disapproved of too, as I learned, and utterly revolting to the religious people in particular, to my surprise rather than otherwise. Doesn't believe in us, then, either. Not he for certain, can't, if you will know. Others urged disdainfully, what has Sterling done that he should have a life? Induced Carlyle somehow to write him one, answered she once, to the Ferguses, I think, in an arch airy way which I can well fancy, and which shut up that question there. The book was afterwards greatly praised, again on rather weak terms I doubt. What now will please me best in it, and alone will, was then an accidental quality, the authentic light, under the due conditions, that is thrown by it on her. Oh, my dear one, sad is my soul for the loss of thee, and will to the end be, as I compute. Lonelier creature there is not henceforth in this world, neither person, work or thing going on in it that is of any value, in comparison, or even at all. Death I feel almost daily in express fact, death is the one haven, and have occasionally a kind of kingship, sorrowful, but sublime, almost godlike, in the feeling that that is nigh. Sometimes the image of her, gone in her car of victory, in that beautiful death, and as if nodding to me with a smile, I am gone, loved one, work a little longer, if thou still carest, if not, follow. There is no baseness, and no misery here. Courage, courage to the last, that, sometimes, as in this moment, is inexpressibly beautiful to me, and comes nearer to bringing tears than it once did. In 1852 had come the new modelling of our house, attended with infinite dusty confusion, head carpenter, stupid though honest, fell ill, etc., etc., confusion falling upon her more than me, and at length upon her altogether. She was the architect, guiding and directing and contriving genius, in all that enterprise, seemingly so foreign to her. But indeed she was ardent in it, and she had a talent that way which was altogether unique in my experience. An eye first of all, equal in correctness to a joiner's square, this, up almost from her childhood, as I understood. Then a sense of order, sense of beauty, of wise and thrifty convenience, sense of wisdom altogether in fact, for that was it, a human intellect shining luminous in every direction, the highest and the lowest, as I remarked above. In childhood she used to be sent to seek when things fell lost, the best seeker of us all, her father would say, or look, as she thought, for me also she sought everything, with such success as I never saw elsewhere. It was she who widened our drawing-room, as if by a stroke of genius, and made it zealously, at the partial expense of 3 feet from her own bedroom, into what it is, one of the prettiest little drawing-rooms I ever saw, and made the whole house into what it now is. How frugal, too, and how modest about it. House was hardly finished, when there arose that of the demon fowls, as she appropriately named them, macaws, cochin-chinas, endless concert of crowing, cackling, shrieking roosters, from a bad or misled neighbor, next door, which cut us off from sleep or peace, at times altogether, and were like to drive me mad, and her through sympathy with me. From which also she was my deliverer, had delivered and contrived to deliver me from hundreds of such things, oh, my beautiful little Alcides, in the new days of anarchy and the mud gods, threatening to crush down a poor man, and kill him with his work still on hand. I remember well her setting off, one winter morning, from the Grange on this enterprise, probably having thought of it most of the night, sleep denied. She said to me next morning the first thing, "Dear, we must extinguish those demon fowls, or they will extinguish us. Rent the house, number 6, proprietor mad, etc., etc., ourselves. It is but some 40 a year, pack away those vile people, and let it stand empty. I will go this very day upon it, if you assent." And she went accordingly, and slew altogether this learner Hydra, at far less expense than taking the house, nay almost at no expense at all, except by her fine intellect, taught, just discernment, swiftness of decision, and general nobleness of mind, in short. Oh, my bonny little woman, mine only in memory now. I left the Grange 2 days after her on this occasion, hastening through London, gloomy of mind, to see my dear old mother yet once, if I might, before she died. She had for many months before been evidently and painfully sinking away, under no disease, but the ever-increasing infirmities of 83 years of time. She had expressed no desire to see me, but her love from my birth upwards, under all scenes and circumstances, I knew to be emphatically a mother's. I walked from the Kirtlebridge station that dim winter morning, my one thought, shall I see her yet alive? She was still there, weary, very weary, and wishing to be at rest. I think she only at times knew me, so bewildering were her continual distresses. Once she entirely forgot me, then, in a minute or two, asked my pardon. Ah me! Ah me! It was my mother and not my mother, the last pale rim or sickle of the moon, which had once been full, now sinking in the dark seas. This lasted only 3 days. Saturday night she had her full faculties, but was in nearly unendurable misery, not breath sufficient, etc., etc. John tried various reliefs, had at last to give a few drops of laudanum, which eased the misery, and in an hour or two brought sleep. All next day she lay asleep, breathing equally but heavily, her face grand and solemn, almost severe, like a marble statue. About 4 p.m. the breathing suddenly halted, recommenced for half an instant, then fluttered, ceased. All the days of my appointed time, she had often said, will I wait till my change come. The most beautifully religious soul I ever knew. Proud enough she was too, though piously humble, and full of native intellect, humour, etc., though all undeveloped. On the religious side, looking into the very heart of the matter, I always reckon her rather superior to my Jane, who in other shapes and with far different exemplars and conditions, had a great deal of noble religion too. Her death filled me with a kind of dim amazement and crush of confused sorrows, which were very painful, but not so sharply pathetic as I might have expected. It was the earliest terror of my childhood that I might lose my mother, and it had gone with me all my days. But, and that is probably the whole account of it, I was then sunk in the miseries of Friedrich, etc., etc., in many miseries, and was then 58 years of age. It is strange to me, in these very days, how peaceable, though still sacred and tender, the memory of my mother now lies in me. This very morning, I got into dreaming confused nightmare stuff about some funeral and her, not hers, nor obviously my Jane's, seemingly my father's rather, and she sending me on it, the saddest bewildered stuff. What a dismal debasing and confusing element is that of a sick body on the human soul or thinking part. It was in 1852, September-October, for about a month, that I had first seen Germany, gone on my first errand as to Friedrich. There was a second, 5 years afterwards. This time it was to inquire of Proem and company, to look about me, search for books, portraits, etc., etc. I went from Scotsbrigg, my dear old mother painfully weak, though I had no thought it would be the last time I should see her afoot, from Scotsbrigg for Leith by Rotterdam, Cologne, Bonn, Newburghs, and on the whole never had nearly so, outwardly, unpleasant a journey in my life, till the second and last I made thither. But the Chelsea establishment was under carpenters, painters, till those disappeared, no work possible, scarcely any living possible, though my brave woman did make it possible without complaint. Stay so many weeks, all painting at least shall then be off. I returned near broken down utterly, at the set time, and alas, was met by a foul dabblement of paint oozing downstairs. The painters had proved treacherous to her, time could not be kept. It was the one instance of such a thing here, and, except the first sick surprise, I now recollect no more of it. Mamma, wine makes cozy, said the bright little one, perhaps between 2 and 3 years old, her mother, after some walk with sprinkling of wet or the like, having given her a dram glass of wine on their getting home. Mamma, wine makes cozy, said the small silver voice, gaily sipping, getting its new bits of insight into natural philosophy. What pictures has my beautiful one left me, what joys can surround every well-ordered human heart. I said long since, I never saw so beautiful a childhood. Her little bit of a first chair, its wee arms, etc., visible to me in the closet at this moment, is still here and always was. I have looked at it hundreds of times, from of old, with many thoughts. No daughter or son of hers was to sit there, so it had been appointed us, my darling. I have no book 1,000 parts so beautiful as thou, but these were our only children, and, in a true sense, these were verily ours, and will perhaps live some time in the world after we are both gone, and be of no damage to the poor brute chaos of a world, let us hope. The will of the Supreme shall be accomplished. Amen. But to proceed. Shortly after my return from Germany, next summer I think, while the Cochinchinas were at work, and we could not quit the house, having spent so much on it, and got a long lease, there began a new still worse hurly-burly of the building kind, that of the new top-story, whole area of the house to be thrown into one sublime garret-room, lighted from above, 30 feet by 30 say, and at least 11 feet high, double-doored, double-windowed, impervious to sound till in short, to everything but self and work. I had my grave doubts about all this, but John Chorley, in his friendly zeal, warmly urged it on, pushed, superintended, and was a good deal disgusted with my dismal experience of the result. Something really good might have come of it in a scene where good and faithful work was to be had on the part of all, from architect downwards, but here from all except one good young man of the carpenter trade, whom I at length noticed thankfully in small matters, the work of planning to begin with, and then of executing, in all its details, was mere work of Belial, i.e. of the father of lies, such work as I had not conceived the possibility of among the sons of Adam till then. By degrees I perceived it to be the ordinary English work of this epoch, and, with manifold reflections, deep as Tophet, on the outlooks this offered for us all, endeavored to be silent as to my own little failure. My new illustrious study was definable as the least inhabitable and most entirely detestable and despicable bit of human workmanship in that kind, sad and odious to me very. But by many and long-continued efforts, with endless botherations which lasted for 2 or 3 years after, one winter starved by Arnott's improved grate, I recollect, I did get it patched together into something of supportability, and continued, though under protest, to inhabit it during all working hours as I had indeed from the first done. The whole of the now printed Friedrich was written there or in summer in the back court and garden when driven down by baking heat. Much rawer matter, I think, was tentatively on paper before this sublime new study. Friedrich once done, I quitted the place for ever, and it is now a bedroom for the servants. The architect for this beautiful bit of masonry and carpentry was one Parsons, really a clever creature, I could see, but swimming as for dear life in a mere mother of dead dogs, ultimately did become bankrupt. His men of all types, Irish hodmen and upwards, for real mendacity of hand, for drunkenness, greediness, mutinous nomadism, and anarchic malfeasance throughout, excelled all experience or conception. Shut the lid on their unexampled prosperity, and them forevermore.